Chapter 1 Wife, I'm bankrupt. Xiao Yang, this is 15 million. Take it and transfer all the factory shares to us. The boss's office of Zhou Garment Factory. There stood a man and a woman in front of Su Yang. The man was his uncle, Su Dejiang. The woman is his sister-in-law, Su Dehua. Uncle, this factory was left to me by my parents. It is worth 50 million yuan. I own 49% of the company, which works out to 24.5 million. You only gave me 15 million. Isn't that a little too little? Su Yang sat in the boss chair, looking at the two of them with a gloomy face. As a businessman, he was stabbed in the back by his uncle and aunt in the end. It's really ironic, really. Xiao Yang, you are young and there are some things you don't understand. That's 15 million in cash, that's a lot. Su Dejiang held a cigarette in his mouth and exhaled a puff of smoke as he spoke. Okay. I'll take the 15 million. I hope you won't regret it. Can you transfer the money today? Yes, I'll transfer the money today. No problem, sign the contract. Good. Soon, Su Yang signed the equity transfer agreement and received 15 million in cash. Uncle, aunt, I've taken the money. Zhou Garment Factory will be yours from now on. I hope you won't regret it. Su Yang looked at his uncle and aunt meaningfully. Don't worry, Xiao Yang. We have acquired a factory with an annual profit of more than 15 million yuan. How could we regret it? Su Dejiang said with a proud look on his face. Annual profit of more than 15 million? Hearing this, Su Yang couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Zhou Garment Factory's annual profit was indeed over 15 million yuan before. But that was in the past. Profits began to plummet 2 years ago. On the one hand, labor costs have increased, and on the other hand, the costs of various raw materials have increased. The year before last, the profit was only 10 million. By last year, the profit was only 6 million. As for why Su Dejiang and his sister felt that there was still a profit of more than 15 million, it was because Su Yang completely subsidized his share of the profit to his uncle and aunt. After all, he doesn't need that little money. This led the two people to take it for granted that the company's business was still very good. And they joined forces to drive Su Yang out of the company. The combined shares of the two are 51%, much larger than Su Yang's. Because the company's business was already in a downturn, and the factory's problems were increasing. The management is full of relatives and friends who refuse to be disciplined. So Su Yang simply took the money and left, letting them have fun on their own. The original orders for the factory were all brought by Su Yang. However, since the year before last, these customers have gradually become uncooperative. They have partners with higher profits and cheaper labor, so there is no reason for them to cooperate with you. This is also the current situation of many garment factories in the Jiangnan area. The remaining partners continue to cooperate only because of Su Yang's face and the fact that they are old customers. But as long as Su Yang leaves, these customers will definitely run away. Not to mention a profit of 15 million per year, I'm afraid we can't even make a profit of 500,000. Moreover, the company has a bank loan of 30 million. The loan was approved by mortgaging the factory building. If the factory fails to get new orders, it may not be able to pay the 70,000 yuan monthly bank loan interest. By that time, even if Su Dejiang and his companions sold the factory and equipment to pay off their debts, there would be nothing left. So, although it seems that the two of them made a profit, they actually suffered a huge loss. Su Yang seemed to have lost money, but in fact he made a lot of money. At least after taking away the 15 million in cash, there is not a penny left in the company's account. Okay, uncle and aunt, I'll leave first. Don't contact me anymore if there's nothing else to do. After Su Yang finished speaking, he stood up, packed up, picked up his car keys and left the office without looking back. No contact? I want to see how long this loser can last without the factory. That's right. After leaving the factory, Su Yang did not go home, but drove a Mercedes-Benz E to the International Building. The International Building is the tallest building in Linnan. Here is also located Yangsu Group, a well-known company in Hangzhou. Yangsu Group, no one knows what its market value is because it is not listed. However, no one dares to underestimate this company. The reason is simple. Yangsu Group controls 70% of Dasha's internet companies. Penguin, Zidong, Baidu, 360, etc., even the local internet company Ali in Linnan is a company controlled by Yangsu Group. This company may not be well known to the outside world, but in the eyes of the people of Linen and the shareholders of Dacia, it can be said to be a legendary existence. Su Yang drove to the underground parking lot of Yangsu Group, parked the car in the high-rise dedicated parking space, and then took the elevator upstairs. After dozens of seconds, the elevator arrived at the 99th floor, which was the chairman's floor on the second top floor. As the elevator door opened, a woman about 1.7 meters tall, wearing a professional suit, black stockings on her legs, her hair combed behind her head, and high heels, immediately came up. "Director Su. You're here. Has the factory made any moves?" Secretary Lu Qingqing asked respectfully. "Well, it has been done. Ask the finance department to complete the filing procedures immediately." "Okay, Mr. Su. I'll arrange it right away." If outsiders knew that the chairman of Yangsu Group was a young man of only 25 years old, they would be particularly shocked. That's right, Su Yang is the chairman of Yangsu Group. 10 years ago, Su Yang's soul traveled from another world to the body of a 15-year-old child with the same name and surname, and activated the godly rich system. With the help of the system, in just 10 years, Su Yang established the Yangsu Group, a behemoth, and became the invisible richest man in the entire Dacia. He is now semi-retired. I usually don't show up in the company. Even when he arrived at the company, only the secretary, general manager, and other senior executives knew of his existence. Su Yang basically gave full control over the company's operations and management, and he would only give his opinions on major decisions. This kind of life is a comfortable life. Su Yang's parents died young the year he traveled through time, leaving him only a clothing factory. Originally, Su Yang didn't want to give up the garment factory. After all, it was the only property left by his parents. But now it is becoming increasingly difficult to run a small garment factory, especially since my uncle and aunt are causing all kinds of trouble in the factory. Finally, Su Yang decided to run away with the money. This is the beginning scene. 15 million is not a lot, but even if this money is the last inheritance left by Su Yang's parents, he must get it. As for the factory? A factory without money is just an empty shell, not even a dog would want it. This is a good opportunity to give Su Dajiang and Su Dehua, two ungrateful people, a hard time. A bank loan of 30 million is definitely enough to make them suffer. Director Su, I have already given instructions, and the official side has also said hello. The record of the equity transfer can be completed today. Lu Qingqing said. Yeah, well, is there anything else you want to take care of? Not for now. Okay, contact me if you have anything, otherwise I'll go home first. Good. After Su Yang left Yangsu Group, he drove home. Su Yang has a hungry girlfriend, Song Lijing, waiting for him at home. Song Lijing doesn't know yet that Su Yang is actually a super rich man. Today, it's time to tell my girlfriend my true identity. The two have been together for almost a year, and their anniversary is in 2 days. It's time to prepare for marriage. Thinking of this, Su Yang suddenly wanted to tease his girlfriend first. 20 minutes later, Su Yang returned to Taoyuan Community. Taoyuan Community is located in the city center, and the housing price is about 70,000 yuan per square meter. Su Yang has a house here, about 120 square meters, which his parents bought for him a few years ago. But the house has been empty and no one lives in it. Later, after Su Yang and Song Lijing got together, since the latter's workplace was nearby, Su Yang renovated the house for her to live in. Usually, Su Yang lives in the villa where he lives with his parents. However, the location of the villa is quite remote, so he would only come to Taoyuan on weekends when Song Lijing had rested. After parking the car, Su Yang looked at the time. Song Lijing should be at home by now. Soon, Su Yang came upstairs, pushed open the door and walked in. Wife. I'm broke and I'm here for you. Chapter 2, Suffering is absolutely not allowed. Su Yang changed his shoes and shouted loudly into the house. What? Husband, what did you just say? I didn't hear it. Song Lijing was wearing a black low-cut silk underwear, with a facial mask on her face, and walked out of the room with her slender waist twisted. Song Lijing's figure looks good. She is 1.68 meters tall, with long slender legs under her silk pajamas, and a red panda with the second letter of the alphabet. In terms of appearance, she can definitely be called the beauty of the class or department. I said, I'm broke. Su Yang walked towards his girlfriend with a smile and stretched out his hand to hug her waist. What? You're broke? Are you kidding me? When Song Lijing heard the word bankruptcy, her voice suddenly became sharp. With one hand, he slapped away Su Yang's big hand that was around him, and with the other hand, he tore off the facial mask that cost hundreds of dollars on his face. No, honey, I'm really broke. The factory has been sold. The villa, the car, and this house were all mortgaged at the time, and the bank was also going to take them back. After Su Yang finished speaking, he put away his smile and showed a depressed mood. According to his thinking, in this situation, his girlfriend should hug him and comfort him. Then Su Yang confessed the truth, followed by his girlfriend's coquettish behavior. Finally, when love reaches its deepest point, some indescribable things happen. However, Su Yang was obviously overthinking it. At this time, Song Lijing had no intention of comforting him, and her face had become very ugly. Su Yang, are you really not kidding me? Song Lijing asked coldly. From the initial intimate term husband, it also changed to Su Yang. Of course I'm not kidding. Wife, you won't dislike me, will you? Believe me, I can definitely make a comeback. Su Yang realized that something was wrong, but he did not confess immediately. He still planned to pretend to be a grandson. However, he was interrupted by Song Lijing halfway through his words. Make a comeback? Su Yang, you're bankrupt, how can you make a comeback? You lost your house, your car, and I guess your savings are gone too, right? You have no house, no car, and no savings. Why do you think I won't despise you? I was with you in the first place, wasn't it because you had a house and a car? Song Lijing simply stopped pretending. She and Su Yang were college classmates. 2 years after graduation, they met by chance on a blind date and got together. At that time, Song Lijing was attracted by Su Yang because his family owned a factory, and they had a car, a house, savings, and a factory that could provide a steady stream of income. Although Su Yang cannot live a life of luxury, he has enough food and clothing and can afford a luxury car worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Can afford bags worth tens of thousands. In addition, Su Yang is 1.82 meters tall and very handsome. He can be said to be tall, rich, and handsome in the true sense of the word. Therefore, Song Lijing chose to be with Su Yang. Now Su Yang is bankrupt and has lost his factory. He may even owe the bank a lot of money. In this situation, how could Song Lijing still be with him? You can enjoy happiness, but you must never suffer. Li Jing, do you mean to break up with me? I just have no money temporarily. Give me a chance, and I will work hard to make money to pay off all debts and let you live a good life. Su Yang's fists clenched slightly, and a look of pain appeared on his face. He tried to seize the last chance, now it depends on what Song Lijing chooses. That's right, I want to break up with you. I won't suffer with you, so just give up on this idea. Also, this is all your fault. I won't return the things you gave me, the bags, jewelry, and all the red envelopes. Although Su Yang has not revealed his true wealth over the past year. But on the surface, he is just an ordinary rich second generation. When the rich second generation fall in love, gifts are definitely indispensable. Giving away bags, cosmetics, and red envelopes are all normal operations. A bag costs tens of thousands of dollars. This year, Su Yang has given Song Lijing 5 or 6 bags. It totals more than 100,000 yuan. In this case, it is normal that she is unwilling to return it. As for red envelopes and the like, there must be tens of thousands of dollars. Okay, since you are so heartless, I won't say much. This house is mine, you should move out today. Su Yang sighed. I originally thought that even if I went bankrupt, Song Lijing would be able to comfort me. Even if it was just verbal comfort and she was thinking about breaking up in her heart, Su Yang could accept it. Who would have thought that he just said he was bankrupt and the other party wanted to break up directly? There was not even any intention to understand what was going on. It's better to break up with a woman like this. If we really want to live together, if we encounter any setbacks in the future, the final result will be separation. Rather than being backstabbed later, it is better to see through people's hearts now. Snort. Do you think I want to continue living here? I'm worried about being kicked out by the court. Song Lijing snorted coldly and continued. Don't think that if I leave you, I won't even have a place to live. At worst, I can go back to live with my brother. That's right, Song Lijing also has a younger brother named Song Quid. And, she is also Voldemort. After being together for a month, Song Lily and Su Yang started sleeping together. At the end of a meeting, Song Lily mentioned that the betrothal gift wanted to be 1.5 million yuan, and she would not bring any money back. At that time, Su Yang did not realize that Song Lily was a complete gold digger in Voldemort, and since he was a super rich man, 1,500,000 was just pocket money. So without thinking too much, I agreed. Of course, the money hasn't been paid yet. I just said it casually that time. However, later on, Song K got a girl pregnant, and she forced him to marry her and demanded a dowry of 500,000 yuan. The money was borrowed from Su Yang. He has to come back. Okay. Since you are so ambitious, then return the 500,000 yuan your brother borrowed from me. If it's a normal breakup, Su Yang doesn't mind giving a breakup fee. Not to mention 500,000, he would give even 500 million. But if you betray him, you won't get the money. Betray him and give him 1 million? That's bragging. Understand the applause. Su Yang. You gave that to my brother voluntarily. You are not so petty, are you? Su Yang's words immediately made Song Lijing dissatisfied. I have already used the 500,000 to buy a car and a house for my younger brother. Where can I get the extra money? We just had a relationship and broke up, not a marriage or divorce. You can divide property in a divorce, but there is no such thing as a breakup. When the 500,000 was taken from me, it was called a loan. Since it's a loan, of course I have to get it back. I have the transfer receipt here, and it clearly says loan to Song Quid. Su Yang took out his mobile phone and showed the transfer receipt directly in front of Song Lijing. Song Lijing, don't you always claim to be noble and indifferent? It's just 500,000 yuan, right? You won't refuse to give it, right? No way? No way? Chapter 3, Su Yang can't afford it, I will. Su Yang's provocation made Song Lijing even more embarrassed. Okay. I'll give you 500,000. Scumbag. Song Lijing gritted her teeth and finally gave in. That's for sure, I recorded it, you can't throw it away. Don't worry, I will return it to you without missing a single cent. Song Lijing left Su Yang's house carrying a suitcase. She has a lot of things in this house. However, Song Lijing did not take everything away. She only took away the brand name clothes and bags, as well as some high-end skincare products. As for other miscellaneous daily necessities, just throw them away. Su Yang didn't spoil her either. After Song Lijing left, she immediately called someone from the housekeeping company to clean out all her things in the room. I also replaced the door lock with a new one. It's better to break up. With Su Yang's wealth and character, why would he worry about not being able to find a good girlfriend? Even if you can't find a girlfriend, playing games is a good choice. Now that you are the richest man, who still wants to fall in love? After Song Lijing dragged her suitcase out of the community, she immediately posted a message on her Moments. I met a scumbag, and this year is like feeding the dog. Less than 3 minutes after posting on WeChat Moments, Song Lijing's phone started ringing. All the messages were sent by the dogs in her fish pond. The goddess is single, and it's time for the bootlicker to take over. Song Lijing responded one by one, but all of them were lukewarm. As a bootlicker, you can't be too nice to others. Song Lijing still understands the principle that too much is as bad as too little. Only by being close yet distant can a licker remain a licker forever. By the way, you can also receive a wave of red envelopes from those who like you. However, this is not true for everyone. There are also larger fish in the fish pond. Big fish, of course, need to be fed better. It's so late tonight, I definitely can't go home, so I have to stay in a hotel. Song Lijing doesn't like ordinary hotels, but she can't bear to stay in good hotels. At this time, naturally, you have to find a bootlicker to take over. Soon, Song Lijing targeted a medium-sized fish in the fish pond. Chen Mingho. Song Lijing and Su Yang's college classmate. When he was in college, Chen Mingho had been pursuing Song Lijing. But, I never caught up with him. Song Lijing is a typical gold digger. As for Chen Mingho, his family background is ordinary and he can just barely make it into the well-off society in Shanghai. How could Song Lijing look down upon such a person? It's okay to accept other people's kindness, but when it comes to giving of yourself, Song Lijing will definitely not agree. After graduation, Chen Mingho found a good job. The annual salary is 4 or 500,000. This salary is not too bad even in first-tier cities. In Linen, it is considered a high salary. Song Lijing knew very well that this guy still liked her. As long as you show a little bit of interest, people will rush to lick you. For example, today, just after Song Lijing posted on her Moments, Chen Mingho's message came over. Lijing, what happened? Seeing this, Son Lijing immediately sent a message to Chen Mingho. Mingho, I'm fine. I just broke up with Su Yang. He kicked me out of my house and I'm now living on the streets. After sending this message, Son Lijing also made a pitiful expression. The expression is synthesized using her own face, which is quite cute. However, combined with her true personality, it has a strong green tea flavor. Sure enough, as soon as Son Lijing sent the text, Chen Mingho became anxious. Ah? What? Where are you now? Can I get you a hotel? No, Mingho, thank you. I broke up with Su Yang because he blamed me for being materialistic after he went bankrupt, saying that I spent too much of his money. Son Lijing shook her head and said, pretending to be wronged. I've also figured it out. I will never spend a boy's money indiscriminately again, even if that boy is my boyfriend. What does that mean? Son Lijing's painting immediately made Chen Mingho unhappy. It's natural for a man to earn money and spend it on a woman. How can Su Yang blame you for spending money when he went bankrupt? And how much can you spend? Li Jing, where are you now? I'll find you a room in a good hotel and you can stay there first. No need, Chen Mingho, really no need. I don't want you to think that I am also a gold digger. What are you talking about? Su Yang can't afford to support you, so I will. I'll book a hotel for you right now, don't worry, it must be a 5-star hotel. Really, that's not necessary. It's already been booked. It's near you. Go over now. Half an hour later, Son Lijing checked into a 5-star hotel. The hotel is by the river and the night view is very beautiful. This hotel costs $2,000 a night. She took a beautiful photo of the night view and posted it on her Moments. In the end, it still depends on you. Son Lijing did not explicitly say who this you is, but as a bootlicker, she naturally had to regard this you as herself. For a while, some people were sending out red envelopes, and some people were ordering takeout. After all, we should not let the goddess suffer any loss. Chen Mingho, in particular, felt as if he would be able to marry the beauty tomorrow. He was so excited that he played 3 games of the game Everyone Shoots Airplane in a row. At the same time, Su Yang also received many condolences from his classmates. Lu Zhanpeng, Lao Su, I heard that you are bankrupt? And you broke up with the campus beauty of Son University? Lu Zhanpeng is Su Yang's college classmate, and they are also best friends who have been sleeping head to head for 4 years. He is also a native of Linen and has been working in linen since graduating from university. Yes, Da Peng, my family is bankrupt, and I owe the bank tens of millions. I don't have a penny now. I was planning to borrow 10,000 yuan from you for emergency. I didn't expect you to call first. Su Yang said to the opposite side with a smile. He thought that he had a very good relationship with Lu Zhanpeng. When he was in college, Su Yang was a well-known rich second generation in their department. He usually spends money lavishly, but is very generous to his friends and classmates. Especially Lu Zhanpeng, the college roommate who slept head-to-head with him for 4 years, benefited the most. Su Yang paid for 4 years of food, internet fees, dormitory electricity bills, beverage fees, cigarettes, etc. Even when Lu Zhanpeng went out on a date, the car he drove was provided by Su Yang. This kind of friendship is definitely very deep. Lu Zhanpeng found a pretty good job after graduating from university. Now the annual salary is about 500,000 or 600,000 yuan, which makes people considered elites. 10,000 yuan is really nothing for someone who earns 5 or 600,000 yuan a year. However, Su Yang obviously overestimated the relationship between himself and Lu Zhanpeng. Lao Su, isn't 10,000 yuan a bit too much? You know, I just bought a house and put all my savings into the down payment. Lu Zhanpeng showed an embarrassed expression. Su Yang is not a fool, he also understood what the other party meant. The other party is unwilling to lend money. I never thought that a mere $10,000 could show whether an old friend was truly sincere to me. Da Peng, I won't make it difficult for you. Just lend me as much as you have. I am so poor that I can't even afford to eat. I treated you to 4 meals during my 4 years in college. You wouldn't just stand there and watch me die, right? Su Yang took a deep breath. Chapter 4 Is life such a failure? Once people enter society, will they really become so realistic? The amount of money he borrowed was not much, only 10,000 yuan. For someone with an annual salary of 500,000 or 600,000, it's really nothing. You know, when he was in school, he also lent money to Lu Zhanpeng. And the amount is not small. Every time I give him several $1,000s, I am afraid that the other party does not have enough. Now that I'm in trouble, the other party actually finds excuses to refuse. Is this friendship? I'm sorry, Lao Su, I really don't have any money. I only have 1,000 yuan left for this month's living expenses. How about you give me 100 yuan as an emergency measure? And then find a job? If you eat instant noodles with 100 yuan, it should last you a month, right? $100? Hearing this, Su Yang's face turned completely gloomy. Is this how you treat beggars? Su Yang didn't insist on the other party giving him a high number. If Lu Zhanping really was in financial difficulty, Su Yang would have nothing to say. Even if the other party said that Su Yang could go to their house for dinner, Su Yang would still treat the other party as a good brother. But just lending him $100? And he has to use it for a month. Isn't that an insult? Nowadays, if you pick up a primary school student on the street in a first-tier city, he will probably transfer 100 yuan to you from his phone watch. This is the good brother I have been loyal to for 4 years? Da Peng, we have been brothers for 4 years after all. Now that I'm in trouble, it's fine if you don't help me, but why do you want to take advantage of my misfortune and insult me? $100? Are you treating it like a beggar? When you lost your tuition in gambling and didn't dare tell your parents, did I directly pay for your tuition? Isn't it time for you to hold me in your arms? Su Yang's tone became increasingly cold, and he still wanted to make one last effort. Let us see if this former good friend has really changed completely. Ha, Lao Su, didn't I return the money to you? We are from 2 different worlds now. My annual salary is 500,000 or 600,000, and you still owe the bank tens of millions. I lent you money. Are you sure you can pay it back? If so, how can I say that it's all in vain? We supported you in the beginning, wasn't it because you were stupid and had a lot of money? Lu Zhanping laughed, the sarcasm in his tone obvious. When the rich second generation goes bankrupt, even dogs will step on him. Ha, a job with an annual salary of 560,000? Do you really think you got that job by yourself? Su Yang sneered. The company where Lu Zhanping works is Ali Finance, a financial company under the Ali Group. This company is known to have changed the financial landscape of Daxia. Those who can work here are basically top students from various 985 and 211 universities in Daxia. If you enter this company, even as an intern, the starting monthly salary is 20,000. After becoming a regular employee, it is easy to earn 5 or 600,000 a year. Su Yang and Lu Zhanping are both from the School of Finance of Linen University of Finance and Economics. Although the University of Finance and Economics is also a first-tier university, it is a non-key university. Most of the finance students in this university enter the banking system, so it is still difficult to enter Ali Finance. Lu Zhanping was not a hard-working person when he was in college, and he did not pass many exams. With his ability, there is absolutely no way he can enter Ali Finance. But who made him have a good roommate? As mentioned earlier, Su Yang is the major shareholder of Ali Group. As a major shareholder, there is no problem at all in arranging your good friend into your company, and it is just a basic position. Of course, Su Yang's ultimate goal is definitely to allow Lu Zhanping to gain experience in a basic position and then gradually promote him. Eventually he became a senior executive at Alibaba Finance and managed the business himself. Although nepotism is a taboo in the business world, it is acceptable if the person is truly capable. But it was obvious that Lu Zhanping failed to live up to Su Yang's expectations. However, since Su Yang could give this job to Lu Zhanping, he could naturally take it back. Lu Zhanping did buy a house and has a mortgage. If he loses his job, the monthly mortgage payments will probably overwhelm him. Ha, Su Yang, are you mentally stimulated by your sudden bankruptcy? I didn't find this job myself, did you give it to me? You are a nouveau riche second generation. A loan of tens of millions can crush you. How can you still be associated with the Ali Group? Okay, I won't provoke you anymore. I'll transfer $100 to you later. That's the most I can do. After Lu Zhanping finished speaking, he hung up the phone without showing any mercy to Su Yang. After hanging up the phone, Su Yang received a message about a transfer of 100 yuan on his mobile phone. Good. Years of friendship are only worth $100, right? You are really my good brother. Thank you. Of course Su Yang would not take the $100, so he simply blocked all of Lu Zhanping's WeChat accounts on his phone to provide a one-stop service. There is no need to contact such people in the future. The humiliation of today will be repaid 100-fold in the future. After doing all this, Su Yang called his other 2 roommates. The 2 roommates also stayed in Linen to work, and they would get together during holidays. Of course, they received a lot of favors from Su Yang. It didn't help much in terms of work, but I did get a lot of benefits from it in my university life. But the result was that the phone was busy and I couldn't get through after calling several times. In the end, I couldn't get through at all. It was obvious that Su Yang had been blocked. The same is true for WeChat. The other one made an excuse and was unwilling to lend a penny, then blocked Su Yang. I'm so cool. Am I such a failure as a person? I don't even have a friend who is willing to lend me money? Su Yang felt unwell all over. If 1 or 2 people don't lend money, that's their problem. If so many people don't lend him money, then maybe there is something wrong with him. However, Su Yang didn't understand what he had done wrong. When he was in school, although he was a well-known rich second generation, he had never done anything unkind. On the contrary, whenever there is any donation activity in the school, Su Yang is always the first to do it. I get along well with my classmates and don't feel like I'm superior to them. Why is it that when I'm in trouble, I end up being pushed down by everyone? I don't understand. I really don't understand. Just when Su Yang was doubting himself, his cell phone rang again. This time it was a strange call. After hesitating for a moment, Su Yang still picked up the phone. Hello, hello. Lao Su, I'm Luo Haiyang, do you remember me? Luo Haiyang? Su Yang was stunned for a moment, and then immediately remembered the other party's identity. Luo Haiyang is the person Su Yang had donated money to before, and he is also a classmate of theirs. Luo Haiyang's family was poor when he was in college. In his senior year, his father broke both legs in a car accident. The car owner also fled the scene of the accident and is nowhere to be found. If the school hadn't organized a donation campaign, Luo Haiyang might not even be able to pay for his father's medical expenses. At that time, Su Yang donated the most among all his classmates. Just take out 100,000 yuan. 80,000 is medical expenses, and 20,000 is living expenses for Luo Haiyang, so that his studies will not be affected by family changes in his last year of university. Chapter 5: Way to receive overwhelming wealth. Since it was a free donation, Su Yang never thought about asking others to pay the money back. Besides, he really has plenty of money. This amount of money is just pocket money for Su Yang. After graduating from university, Su Yang never contacted Luo Haiyang again. It is said that he also went to work in a financial company and the salary was pretty good. Ocean? I remember. Why did you call me? Su Yang was a little surprised. Luo Haiyang's call was definitely beyond his expectations. At the same time, Su Yang became a little nervous. He has done Luo Haiyang a favor, and it would be a shame if even this person were to take advantage of him. Then Su Yang is really disappointed with this society. Lao Su, I heard something happened in your family, is that right? Is it serious? The news of Su Yang's bankruptcy must have spread among their circle of friends. Therefore, he was not surprised that Luo Haiyang knew about this matter. Well, the factory is indeed gone, but the problem is not too serious. It's just that there's a problem with the funding chain. Su Yang nodded and spoke honestly. The factory was indeed gone, but it was sold by Su Yang himself. As for the capital chain, there is indeed a problem. Su Yang took away the few savings of the factory, so the factory's capital chain naturally had problems. Yeah, I only found out when I saw Lu Zhanpeng talking about it in the group. Lao Su, please send me your card number. I'll transfer you 500,000 yuan. I know that 500,000 is just a small amount of money for you businessmen. It won't make a big difference, but it can make your life a little more comfortable. Don't worry, you don't have to pay it back. If that's not enough for you, I'll have another 100,000 yuan bonus next month. I'll transfer it to you when the salary arrives. Luo Haiyang's sincere words directly shocked Su Yang's heart. He never thought that at this time, Luo Haiyang would actually stand up to help him. Moreover, he spent 500,000 at a time. Although Su Yang didn't know what kind of job Luo Haiyang was doing now, no matter what it was, for a young man who had just graduated a few years ago, 500,000 was definitely not a small sum of money. It is even possible that these 500,000 yuan may be Luo Haiyang's entire savings. This is not a blind guess. 500,000 is really not a small number. Look at those fresh college graduates, their monthly salary is only 4,000 or 5,000. Even if you work for 10 years, you still can't save $500,000. Being able to save $500,000 in just a few years after graduation is definitely inseparable from outstanding ability and thriftiness. Moreover, the other party gave it to me, not loaned it to me. This can be seen from the fact that the other party is willing to pay. People must know that Su Yang lost a lot of money. There is a high probability that giving $500,000 to Su Yang will be wasted. Therefore, he never thought at the beginning that Su Yang would ask for the money back. Just like when Su Yang gave Luo Haiyang 100,000 yuan, he also never thought of asking for the money back. Ocean, you are still willing to help me at this time. Thank you so much. Su Yang couldn't help but sigh, and then said, My problem is not that big. You must have worked hard to earn the 500,000. You don't have to give it to me. Su Yang quickly refused, but at the same time he had made a secret decision in his heart. He must help this old classmate reach the pinnacle of his life. Lao Su, is this really a big problem? Luo Haiyang asked somewhat uncertainly. Well, it's really not big. Su Yang confirmed again. Okay, then I'm relieved. But you should use this money for emergencies first. If you really survive the crisis, just give me another 300,000 yuan. The remaining 200,000 yuan will be regarded as the 100,000 yuan principal you gave me that year plus interest. If you can't solve your problem, you can keep the money. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to graduate successfully. Luo Haiyang always remembers Su Yang's kindness. If it weren't for Su Yang's 100,000 yuan, even if his father's illness was cured, he would probably have to drop out of school to take care of his father. How could it be possible to have a high-paying job like today? Okay, I won't be polite then. Don't worry, I will definitely return the money to you. Su Yang thought about it and finally agreed. Since it was a kind gesture from his old classmate, it would be ungrateful for him to refuse. Yeah, then send me your card number and I'll transfer the money to you. Good. Less than 5 minutes after Su Yang sent the card number to Luo Haiyang, he received a message on his mobile phone that $500,000 had arrived in his account. Ocean, thank you so much. I'll treat you to a meal when you're free. Okay, but we have to wait until you are through this crisis, then we can drink together. Okay, that's it, you go ahead and do your work, I'll hang up first. Okay, bye. Goodbye. Su Yang didn't say anything else. He said goodbye and hung up the phone. However, he kept this matter firmly in his mind. As the master of the system, it is normal to dare to love and hate and do whatever you want. Su Yang will repay those who are good to him exponentially. Luo Haiyang, wait for your enormous wealth. On the other hand, Song Lijing, who had stayed in the hotel for one night, also returned home with her suitcase the next day. Although it is called home, it is not actually her parents' home, but her younger brother Song Kei's home. Her parents no longer have a home. In order to buy a house for their son, Song Lily's parents sold their old and dilapidated house and borrowed 500,000 yuan from Su Yang. The total amount was nearly 2 million, and I bought a Mercedes-Benz GLB and a house in a new development. Of course, I paid a down payment on the house. Although the housing prices in Linen are not as high as those in first-tier cities, they are still relatively expensive. With the ability of the old couple, it is definitely impossible to buy a house with full payment. What's more, the woman asked for a dowry of 300,000 yuan when they got married. So the best outcome is to sell the old and dilapidated house and buy a new one for their son, and then they rent a house themselves. Because Song Lijing was already living with Su Yang, the old couple rented a single room to save money. During the day I go to my son's house to help with cooking, and then go home for dinner. As a result, Song Lijing became homeless and had to stay at her brother's house for a few days. When I got home, it was already 11:30 in the morning, which was just time for lunch. Song Lijing didn't have the key to her brother's house, so she could only knock on the door when she arrived. Hey, sister, why are you here? The person who opened the door was Song Kei's wife, Lu Kaili. Seeing Song Lijing standing at the door carrying a box, he was obviously surprised. Sister-in-law, something happened to me, and I want to stay at your place for a few days. Look, I brought all my luggage. What Song Lijing said was a matter of course. When she bought this house, she also paid 200,000 yuan. The 200,000 was what he saved from working at Ali Finance. She was also arranged by Su Yang to join Ali Finance. Song Lijing usually spends a lot, but all of it is Su Yang's money. There is no charge for accommodation and work is only a 5-minute walk away. So, she basically saved all her salary for herself. As a qualified Voldemort, she would of course be responsible for part of the cost of her brother's house purchase. Moreover, when buying the house, her mother also made it clear that she would leave one room for her in the future. In this case, it makes sense for her to move in. Chapter 6. Did I use my money to buy a house? But this is Song Lijing's own idea. After listening to Song Lijing's explanation, Lu Kaili's originally cheerful expression suddenly turned a little embarrassed. However, she did not have a seizure on the spot. It's better to let your husband talk about this kind of thing. Sister, please come in first. Mom and Dad are here, and Keda is also at home. You two can chat. After Lu Kaili finished speaking, she finally opened the door completely and let Song Lijing in. Song Lijing nodded and walked into the room dragging her suitcase. Dad. Mom. Xiaoda. Song Lijing walked into the living room and saw a family of 3 sitting there eating. Ha? Jingjing, what's wrong with you? Why are you dragging a suitcase here? Seeing Song Lijing carrying a suitcase, Song's mother Yu Xiaofeng frowned immediately and put the bowl of rice on the table. However, she did not stand up, nor did she invite Song Lijing to eat. Obviously, Song Lijing was not happy about her daughter's sudden arrival. Mom, Su Yon and I broke up and left his house. I haven't rented a house yet, so I want to stay at my brother's house for a few days. Song Lijing said cautiously. In this family, the person she fears most is her mother. If my mother doesn't agree with this, there's nothing I can do. Broken up? You and Su Yan broke up? Are you stupid? She's so rich, and you're breaking up with her? Upon hearing her daughter's words, Yu Xiaofeng exploded and went into a violent state, pointing at her daughter's nose and scolding her. Sister, aren't you too impulsive? Even if your brother-in-law did something wrong, you have to understand. I still owe him $500,000. If you break up, won't I have to pay it back? I just bought a house and a car, and I have to pay the mortgage every month. I don't have the money to pay him back. Song Queed was also anxious. It doesn't matter that my sister broke up with him, but he still owes his future brother-in-law $500,000. If my brother-in-law insists on getting the money back, where can he get it? Now, go and get back together with Su Yang immediately. You little girl, you didn't even discuss such a big thing as breaking up with us, you are simply lawless. Song Lijing's father, Song Chanshan, slammed the table and stood up, glaring at Song Lijing. After the family of 3 learned that Song Lijing had broken up, no one offered to comfort her. Instead, they all blamed Song Lijing for why she wanted to break up. As for Lu Kelly standing aside, it is even more impossible for her younger sister-in-law to get involved in this matter. Looking at the family of 4 in front of her, Song Lijing suddenly felt like an outsider. It was as if she was not a member of this family, and that their family of 4 was a loving family. Dad, Mom, brother, what are you talking about? Do you know why I broke up with Su Yang? Su Yang is bankrupt. He owes the bank tens of millions. He even mortgaged his house. If I don't break up, these tens of millions of debts will be on me. I had no choice but to break up with him. After Song Lijing finished speaking, her eyes turned red. After all, after a year of getting along, there is some affection between us. It's just that Song Lijing is too clear-headed. All she wanted was to share the wealth. As for sharing the joys and sorrows, that is impossible. What? Bankrupt? And owe the bank tens of millions? Song Changshan's family was suddenly shocked. If Su Yang goes bankrupt, doesn't that mean their golden son-in-law is completely gone? Isn't this too unlucky? How can I let him become Voldemort with my daughter in the future? How can their family reach the peak of life? At this time, they still only think about themselves. As for Song Lijing? Sooner or later you have to get married. A daughter who is married off is like water spilled. A daughter is a money-losing commodity, so of course they don't care. If their daughter can bring them benefits, they will treat her well. Now that the benefits are gone, do you want to see a good look on their faces? Dream big. That's right, so I broke up to cut my losses in time. Song Lijing calmed down and nodded expressionlessly. Sister, what about my 500,000 yuan? Brother-in-law, oh no, the one with the surname Su won't want it back, right? Song Queed scratched his head. If we really want to get this money back, we definitely can't get it out now. As for selling the house and car to pay back the money? That's even more impossible. Well, the money was a loan at the beginning. Now that he and I have broken up, I must pay it back. Song Lijing must return this money to Su Yang. She made a big promise last night. If I don't pay it back, my spine will probably be broken by others. Besides, it's not legal. It is only natural to repay debts. However, as soon as Song Lijing finished speaking, Yu Xiaofeng in front of her immediately refused. No, this money must not be given. Jingjing, don't be confused. You've been in a relationship with that person for a year, but you've wasted all that time sleeping with him. Even if the bitch was slept with for so long, you should give her hundreds of thousands, right? Bitch? Hearing this, Song Lijing's expression, which had just relaxed a little, fell again. Mom, why are you talking like that? What's the point of saying bitch or not? Su Yang and I are in love, not selling myself to him. We were both willing to be together, how could you think such dirty things of me? When Song Lijing said this, she felt even more aggrieved. It's fine if others call her a bitch, because the mouth is on someone else's body and she has no right to interfere. But how could Song Lijing possibly bear being compared to this by her own biological mother? Okay, you are noble, you have integrity, I won't argue with you. You have to pay back the money yourself. Your brother won't pay it back anyway. You're going to get married anyway, so consider this 500,000 yuan as early retirement money for mom. After Yu Xiaofeng finished speaking, she sat back in her seat. Now that the money was in her pocket, there was no reason to take it out. Okay, I'll pay it back myself. Mom, give me back the 200,000 I deposited with you, and I'll give it back to Su Yang. I will pay back the remaining 300,000 yuan slowly. Song Lijing gritted her teeth. With her income, she could pay off the loan in a year or two if she saved. You dead girl, I saved the 200,000 yuan for you, why do you want to go back? You have to figure out your own business. I have deposited the money in a bank and cannot withdraw it. As Yu Xiaofeng spoke, she glanced at her daughter guiltily. Clearly, something was wrong with the money. Mom! That's my money. Can't I take it back? Tell me honestly, did you also use this money to buy a house for your brother? Song Lijing glanced at Song Quid, who was concentrating on eating without even raising his head, and immediately realized that her guess was probably true. So what? He's your brother. Shouldn't you pay some money for him to buy a house? It's good enough that I didn't ask you to pay the full amount for the down payment. Yu Xiaofeng rolled her eyes at her daughter and said unhappily. Yes, sister, my friend's younger brother got married, and it was the sister who paid the down payment. Xiaoda is the only child in your family, and the location of the house you bought is not very good. As a sister, you only gave him 200,000 yuan, which is unreasonable. Lu Kaili crossed her arms across her chest, her tone full of sarcasm. Chapter 7 The Goddess Called. The wool comes from the sheep. Lu Kaili understands this principle very well. If they really have to pay back the 500,000 yuan, they might be forced to sell their house and car. Therefore, they must not pay this money, and they must make their elder sister-in-law pay the money willingly. Kelly, how can you say that? I just want my own money back that I deposited with mom. Is it okay if I don't want the 500,000? I'll pay it back for you. I've paid it all off for you. Do you want me to return the 200,000 I earned myself so I can use it to pay off my debts? Song Lijing was so angry. She couldn't even get her own money back? I told you, this money is in a fixed deposit and I can't take it out. If you take it out, the interest will be gone. Yu Xiaofeng insisted on not giving the money, which made Song Lijing even more suspicious. Mom, did you take the money to buy a house for your brother? Song Lijing gritted her teeth and asked the question again. Yes. I just bought a house for your brother. What do you think? Isn't it just 200,000? It's not like you can't make money. Your brother is getting married, so of course he needs to buy a house. As a sister, you have the nerve to say that after only taking 200,000 yuan? Seeing that her daughter kept questioning her, Yu Xiaofeng simply stopped pretending. Mom! This is my money. Do you know how hard it is to save up 200,000? I worked overtime every day and lived frugally to save this little money. I'm saving this for buying myself a house later. When Song Lijing saw her mother admitted it, her defenses broke down. 200,000, for her, it is really not easy to save up. I originally thought that I kept it with my parents so I could take it out when I needed it urgently. Who would have thought that the last penny would be gone? Alright, the money has already been spent, there's no point in crying. Stop messing around. Besides, if you find a husband who has money and a house, do you still need to buy a house for yourself? Song Changshan became impatient and couldn't help but slam the table. Me? Dad, am I the one making a fuss? This is my money. I worked hard to earn it. What do you mean by your money and my money? We raised you to this age, so isn't it right for us to take 200,000 yuan from you? Without your mother and me, would you have grown up this big? Besides, it's not like you are not allowed to live in this house. You came back today, did your brother and sister-in-law chase you away? Dad, my sister lives here. I'm afraid. You see, our house is so small. Kelly and I want more. When he heard that his father wanted his sister to stay there, Song K-D immediately refused to do so. However, he was glared back by his father halfway through his words. Your sister paid 200,000 yuan for the house, so what's wrong with letting her stay for a few days? She's not going to live there permanently, just a few days. Once your sister finds a house, she will move out on Sunday. As Song Changshan spoke, he winked at Song Quid and his wife. In order to make Song Lijing willingly keep the 200,000 yuan, they must give her some sweet treats at this time. Lu Kaili also understood what her father-in-law meant instantly, and quickly stood up and pulled Song Lijing to sit down. Yes, sister, this will be your home from now on. You can live here first. There are 3 rooms in the house. We have one, your nephew will have one, and the remaining one is for my parents. You can live in it first. My parents' house is your house, isn't it? It's not too late to move out after you rent a house. Lu Kaili is also good at talking, and the ownership of the 3 houses has been arranged. However, after all, she did not explicitly say that she would leave a house for Song Lijing. That is to say, I just lent it to her for a few days. However, after hearing this, Song Lijing calmed down. Kelly, are you telling the truth? Of course it's true. How can I lie to you when we're family? Well, thank you, Kelly. Why thank me? We are all family. This will be your home from now on. Then my 200,000. Let's eat first and talk after we finish eating. All right. Although Song Lijing was unwilling, she could not get the money back after all. In that case, I might as well stay here and figure out a solution slowly. Su Yang shouldn't be asking him for money, right? If you really can't do it, go borrow money. 500,000 shouldn't be that difficult to borrow, right? The next day, Su Yang returned to Yangsu Group to work as usual. However, he has become accustomed to being a hands-off boss over the years. The company's basic management and decision-making are done by professional managers. Su Yang will only take action when faced with major decisions. Therefore, it doesn't matter whether he comes to the company or not. It's just a matter of signing a few documents and everything will be fine. This is the real big boss. Don't listen to the chicken soup for the soul from those big bosses who say they only sleep 4 or 5 hours a day and get up at 4 in the morning. That's all bullshit. Maybe the schedule for a particular day is like that, very full. If you really only sleep 4 or 5 hours a day, you will die suddenly. The real big boss actually has a very leisurely life. It seems like they are traveling all over the world, but actually, when they arrive at a place, they just eat, talk business, and chat. When I have nothing to do in the company, I read the news in newspapers, and sit there and listen to other people's reports during meetings. You can also find time to exercise in the afternoon, and there are various healthcare products to regulate your body, which is very relaxing. There is pressure, but if you say it's busy, it's actually not as busy as you might imagine. If the big boss is still the same as a horse, then what is the point of being a big boss? After he had nothing to do, Su Yang prepared to go out and do some of his own things. However, before he walked out of the office door, the phone rang. I took it out and saw it was another unfamiliar number. During this period, Su Yang received a lot of strange calls, all from old classmates. These old classmates basically come here to gossip. They had a good relationship during school, but they rarely kept in touch after graduation. After knowing that Su Yang was not doing well, they were actually happy. Some would offer a few words of comfort, while others would just gossip. But as soon as Su Yang mentioned borrowing money, these people all pretended to be dead. There is only one Luo Haiyang who truly helps Su Yang. So, looking at this strange phone call, Su Yang really didn't want to answer it. But he finally picked up the call. With the precedent of Luo Haiyang, what if there is another Luo Haiyang? Even if it isn't, it can't be any worse. Thinking of this, Su Yang answered the phone. Hello, who is this? Su Yang, I'm Zhou Muxue. Zhao Muxue? Hearing this name, Su Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. Of course he remembered the name. Zhao Muxue, the daughter of the chairman of the Shanghai Zhao Group. Zhao Group is one of the top 50 companies in Shanghai, with a market value of tens of billions. Zhao Muxue is also a true socialite. Moreover, she is very beautiful. When I was in college, I was the campus beauty. Compared with her, Song Lijing is like a chicken and a phoenix, they cannot be compared. And Zhao Muxue is also Su Yang's classmate. The only difference is that Su Yang is from class 1 and Zhao Muxue is from class 2. Although they are two classes, they usually have large classes together, so they know each other and can be considered half-classmates. Chapter 8: A job with an annual salary of 3 million. Su Yang and Zhao Muxue are not very familiar with each other. Su Yang is very rich and generous. He usually treats students from both classes to milk tea and snacks. The most Zhao Muxue would do is say thank you after receiving the milk tea. Later, we participated in a department activity together again, and the two of us collaborated on this occasion. Apart from that, the two people had almost no interaction and rarely even spoke to each other. Zhao Muxue is the daughter of a wealthy family and a real rich girl, so there is no need for her to flatter Su Yang. Therefore, Zhao Muxue's call did make Su Yang feel a little strange. What does this woman want to do by calling me suddenly? What? Su Yang, you've forgotten me after only a few years of graduation? Zhao Muxue's laughter came from the other end of the phone, instantly bringing Su Yang back to his senses. How could that be? No matter who I forget, I can never forget you, the campus beauty Zhao. I was just very surprised to receive a call from the campus beauty Zhao De. Su Yang chuckled. He was indeed a little strange and unexpected. However, as he was the CEO of a large company after all, he quickly recovered and his emotions stabilized again. Hee, I didn't expect you to have such a sweet mouth. I heard you're bankrupt? Zhao Muxue's laughter came from the other end of the phone, and the next sentence made Su Yang even more confused. I'm sure all of Su Yang's former classmates already know about his bankruptcy. The people who called and messaged him these 2 days were basically those who had a good relationship with Su Yang before. They either really care about him, but don't have the ability to help. Or they are here to make fun of you. But no matter which category they were quite familiar with Su Yang. Those who are not familiar with each other will definitely not ask about such things. Even if I want to gossip, I will learn it from other people. At this time, Zhao Muxue, a person with whom he had no connection, called him. This made Su Yang very curious. What exactly does the other party want to do? However, since the other party asked, he told the truth. It can be considered as bankruptcy. The family factory is gone. Su Yang kept his mouth shut. If you haven't had enough of pretending to be bankrupt, you can't let the truth show up at this moment. Well, Su Yang, I heard that you still owe the bank tens of millions, and now you can't even afford to eat. Is that true? Zhao Muxue was silent for a moment, then continued. Do you need my help here? Zhao Muxue's words really stunned Su Yang. This woman actually came to help her? How is that possible? He had no relationship with Zhao Muxue at all when he was in college? Why should others help you? Even his good friends and girlfriend ran away, but a classmate from the next class who he had no close relationship with came over and asked him if he needed any help? Isn't this world too unpredictable? As for why Zhao Muxue knew that Su Yang owed tens of millions? That must be the big mouth Lu Zhanpeng. This guy is probably already spreading the news of Su Yang's bankruptcy everywhere. Su Yang, are you listening? Zhao Muxue's sweet voice came from the other end of the phone, bringing Su Yang back to his senses again. I'm listening. Zhao, campus beauty, thank you for your kindness. But my problem is so big, I'm afraid you can't help much. Let me handle it slowly. Su Yang thought about it and decided to reject the other party's kindness. Su Yang was already very grateful that Zhao Muxue could say such words. Moreover, he has decided to treat Zhao Muxue as a friend he can trust. In the future, his company can also cooperate with the Zhao Group. If the Zhao Group encounters a crisis, Su Yang will also lend a hand. But when it came to accepting the other party's help, Su Yang weighed the pros and cons and refused. It is easy to accept a favor, but difficult to repay it. Su Yang is not really bankrupt, so there is no need for him to owe others such a big favor. Hey, you're still carrying it all on your own at this point? How can you slowly solve the tens of millions? I'm going to transfer 5 million to you now, you can deal with it first. Don't reject me. You know, 5 million is not too much money for me. Send me the card number and I'll transfer it to you right away. When Zhao Mushui heard Su Yang say that he didn't need her help, she immediately became anxious. Moreover, he offered Su Yang 5 million right away. It can be seen that Miss Zhao is really wealthy. No, there's really no need. Su Yang refused again. 5 million was just a small amount of money for him, but asking for it as a bankrupt was a huge favor. With Su Yang's personality, he will probably have to pay more in the future for such a great favor. It's better to refuse. Su Yang, don't be polite to me. You are not having a good time now, are you? How about this, why don't you come to our Zhao group? Our company has just established a subsidiary in Linen, specializing in financial business, which is a good match for your major. I'm the general manager, you come and be my vice president, I'll give you an annual salary of 3 million. Of course, this is the salary, not including other shares, bonuses, and various subsidies. If you work hard, maybe you can pay off your debt in 2 or 3 years? How about it? Think about it? We at the Zhao Group welcome talents like you. Zhao Moshua's tone was very serious and she didn't sound like she was joking. She really liked Su Yang. When Su Yang was in college, in addition to being a rich second generation, he was also very insightful in finance. Especially the stock market. The finance major has stock market simulation courses. Su Yang used to be the person with the highest score in the operation class. He can accurately target every stock. This kind of person is definitely a talent. Therefore, Zhao Mushue really wanted to recruit Su Yang. However, Su Yang understood that Zhao Mushue was actually helping him. If someone like Zhao Mushue really wanted to find a vice president and offered an annual salary of 3 million, there would definitely be a large number of elites rushing to sign up, and it would not even be Su Yang's turn. Thinking of this, Su Yang was silent for a moment, but finally wanted to refuse. But before he could say anything, Zhao Mushue on the other side continued. Su Yang, why are you dithering? Isn't it just bankruptcy and heartbreak? People who went bankrupt and owed billions of dollars are not like you. How about this, I happen to be in Linen these 2 days, let's find a place to sit down and have a cup of coffee and have a good chat. Zhao Mushue obviously did not give up and continued to invite Su Yang. Okay, then you decide the place and time, and I'll come over. Today then? Today? So urgent? Why, do you have an appointment? No, let's do it today. Okay, let's meet in the Rose Garden. I'll send you the location. Good. Half an hour later, Su Yang arrived at the Rose Garden. This is a coffee shop in the city center. The coffee shop is on the 2nd floor, and you can see the lake view outside through the window. I can't tell the taste and quality of the coffee, but the scenery is really nice. Su Yang doesn't like drinking coffee. To him, this thing is just like Western soy milk, which is bitter and boring. So this was his first time coming to this place. When he came, Su Yang was driving a second-hand Mazda. He asked Lu Qingqing to buy this car from a company employee. The employee happened to be looking to change his car, so Su Yang bought a used car from him at the price of a new car. The extra money can be considered as a reward for the hard-working employee. As a bankrupt small boss, driving a second-hand Mazda is more in line with my status. Who says Mazda will cause traffic jams on the road? In big cities, you'll get stuck in traffic even if you're driving a Rolls-Royce. Chapter 9 I'm his girlfriend. After parking the car, Su Yang prepared to walk into the coffee shop. However, just as he reached the door, a sweet voice like that of an oriole rang out. Su Yang. Su Yang turned around and suddenly his eyes brightened. In front of me is a girl with bright eyes and white teeth. The girl is about 1.7 meters tall, with a tall and slender figure and long legs. She wore a simple white dress with a thin pink belt around her waist, outlining her slender waist. The long hair falls gently on the shoulders, with a few strands dancing in the wind, adding a touch of casualness and agility. She had light makeup on her face and elegant lipstick on her lips, which made her look fresh and charming. She was wearing a pair of white canvas shoes, giving her a youthful and energetic look. Most importantly, the girl is not skinny. There is meat where there should be meat, and there is thinness where there should be thinness. Judging from the pair of giant pandas, they can at least reach the 4th letter of the English alphabet. Su Yang is a serious mammal and has no resistance to such cute animals as giant pandas. Zhao Mushue. I haven't seen you for a few years. You look even better. When Su Yang saw the other person, he praised him sincerely. Today, Zhao Muxue still dresses like a college student, but several years of social experience have given her the charm of a mature woman. Now she has shed her youthfulness and become more elegant and intellectual. Hee, Su Yang, you are becoming more and more handsome. You look good. You don't look like you've been crying all night in bed because of a breakup. Zhao Muxue covered her mouth and teased Su Yang a few words. However, she felt very happy when Su Yang praised her. Which woman doesn't want to be praised? Ah, Zhao de Campus Bell, please stop teasing me. Why would I cry? Su Yang chuckled. Breaking up can be a huge deal for young people aged 18 or 19. But for a reborn person like Su Yang, this is not a blow at all. Having experienced death, would you still be afraid of breaking up? It's impossible to cry. Men don't shed tears easily, unless they are very sad. Hee, you can take it and let it go, Su Yang, you are definitely someone who can accomplish great things. I believe that one day you will make a comeback. Ah, I think so too. Okay, let's go in and sit for a while. Good. Then, the two of them walked into the coffee shop. It's 1 o'clock in the afternoon and the coffee shop is still relatively quiet. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, some people will come out for afternoon tea. Su Yang and Zhao Muxue found a seat by the window, ordered a cup of coffee each, and started chatting. Su Yang, this is a bank draft for 5 million, take it first. If it's not enough, tell me again. Zhao Muxue took out a promissory note from her Hermes bag and placed it in front of Su Yang. Ah. Campus beauty Zhao, you can't do this. I told you not to pay me. Su Yang quickly refused. He was not broke at all and was quite wealthy. Now, not to mention his bank deposits, his WeChat account balance alone is over 1 billion. He really doesn't lack money. Just take it if I tell you to. Don't hesitate. I have money. Zhao Muxue pulled Su Yang's hand over, picked up the promissory note on the table and slapped it into his hand. Now that the promissory note had been taken out, she had no reason to take it back. Okay, in that case, I'll take it first. Thank you, Zhao, the school beauty. Su Yang was somewhat touched. A classmate from the same department, with whom he had only taken a few classes, was able to help him so unhesitatingly. Look at those so-called friends who once gave their heart and soul to you. Su Yang felt that all his sincerity had been wasted. Even if Zhao Muxue was just out of sympathy, Su Yang accepted her kindness. After all, the price he paid was 5 million. 5 million, this is not a small number. Even if she is the daughter of a top wealthy man, she can casually give 5 million to a classmate she is not very familiar with. This courage alone is something that not ordinary people can match. At the same time, it also shows trust in Su Yang. Just accept it. When the Zhao group gets into trouble, he will help. Although Su Yang is afraid of trouble, he will still help when people who are good to him are in trouble. Hee, you're welcome. It's my honor to help you. Zhao Muxue smiled and continued. But I also have a condition. Conditions? What conditions? You tell me. As long as I can do it. Su Yang blurted out. When someone helps you, you always have to repay them. Of course, the prerequisite is that he can meet this condition. If you can't do it, you can only say sorry. For example, going to work for Zhao Muxue, which Su Yang definitely cannot do. It is impossible for me to work. I will never work in this life. Don't worry, it's very simple. I just hope you don't call me Zhao Daxioa, it sounds awkward, just call me Muxue. It sounds more intimate this way. After Zhao Muxue finished speaking, she blinked at Su Yang. Ha, no problem, Muxue. Su Yang agreed immediately. It's just a name, just call it openly. Okay, classmate Su Yang, I've finished my work. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Keep in touch in the future. Good. If you want to join my company, you are always welcome. No problem. After the chat, Zhao Muxue prepared to leave with satisfaction. Of course, Su Yang would also be sent to the door. However, as soon as he reached the gate, he was met with an uninvited guest. Su Yang, why are you here? Aren't you broke? Do you have money for coffee? Enemies often meet on a narrow road. Looking at Song Lijing walking over from the passenger seat of the BMW, Su Yang shook his head helplessly. Sure enough, the ex-girlfriend is a very magical creature. You are nostalgic and want to meet her, but you just can't meet her. When you no longer love her and don't want to meet her, you will often meet her. You can't hide even if you want to. Song Lijing, I'm just bankrupt, not so poor that I can't even afford a cup of coffee. Besides, someone is treating us today. Su Yang glanced at Song Lijing and pointed at Zhao Muxue beside him. Someone's treating? Song Lijing was stunned for a moment, then she noticed Zhao Muxue beside Su Yang. You are, Zhao Muxue? How come you are with Su Yang? Song Lijing recognized Zhao Muxue at once. This woman was absolutely the campus and department belle when she was in college. She is a real white, rich and beautiful woman. Song Lijing was suppressed for 3 whole years. If there was no Zhao Muxue in their finance department, or if Zhao Muxue was not from the finance department, then Song Lijing could at least be the beauty of the department. Become the most dazzling existence in the entire department. It was precisely because of Zhao Muxue's existence that Song Lijing was reduced to ashes in seconds, and all her glory was taken away by the other party. Fortunately, Zhao Muxue is from the next class. If she were in their class, Song Lijing wouldn't even be the class beauty. So, even after so many years, Song Lijing still remembers Zhao Muxue. Yes, I'm Su Yang's girlfriend, so of course I have to be with him. After Zhao Muxue finished speaking, she took the initiative to hug Su Yang's arm and lean close to him. Su Yang didn't react at once. Feeling the warmth in Zhao Muxue's chest, his whole body stiffened instantly. This girl's children will be blessed from now on, at least they won't go hungry anymore. You, Su Yang, you and Zhao Muxue are together? When did it happen? Song Lijing looked at Su Yang in disbelief. She just broke up with Su Yang last night, but this guy found a new girlfriend the next day? To her, it was the greatest insult. Who does this person think she is? The most important thing is that this girlfriend's figure, appearance, or family background are enough to kill her in seconds. This is the most uncomfortable thing. Chapter 10, Anxious to Find a Buyer. Song Lijing, we've broken up. Now that we've broken up, does it matter to you who I'm with? Su Yang sneered. Since Zhao Muxue took the initiative to cooperate with him in showing off, how could he not miss such a good opportunity? A second-generation rich school beauty can definitely deal a heavy blow to Song Lijing. Su Yang is not a petty person, so he would have thought that they could break up peacefully. He also disdains to show off to someone like Song Lijing. But since you, Song Lijing, took the initiative to insult him, don't blame him for being unsportsmanlike. You, Su Yang, you are shameless. I think you are playing both sides. When you were with me, you were hanging out with this mistress, right? Song Lijing gritted her teeth and used her rich imagination to her advantage. What mistress? Song Lijing, you should understand that Su Yang and I just got together today. Su Yang is such a good man, you don't know how to cherish him, and you don't allow others to cherish him? Zhao Muxue gave Song Lijing a cold look. What she despises most is realistic people like Song Lijing. There is nothing wrong with being realistic, and it is normal. After all, no one wants to be burdened with a loan of tens of millions with a man. It will take more than a day or two to pay off such a large amount of money. It may take a lifetime. It is understandable that the girl gave up. But even if you give up, you have to give people some transition time. Who would run away as soon as someone goes bankrupt? Even if he stayed at home to comfort others for a few days before leaving, Zhao Muxue would think that he was a person with conscience. After all, when Su Yang was with Song Lijing, he was really nice to her. Song Lijing did this because she didn't care about Su Yang at all. He also loses the most basic conscience as a human being. Of course Zhao Muxue looked down upon such a person. You. Song Lijing was extremely angry, but she couldn't think of any words to refute. She knew that Zhao Muxue was telling the truth. I dumped Su Yang as soon as I knew he went bankrupt. Intellectually speaking, there is nothing wrong with doing this. After all, two people are in love, not getting married. Husband and wife are birds of the same forest. When disaster strikes, they fly away separately, not to mention that they are just lovers. There is nothing wrong with doing this. But morally speaking, she did something immoral. However, Song Lijing's principle has always been that as long as I have no morals, no one can kidnap me. However, if someone really points it out, I would be embarrassed. Just then, the driver of the BMW finally got out and walked towards Song Lijing. Lijing, are these two your friends? As the BMW owner spoke, he looked Su Yang and Zhao Muxue up and down. When his eyes fell on Zhao Muxue, a flash of surprise flashed across his eyes. So beautiful. There are such beautiful girls in the world? Every frown and smile is full of charm. If the Zhao Muxue in front of him was a fairy that only existed in heaven, then Song Lijing beside him could only be regarded as the top beauty in Liqinyuan. There is a world of difference between the two people, whether in temperament, appearance, or figure. For a moment, the BMW owner was stunned. Lu Fan, these two people are my college classmates. The guy is my ex-boyfriend. Ex-boyfriend? Song Lijing's words immediately brought Lu Fan back to his senses, and he focused his attention on Su Yang. Just one glance and he lost interest. There didn't seem to be anything special about this man. He was wearing ordinary clothes without any brand name logos, and the total cost of the clothes was probably less than 1,000 yuan. How could such a man be able to marry two beauties in a row? Especially the girl who was holding his arm now, why would she like him who was so ordinary? If Su Yang knew what Lu Fan was thinking, he would definitely tell him. Not only am I ordinary, but I'm also very close to people, have a good moral character and a double salary, a kind heart and a kind heart, a talented appearance, and a lot of money. Oh, it's my ex-boyfriend. Didn't you say you were bankrupt? Why are you still here drinking coffee? Lu Fan looked at Su Yang with a smile and asked. This coffee shop is in a great location and the coffee is not expensive. But it is not expensive only for people with acceptable conditions. A cup of coffee here costs several hundred yuan, which is actually a bit expensive for ordinary people. Ordinary people have to take a photo and post it on WeChat moments after drinking a Starbucks drink that costs only 30 or 40 yuan. Generally speaking, most people drink coffee that costs between a dozen and 20 yuan a cup. It's not that I can't afford expensive coffee, it's just that fortunately it's more cost effective. Coffee is addictive. Even if it doesn't taste good, if you keep drinking it for a month, you will become dependent on it. If you really have to drink coffee that costs dozens of dollars every day, the first thing that will be affected is your wallet. Not to mention a cup of coffee that costs hundreds of dollars. It is definitely impossible for ordinary people to drink it every day. It's good to go once in a while. This is the case for ordinary people, let alone Su Yang, who owes the bank tens of millions. It is even more impossible for him to come to this coffee shop to drink coffee. Faced with Lu Fan's ridicule, Su Yang obviously didn't take him seriously at all. He was just a clown, he didn't take him seriously at all. It was Zhao Muxue who took the initiative to help Su Yang get back the face. Oh, I thought Miss Song was so loyal to love, and she said her ex-boyfriend was fickle and had two relationships at the same time. Didn't you hook up with another man the day after we broke up? It seems that Miss Song is also someone who can't stand loneliness. Puff. After Zhao Muxue said this, Su Yang couldn't help but laugh out loud. Unexpectedly, Zhao Muxue, who usually looks gentle and a little cold, is actually the best mouth substitute. He doesn't use a single dirty word when scolding people, but he can hit the most vulnerable part of a gold digger's heart. Her words were equivalent to directly returning what Song Lijing had just said to Su Yang. Song Lijing's face turned red with embarrassment when Zhao Muxue said that. Lu Fan and I are not boyfriend and girlfriend. We came here for a blind date. Song Lijing began to explain hesitantly. However, at this time, the more explanation you give, the more complicated things will become. Hey! Blind date? You're looking for another blind date the day after we broke up. Are you worried that you won't be able to get married? Or are you pregnant with our old Sue's child and are anxious to find someone to take over? I'm trendy. 6. Zhao Muxue's words made Song Lijing's face completely fall. Even Lu Fan, who was beside Zhao Muxue, looked very unhappy. The one who takes over? To put it nicely, he is a scapegoat, to put it bluntly, he is a cuckold. Any normal man will never allow himself to be the scapegoat. Except for the old bootlickers. You, Zhao Muxue, what nonsense are you talking about? When did I become pregnant and need to find a savior? Don't think you can talk nonsense just because you have money. Song Lijing's eyes became red. If this rumor gets out, how can she enjoy blind dates in the future? He. You know whether you are talking nonsense or not. The innocent will be cleared. Okay, husband, let's go. There's no need to waste words with them. As Zhao Muxue spoke, she dragged Su Yang outside, completely ignoring Song Lijing's embarrassed expression. Since she stood up to vent Su Yang's anger, she must show a strong attitude. As for whether Song Lijing will retaliate against him? She is the daughter of the Zhao group, so how could she be afraid of an ordinary person with no background? Jingjing, don't drink coffee today. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Chapter 11. What do you think about the marriage? Lu Fan was obviously frightened. He was not sure whether Song Lijing was really pregnant. But whether it is or not, the risk may be there. Lu Fan would not take this risk. He still has a lot of youth left in his life, and he can't waste it on a pair of worn-out shoes. Lu Fan. You. Song Lijing still wanted to keep Lu Fan, but he walked very fast, even jogging away. Only Song Lijing was left alone, disheveled in the wind. Damn Lu Fan. Damn Su Yang. Damn Jia Muxue. You are all bastards. Song Lijing stomped her feet in hatred. She was so angry that her blind date was ruined. Lu Fan is a rich second generation with tens of millions of assets in his family, which is no worse than Su Yang before his bankruptcy. Now he's running away like this. As a veteran gold digger, Song Lijing is certainly unwilling to accept this. On the other side, Jia Muxue and Su Yang also came to the parking lot. Ha ha ha. This is so fun. Su Yang, I'm letting you out of your anger. How are you going to thank me? Jia Muxue held her stomach and almost laughed to death. Just now, when she saw Song Lijing's embarrassed expression, she felt that her whole body was sublimated. Little did anyone know how hard it had been for Jia Muxue to hold back her smile until now. Thank you? If you hadn't bought me coffee, I wouldn't have run into my ex-girlfriend. Su Yang said with a smile. Oh? Mr. Su, are you going to deny it? If it weren't for me, you would have been humiliated today. Jia Muxue rolled her eyes and said unhappily. Don't be angry, Zhao de Shuahua, I was just joking. How about I treat you to dinner some other day? Su Yang spoke quickly. He really wanted to thank Jia Muxue. It was not because she pretended to be his girlfriend to give him face today, but because she was a timely help and lent a helping hand when Su Yang encountered difficulties. In this case, it is only right for Su Yang to treat us to a meal. Hee, that's more like it. But it seems like you're having a hard time right now, so forget about the meal. It won't be too late to treat me to a meal some other day when you've recovered. Su Yang's words made Jia Muxue smile. She could see that Su Yang really didn't seem to care about his ex-girlfriend anymore. Although she didn't know how Su Yang could stop caring so quickly. But this is obviously a good thing. It's better not to have an ex-girlfriend like Song Lijing. Okay, then I'll treat you to a big meal when I have money. Su Yang said with a smile. Well, then I'll wait for your feast. I want to eat Luoxian. Work hard. Zhao Muxue said shamelessly. Luoxian, the best hotel in Linen. If you eat there, the average cost per person starts at least 10,000 yuan. Without exception, those who can eat here are all rich people. Zhao Muxue couldn't be said to be shameless. As the daughter of the chairman of the Zhao Group, she could definitely afford to go to such a restaurant. Su Yang just went bankrupt, and it is really a bit shameless to ask him to treat us to this. But Su Yang was obviously serious. No problem, I'll treat you to Luoxian next time. Trust me. Well, I believe you. Then I'll leave first, the driver is here to pick me up. Okay, be safe on the road. You too, go and get the money on the promissory note as soon as possible. Good. Back in the car, Su Yang looked at the promissory note of 5 million in his hand, and his mind was filled with thoughts. Unexpectedly, Jia Muxue, who was so cold during college, is actually so lively and cheerful. As expected, when judging a person, you cannot just look at their appearance. Only after you have met them can you truly understand them. After driving away from the coffee shop, Su Yang went straight back to Yangsu Group and handed the promissory note to the finance department. Su Yang doesn't like queuing up at the bank. The most troublesome thing is queuing. Let the finance department handle the withdrawal of the promissory note. The financial efficiency was very high and Su Yang received 5 million that afternoon. After the money arrived, Su Yang sent an expression of thanks to Zhao Muxue. Su Yang will always remember the timely help from his old classmate. On the other side, Zhao Muxue also returned home. This is a villa bought by the Zhao family in Linen. The location is not the best, but it is only a 10-minute drive from Linen Lake. As soon as Zhao Muxue returned home, she received a call from her father Zhao Yuanshan. Hey, Dad. Xiuxue, how is the recruitment of talents for the subsidiary company going? Do you want Dad to send a few people over to help you? Zhao Yuanshan's calm voice came from the other end of the phone. No need, Dad. I have already recruited almost all the people. Now I just need a deputy general manager. Don't worry about this. I can handle it myself. Zhao Muxue shook her head repeatedly. She must arrange the position of deputy general manager herself and must not let her father's people interfere. After all, if such important people are all her father's people, then there is no point in her establishing this subsidiary. Okay, then you can do it yourself. However, Dad still wants to remind you that it's okay to make small decisions, but if you want to make a major decision, you must discuss it with Dad. Our Zhao group has begun to go downhill in recent years. Zhao Yuanshan sighed, his tone a little heavy. The Zhao group is engaged in real estate business, and the real estate market in the country has been on a downward trend in recent years. Although Zhao Yuanshan had anticipated this and had already started the transformation in the early years. However, it is obviously not an easy task for such a large enterprise to transform completely at once. It takes time and a lot of money. That's why he agreed to let his daughter go to Linen to work in a financial company. Finance is one of the three driving forces of economic development and will never fall at any time. If my daughter can do it, then if the Zhao group really collapses one day, their Zhao family will not be left with nothing. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't succeed. Part of the assets have been transferred to his daughter, and he has completely cut ties with the Zhao group. Even if they go bankrupt, their family can still live much more comfortably than ordinary people. Therefore, this kind of thing must be done step by step, and there is no need to rush for the time being. Well, Dad, I understand. I will try my best. Well, what do you think about the marriage with the chairman of the Yangsu group? Well, Dad, I don't want to marry someone I don't like. Okay, Dad won't force you. You can make your own decision about your feelings. Yeah. Okay then, Dad, I'll hang up first if everything else is fine. Good. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Mushue's face turned ugly. Sure enough, after entering society, whether rich or poor, people are the same and will encounter all kinds of troubles. How nice it would be if everyone was as clear and stupid as a college student. But there is no going back to college. Zhao Muxue was unwilling to marry for the sake of the family business, especially with someone she had never met. The Yangsu group is indeed very strong and mysterious. By marrying the chairman of this company, all crises of the Zhao group will be resolved. People outside the circle don't know how powerful the Yangsu group is, but as an insider, Zhao Muxue knows it very well. But their chairman is so mysterious that only a few people know him. All Zhao Muxue knew was that the man was about her age and unmarried. As for the marriage, it was also Zhao Yuanshan's idea. However, the Zhao family has never met the chairman of the Yangsu group and doesn't even know his name. In this case, marriage is just wishful thinking. Chapter 12. Are you worthy of your dead parents? Zhao Muxue also understood that marriage was actually a good choice. But if the other party is a scumbag, you will probably suffer for the rest of your life if you marry him. Alas, after a long journey, you may think there is no way out, but when you turn around, you will find another village. Let's take it one step at a time. Zhao Muxue sighed. Speaking of marriage, Su Yang's figure suddenly popped up in her mind. If the marriage partner is Su Yang, she should be willing. Zhao Muxue herself didn't know why she helped Su Yang today. As soon as she heard the news that Su Yang went bankrupt, she immediately called Su Yang to see if she could help her in any way. Maybe it's because of that little bit of regret during adolescence. After a week, the heat of Su Yang's bankruptcy seemed to fade away, and no one asked about Su Yang's bankruptcy anymore. Just when Su Yang was planning to keep quiet for 2 days, he suddenly received a call from his uncle Su Dejiang. Why did this old man call me? Did he find out that the factory's business has been cut off? Not so fast, right? Su Yang frowned slightly. When he sold the factory, he still had a few customers. These few customers are enough to keep Su Dejiang and Su Dehua, a brother and sister, going for a month. By the time they discovered that Su Yang had lied to them a month later, it was already too late. Based on Su Yang's understanding of the two of them, they shouldn't have discovered this so early. Moreover, Su Yang has already informed those partners who have severed cooperation with him, and they will cooperate with Su Yang in acting. Sure enough, as soon as the call was connected, Su Dejiang's excited voice came from the other end. Xiao Yang, are you free tonight? Your cousin Su brought his girlfriend home today, so you can come home with him to have dinner and meet your future sister-in-law. Keep an eye on your brother. Su Qinqi brought his girlfriend back? Su Yang was stunned for a moment. Su Qinqi is Su Dejiang's son and only son. Although this boy is Su Yang's cousin, he is actually only 2 months younger than Su Yang. The two people are actually the same age. However, Su Yang did not like this cousin. On the one hand, it is because of the relationship with my uncle's family, and I hate everyone in it. On the other hand, it is also because this cousin has not only been a poor student since he was a child, but also has a terrible character. When Su Yang was in school, he was always among the top 3 in his grade. So, I have no interaction with this cousin. That means we only see each other once or twice during the holidays. Based on Su Yang's understanding of his uncle, if Su Qinqi really brought his girlfriend home, he would definitely not call him. After all, Su Dajiang never considered Su Yang as his own. In the past, when there was a factory suppressing them, they could still be polite to each other. Now that the factory is gone, it is only normal for them to fall out. Now he suddenly asks me to meet my future brother and sister-in-law. This is abnormal and there must be something wrong. Xiao Yang, are you listening? Seeing that Su Yang didn't answer for a long time, Su Dejiang urged him again. Okay, uncle, then I'll come back to meet my future brother and sister-in-law. Today, right? Su Yang thought about it and agreed. This is a good opportunity to spread the news of my bankruptcy and see if others will treat me differently. Yes, tonight. I have booked a private room at Haiyue Restaurant, please be there on time. Su Dejiang said with a smile. No problem, uncle, I will be there on time. Good. Soon, it was afternoon. Su Yang changed into some casual clothes and drove out in his Mazda. When Su Yang went out, it was rush hour after get off work. It took him a full 40 minutes to walk to Haiyue Restaurant. Haiyue Restaurant is considered to be a relatively good restaurant in the surrounding area, and the average consumption per person here is about 1,000 yuan. It can be said that Su Dejiang spent a lot of money this time. But since my son is bringing his girlfriend back, they have to spend some money so that the girl won't look down on them. After Su Yang parked the car, he walked into the hotel. Accompanied by the waiter, Su Yang came to the box. I pushed the door open and walked in. There were already quite a few people sitting inside. Sitting in the main seat was Su Yang's uncle, Su Dejiang. Next to him sat a woman who looked a little mean. This woman is Su Dejiang's wife, Cheng Wei. On the other side, there were 4 people sitting. They are Su Yang's younger sister Su Dehua and her husband, Chen Zhenghe. In addition, there are 2 girls. A girl who looked to be in her early 20s was Su Dehua's eldest daughter, Chen Jingxian. The other one is only about 17 or 18 years old, Su Dehua's youngest daughter, Chen Jingyu. Su Yang is familiar with these people. However, he did not see his cousin Su Qinqi, nor did he see his girlfriend. Presumably, neither of them has arrived yet. Uncle, aunt, uncle, aunt, hello. Su Yang greeted the 4 elders with a smile. As for the 2 cousins? Su Yang is my cousin. His cousin didn't even say hello to him, so there was certainly no need for him to say hello to her. Xiao Yang, you're here? Come, sit next to Jingxian. Su Dajiang smiled and nodded to Su Yang. Looking at his smiling face, I would have thought how good a relationship he and Su Yang had. Only Su Yang knew that Su Dejiang was a typical smiling tiger, saying one thing in public and doing another behind the scenes. It would be fine if this guy didn't laugh, but once he laughed, he must be planning something bad. However, Su Yang didn't care. When enemies come, we will fight them. When water comes, we will block it with earth. He came here today just to see what this family wanted to do. Okay, thank you, uncle. Su Yang nodded, and then sat down next to Chen Jingxian. During this whole process, Sister Chen Jingxian did not say a single word to Su Yang from beginning to end. It was as if the person in front of them was not their cousin, but just a stranger. Of course, Su Yang didn't mind. If people don't talk to him, he doesn't bother to say anything more to them. Given his status, no matter how many people begged to talk to him, they didn't even have the chance. Of course, Su Yang is very frugal with words. Xiao Yang, I heard that you went bankrupt recently? No way? Don't you still have real estate and cars? And 15 million in cash. Why, all this money is gone. As soon as Su Yang sat down, the sarcastic voice of the young lady Su Dehua was heard. When Su Dejiang wanted to buy the company for 15 million in cash, Su Dehua was still a little unhappy. Now that she heard that Su Yang might have squandered all the money and was left penniless, she was of course happy from the bottom of her heart. Yes, aunt, I shorted gold futures some time ago, using a 20-fold leverage, and ended up losing everything. Su Yang sighed. Everyone knows about the surge in gold prices some time ago. Antiques in prosperous times, gold in troubled times. Who could have imagined that war would break out suddenly? When war breaks out, gold prices naturally rise. Those who shorted gold futures naturally lost all their money. Oh? So it seems the rumors are true? Hearing Su Yang's words, Su Dehua's eyes suddenly lit up. But, Xiaoyang, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but if you invest so impulsively, even if you have a fortune, it won't be enough for you to pay back. Now, you've lost all the inheritance your parents left you. Are you worthy of your dead parents? Chapter 13. Lend me some money. Speaking of this, Su Dehua showed a heartbroken expression on her face, as if she really cared about Su Yang. Ahem, aunt, I am indeed sorry to my parents. I will never trade stocks or buy futures again. I don't even have the most basic living security now. If you have enough money, can you lend me 100,000 first? The only thing that can defeat magic is magic. Su Yang has been in the business world for so many years, so he naturally understands this principle. Su Dehua was mocking Su Yang under the pretext of caring about him. Su Yang is not a fool. Since the other party cares about him and wants to play the role of an aunt, well, how could he let his aunt down? It's just 100,000 yuan. My aunt who claims to be rich will definitely lend it to me, right? Ahem, Xiaoyang, you don't know how to manage the household chores. 100,000 yuan is not a small amount. I can't take it out all at once. Su Dehua was startled and quickly refused. Lending 100,000 yuan to someone else to start a business? Wouldn't that be like asking for her life? This is true even if the person is his nephew. It's okay, aunt. If I don't have 100,000, 20,000 or 30,000 will be fine. I can't even afford to eat now. You are my dear aunt, you won't just stand by and watch someone die, right? Su Yang pulled a chair and sat down. After he finished speaking, he picked up the teapot on the table, poured himself a glass of water, and took a sip. Looking at his appearance, he doesn't look like someone who is bankrupt and needs to borrow money. Instead, he looks like someone who is here to collect a debt. Ahem, Xiaoyang, I don't even have 20,000 or 30,000. The factory needs to expand, and the monthly bank loan interest is overwhelming your uncle and I. You have also managed a factory, so you should be able to understand my aunt, right? Su Dehua curled her lips and patiently explained. It is impossible to give this money, not even a penny. Ah? No way, aunt, you can't even take out 20,000 or 30,000? Then how much can you take? Su Yang pressed forward step by step. He just wanted to see how much money his aunt, to whom he had once given her all, could lend him. How about this, didn't you say you couldn't even afford to eat? I'll transfer 500 yuan to you first. Is this $500 enough for you to eat for a month? It shouldn't be difficult to find a job within a month, right? If you have a job, you don't have to worry about having food to eat. Come, I'll give it to you now. After Su Dehua finished speaking, she took out her cell phone and pretended to transfer money to Su Yang. Knowing that the other party was only willing to pay 500 yuan, Su Yang immediately showed a sarcastic smile on his face. Well, she is worthy of being my aunt. At least she is much more generous than Su Yang's old classmate Lu Zhanping. After all, Lu Zhanping was only willing to give 100. But my aunt gave a full 500. 500 plus 100 equals 600. Su Yang not only has money for food, but also has money for taking the bus. It's very comfortable. Auntie, 500 is enough. I don't need it. Uncle, what about you? How much can you lend me? Su Yang sneered, then set his eyes on Su Dejiang who was watching the show. Since your aunt gave you 500, I'll give you 500 too. It's not in vain that we are uncle and nephew. Su Dejiang said without blushing or breathing heavily. It seemed that for him, giving Su Yang 500 yuan was a particularly great favor. Ha, uncle, aunt, I sold you a factory worth tens of millions for only 15 million. The annual profit of this factory is more than 10 million. You are short of money. If you can't come up with 100,000, I won't say anything. But only giving me 500 yuan, isn't that a bit insulting? Su Yan looked at the two of them indifferently. $1,000, do you really think you are giving alms to a beggar? Brother Yang, what you said is wrong. No one's money comes from the wind. You went bankrupt from speculating in futures. There's no need to blame my mom and uncle, right? At this moment, Chen Jingxian, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke. Jingxian, do you think I'm deliberately making things difficult for your mother and your uncle? Su Yang glanced at Chen Jingxian with a lukewarm tone. Chen Jingxian has graduated this year, and was lucky enough to pass the teacher recruitment exam. This is also thanks to this year's education reform and school expansion. The number of new teachers recruited in Chen Jingxian's district has increased tenfold compared with previous years. Chen Jingxian happened to be admitted as the last one. After becoming a teacher, my tone of voice began to become more official. Su Yang clearly remembered that this girl used to be very kind and well-behaved. When I was a child, I was just a little tail following behind Su Yang. Why do people become so indifferent when they grow up? Chen Jingxian's family is very patriarchal. Her father Chen Zhengyi has always been angry because his wife Su Dehua gave birth to 2 daughters. After Chen Jingxian was weaned, Chen Zhengyi took his wife to do business in other places. Chen Jingxian was left alone at her grandmother's house, which is Su Yang's house. As for why not throw it at grandma's house? My dad is biased towards boys, so how could my grandma not be biased towards boys? The emergence of the idea of favoring boys over girls has a lot to do with parental education. Therefore, Chen Jingxian was raised in the Su family since she was a child. It was not until Su's father and mother passed away that he was taken away by his parents. The Su family treated Chen Jingxian very well and never treated him unfairly. Suma even treats Chen Jingxian as her own daughter. As for Su Yang in the past, he also treated her as his own sister. It can be said that Chen Jingxian does not have what Su Yang has. Chen Jingxian has everything that Su Yang doesn't have. It was as if Chen Jingxian was the Su family as child. But this child who was raised by the Su family turned against his parents after graduating from college a few years later. This is indeed disheartening. Isn't it? Brother Yang, you have to bear the consequences of your own mistakes. Even first graders understand this principle. You know it, don't you? Chen Jingxian put on the airs of a teacher and started to educate Su Yang. Little did people know that when she was only 6 years old, she was stripped naked by her grandmother and kicked out of her home with nowhere to live. It was Su's father and Su Yang who went to her grandmother's house to pick her up. After school, Su's mother would push the bicycle and let her sit on the back to bring her back. In order to allow Chen Jingxian to sit in the car, Su Yang had to follow on foot. This guy actually forgot all about this kindness. Jingxian, you are a formal teacher, and a formal teacher in linen. You should make more than 200,000 yuan a year, right? How about this, we are all adults now, so don't talk about education, just lend me some money. Just give me a few $1,000s, at least so I can have enough to eat, right? You won't refuse to lend it, will you? You were kicked out by your grandmother back then, but we took you in. Su Yang set his sights on his cousin, who was once as close to him as a real sister. You! Brother Yang, what nonsense are you talking about? When was I kicked out by grandma? Hearing this, Chen Jingxian's face suddenly changed. Chapter 14. Now you are my sister. Things that happened in her childhood are the most difficult for Chen Jingxian to talk about. That was her most humiliating moment. Even after so many years, she still remembers it. It was also because of that incident that Chen Jingxian learned to be indifferent. Even when her grandmother passed away, she didn't shed a single tear. Likewise, she didn't allow anyone to mention this matter. It's okay if you forgot. I don't care. It's just that your cousin is in a really difficult situation right now. If possible, could you help me out a little? Su Yang said with a smile. As long as I am shameless, no one can embarrass me. It is not shameful to borrow money, but it is shameful not to be able to borrow money. Hey, cousin, let me give you 500 as a token of my gratitude for the time when my uncle and aunt took care of me when I was a child. After Chen Jingxian finished speaking, she took out her cell phone and transferred 500 yuan directly to Su Yang. Good job. Su Yang looked at the transfer of 500 yuan and exclaimed in his heart, wow. It's true that people from the same family stick together. For such a big family, it would be easy to earn 1 or 2 million. As a result, Su Yang was finally sent away for only 1,500 yuan. And repay her for the time you took care of her? The grace of raising a child is greater than heaven, but in the eyes of this ungrateful person, it can be repaid with only 500 yuan? It is true that the lowest people are invincible. Cousin, consider this $500 as a token of my appreciation. You don't have to pay it back. I guess the 1,500 yuan given by the three of us will allow you to live comfortably for a month, right? Chen Jingxian looked at Su Yang proudly, as if giving him the 500 yuan was a great thing for her. Okay, since you, uncle, aunt, and cousin, are so polite, then I won't be polite either. $1,500, I'll take it. Su Yang smiled faintly and took the money directly. Don't waste the free money. Today they are humiliating themselves. When these two families find out that the factory is already an empty shell, they will no longer be able to ask him for help. At that time, Su Yang would not even take out a penny, let alone 500 yuan. Su Dejian looked at Su Yang's comfortable expression, his eyes full of disdain. He was oppressed by his younger brother all his life, and finally after his brother died, he suppressed his brother's son. 1,500 yuan can make this kid so happy. I guess he will never achieve anything in the future. Looking at his outstanding son again, Su Dejiang was happy from the bottom of his heart. Okay, everyone wait a moment, Xiaoqi will be here soon. Let's wait for Xiaoqi and his wife to arrive before we start eating. When Su Dejiang mentioned his son, a proud smile appeared on his face. Oh, big brother, Xiaoqi is really amazing. I heard that he has a big business now? That's really amazing. Yes, big brother, your Su family still has to rely on Xiaoqi. He hasn't even been to college, but he's so good at making money. It's true that going to college is useless. Some people graduate from prestigious universities and still have no future. Uncle, we will have to rely on brother Xiaoqi to take care of us in the future. Su Doua's family immediately began to praise Su Qinqi without any bottom line, and took this opportunity to mock Su Yang. Su Yang didn't care at all and just lowered his head to drink tea. He is no longer at the age where he can prove himself by saying empty words. A powerful person will not care what others say about him. Su Yang was a little curious about what kind of girlfriend such an outstanding cousin found. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a knock on the door, and then a man with dyed yellow hair and a greasy face pushed the door open and walked in. Dad, Mom, Aunt, Uncle, I'm late. This is my girlfriend. Song Lijing? The man with greasy hair and powdered face was Su Qinqi. As soon as he came in, he greeted his parents, aunt and uncle, and prepared to introduce his girlfriend. But before he could finish the introduction, he was interrupted by Su Yang. That's right, Su Qinqi's girlfriend is Su Yang's ex-girlfriend Song Lijing. Su Yang obviously didn't expect to meet the other person here. Su Yang, you're surprised, right? Song Lijing looked at Su Yang calmly. It's really unexpected. I didn't expect you to find another rich second generation so soon. Besides, he's my cousin. Su Yang smiled faintly and waved his hand. He really didn't expect that Song Lijing's methods were so sophisticated. Just after her blind date with Lu Fan failed, she quickly hooked up with her cousin Su Qinqi. As for why the two people knew each other? This is nothing unusual. Song Lijing had visited Su Yang's factory before, and Su Qinqi also happened to come to see his father Su Dejiang that time. The two people met and exchanged contact information. However, at that time, Su Qinqi called her sister-in-law in a very cordial manner. Unexpectedly, this guy is Chao Aman, who has always been thinking about his sister-in-law. However, Song Lijing's method is indeed feasible. Although Su Qinqi was not good at studying, he still had some business acumen. Taking advantage of the convenience of purchasing goods from the clothing factory at home, he started an e-commerce business and can earn about 1 million yuan every year. In addition, Song Lijing heard from Su Qinqi that the Su family had revived Su Yang's factory and it still had a profit of more than 10 million yuan every year. At the same time, Su Qinqi is the only son in the family, and the factory will definitely belong to him in the future. All these factors combined made Song Lijing immediately set her sights on her former brother-in-law. It just so happened that Su Qinqi had always wanted to win the beauty's heart. The two hit it off immediately and quickly got together. Little did people know that it was Su Yang who suggested Su Qinqi to open the online store, and the goods were also purchased from Su Yang. As a result, he turned his back on people. Today, Su Qinqi brought Song Lijing home, partly to introduce her to his family. Of course, the two parties already knew each other, but this was just a formal meeting. On the other hand, it was also to show off to Su Yang. What if you, Su Yang, did well in school? What if your family is rich? Even though the family is rich, they still went bankrupt, right? Good academic performance? Isn't it still that he doesn't make as much money as Su Qinqi, who didn't even go to college? Now, Su Yang has no money and his girlfriend has been taken away by Su Qinqi. Who is more of a failure? Brother Yang, I know you and Jingjing were together before, but that's all in the past. Jingjing is my girlfriend now, your sister-in-law, you have to respect her. As Su Qinqi spoke, he hugged Song Lijing into his arms as if in a show of defiance. Don't worry, Xiaoqi, I have a girlfriend. I don't like scavenging either. Su Yang waved his hand nonchalantly. Just a gold digger, how could he care? Whenever Su Yang makes his wealth public, gold diggers who are 100 times prettier than Song Lijing will flock to him. It's just that Su Yang disdains to fall in love with these people. If I really want to find a girlfriend, I'd better find a heavenly snow lotus like Zhao Mushue, instead of picking a random dogtail grass from the roadside. Who are you calling a rag? Song Lijing was so angry that she was about to retort to Su Yan when Su Dejiang suddenly spoke up. Okay, Xiaoqi, Jingjing, let's stop talking and sit down. You must be hungry after all this journey. Su Dejiang asked Su Qinqi and the other man to sit down. Thank you, uncle and aunt. Song Lijing's expression eased a little and she said thank you with a smile. Then he and Su Qinqi sat next to Su Dejiang and his wife. When you visit someone's home for the first time, you should still remain dignified. As for Su Yang, he was sitting alone in the corner near the door, as if he was a transparent person. Chapter 15. When will you pay me back the 500,000 yuan I owe you? After Su Qinqi and Song Lijing arrived, the dinner officially began. The waiter also started serving the hot dishes. The two sides started chatting while eating. Jingjing, you work at Ali Finance, right? How much can you make a year? Su Dehua asked with a smile. Aunt, I work at Ali Finance. I just joined here not long ago, so my salary is not very high, only about 400,000 or 500,000 yuan a year. Song Lijing said modestly. 4 or 500,000 a year? Oh my god? Sister-in-law, you are too modest, aren't you? 4 or 500,000 a year is already very high. I only have a few 100,000 a year now. Chen Jingxian couldn't help but exclaim. If converted into 4 or 500,000 yuan a year, it would be at least more than 30,000 yuan per month. Even in linen, this is considered a high-paying job. Hee, that's still good for you. You are in the system and have a stable job. Song Lijing smiled and picked up Chen Jingxian. She knew that Chen Jingxian's family also had a large stake in the garment factory. Besides, there are only 2 daughters in the family. In the future, the factory's shares will also be inherited by the 2 daughters. In other words, the Chen Jingxian sisters are also true second-generation rich people. It will definitely be beneficial and harmless for you to establish good relationships with them in advance. Sister Jing, stability is useless. You can't make money. If my mother hadn't insisted that I go to work, I would have gone into business as well. There's no such thing as doing business as working. Chen Jingxian covered her mouth and chuckled. The two seemed to hit it off right away and had a very happy chat. Only Su Yang knew that the feeling of familiarity at first sight was false, and the feeling of mutual interest was real. Song Lijing and Chen Jingxian are the same kind of people, they won't do anything without benefits. However, this has nothing to do with Su Yang. All he has to do is concentrate on eating. Just leave when you are full. Now that you are here, you must have a full meal. You can't just watch a show without eating. However, Su Yang did not intend to get involved with these people to show off, as these people did not seem to have any intention of letting him go. Brother Yang, I heard that you lost all your money in investments? Now you can't even afford to eat? Today's meal is probably the best you'll have in the next few years. You have to eat more. Su Qinqi looked at Su Yang with a wry smile. Of course Su Yang could hear this naked sarcasm. But he didn't care at all. Xiaoqi, you're right. It would be a waste if you don't eat it. After Su Yang finished speaking, he directly picked up half of the remaining meat of a large lobster on the table and put it into his bowl. Seeing this scene, Song Lijing couldn't help but frown. After all, he was her ex-boyfriend, and Su Yang's shameful behavior made her feel very embarrassed. Song Lijing was a little confused. Even if he went bankrupt, how could Su Yang become like this? It was obvious that Su Yang used to be polite and elegant, and he always chewed his food slowly. Can wealth really change a person so much? Song Lijing felt a little reluctant, but at the same time she was very glad that she broke up with Su Yang in time. If they hadn't broken up, Su Yang would have killed her sooner or later. Okay, then you can eat it. If you want to eat again in the future, come to me. I will treat even a beggar to a meal, not to mention that you are my cousin. Su Chenqi sneered. He compared the beggar and Su Yang, clearly mocking that Su Yang was the same as the beggar. Wow! Xiaoqi, you are so generous? Forget about the meal. Your girlfriend still owes me $500,000. How about you pay it back for her? Su Yang put down his chopsticks and looked at Su Chenqi with a smile. 500,000? Jingjing, you owe him 500,000? When Su Chenqi heard that Song Lijing owed a debt of $500,000, his face suddenly darkened. 500,000 is not a lot of money for their family and they can easily take it out. However, there is no problem in taking it out, as this money can only be spent on yourself. As for paying off my girlfriend's debt, that is absolutely impossible. Even if two people are married, they still need to clearly distinguish between property and debts before and after marriage. So, this money has to be figured out. Well, my brother borrowed it before. Song Lijing panicked and started to explain immediately. After explaining, she immediately turned the conflict to Su Yang. Su Yang, what do you mean by bringing this up now? Did I say I won't return it to you? Oh. If you want to return it to me, then go ahead. Su Yang chuckled and continued. You said you would pay it back, but you didn't actually do anything. You have 200,000 in savings, right? If I'm guessing correctly, your savings have been used by your mother to buy a house for your brother, right? Su Yang knows the Song family very well. It is no exaggeration to say that the whole family are vampires, and they try every means to suck blood from Song Lijing. Su Yang didn't care before because he was rich. Even if there were a few more vampires, it would be impossible for them to suck Su Yang's blood dry. However, if it were someone else, they wouldn't have the ability to do so. It was precisely because Su Yang understood this family that he was able to pinpoint the key point. Su Yang, don't talk nonsense. I will definitely return the money to you as soon as possible. Song Lijing secretly glanced at Su Chenqi, fearing that the other party would misunderstand her as Voldemort. That's right, my sister-in-law earns 400,000 or 500,000 a year, how can she not be able to pay back the money? Chen Jingxian on the side also said. Okay, when? I'll pay you back 200,000 within a week. No problem, then I'll wait for your 200,000 yuan, and pay off the remaining 300,000 yuan within a month. Okay. Song Lijing gritted her teeth. It is definitely difficult to pay off $500,000 in a month. But she believed that she could get the money. There are so many spare tires, if we all pool our efforts together, we should be able to get one, right? For example, Chen Mingho, the veteran bootlicker who had previously booked a room for her in the hotel. Chen Mingho's salary is so high, it should be no problem to borrow 200,000 or 300,000 yuan, right? Plus, the bonus will be paid out soon, so I will get 100,000 yuan, which should be enough to get by. Okay, in that case, you guys take your time eating. If everything is okay, I'll go back first. Su Yang picked up the towel and wiped his mouth, then threw the towel on the table, stood up, turned around and left. The show is almost over, and the foundation for conflict has been laid between Song Lijing and the Su family. Based on Su Yang's understanding of Su Dejiang, this uncle would never allow his daughter-in-law to be a Voldemort. There is a high probability that the two of them will not be able to succeed. Maybe, Song Lijing is going to get taken advantage of for free again. As for the money owed by Song Lijing, Su Yang would of course get it back. He is rich, but not a saint. Every penny must be in your own hands. And what about Song Lijing's job? Do you really think she can continue working at Ali Finance with a clear conscience? It was already 7 o'clock in the evening when Su Yang returned home. After taking a shower, he planned to go to bed and rest. Early to bed and early to rise makes a healthy body. Su Yang attaches great importance to sleep. The next day, Ali Finance. Da Peng, you've done a great job. You'll be promoted to department manager in such a short time. I'll have to rely on your help in the future. Chapter 16, Leading Everyone to Get Rich. Lu Zhanping stared blankly at the HR manager in front of him, not reacting for a moment. Is he the department manager? No way. Is the promotion so fast? It's no wonder that Lu Zhanping was surprised, as he had only been working at Ali Finance for 2 or 3 years. Judging from his qualifications, he is just a newcomer. Even if he wanted to be promoted, it would never be his turn. Not to mention that Lu Zhanping's own performance is not too outstanding, it can only be said to be below average, slightly better than an intern. With this kind of ability and level, it would be difficult for him to be a team leader. As for being a department manager, I am absolutely incapable of it and unworthy of the position. However, Lu Zhanpeng apparently did not realize that his abilities were not yet compatible with the position of department manager. At this moment, he was filled with ecstasy. It was as if a big pie fell from the sky and hit him right in the face. Of course it's true. Look, the appointment documents have already come down. From today on, you are the department manager of your investment and finance department. The document will soon be sent to various departments via OA mailbox. I hope you can work hard to become bigger and stronger and create more glory. After the HR manager finished speaking, he took out a document and handed it to Lu Zhanpeng. Lu Zhanpeng took the document and started reading it immediately. When he saw clearly what was written on the document and the enviable red official seal, he finally couldn't help but smile on his face. He actually became the department manager. This is such a great joyous event. You know, becoming a department manager is not just a promotion. Salaries and benefits also increased. Department managers can share the business commission of the entire department. What does it mean? That is to say, if the entire business department completes a task worth 10 million yuan, the department manager can get 10,000 yuan. Of course, this ratio is just an example. You may get 100,000 or 1 million, or you may only get 1,000. It depends on what department of the company it is. But one thing is certain, that is, after becoming a manager, your salary will definitely increase rapidly. Now Lu Zhanpeng earns 4 or 500,000 a year. After becoming a manager, he can at least double it. In other words, he is very likely an elite with an annual salary of 1 million. With an annual salary of 1 million, you are no longer a worker in the strict sense. Even many small bosses cannot guarantee to earn 1 million a year. It can be said that those who can earn an annual salary of 1 million are already considered the elites in this world. After receiving the appointment documents, Lu Zhanpeng returned to the office with the human resources manager. The human resources manager announced the news publicly. Okay, everyone, Manager Lu will be your leader from now on. If there is anything in the future, report it to the building manager. After the HR manager finished his instructions, he turned around and left. Next, naturally, a group of people hugged Lu Zhanpeng's thighs and started to flatter him. No matter whether they are convinced or not in their hearts, they have to make a gesture on the surface. He is their leader now, you can't go against him, right? Faced with everyone's goodwill, Lu Zhanpeng felt very happy. Next, it's time for him to show his skills. As a manager, you must have an independent office. Soon, Lu Zhanpeng moved into his own office. After simply tidying up the office, there was a knock on the door. Manager Lu. Lijing, it's you, come in. When he saw Song Lijing, Lu Zhanpeng's eyes suddenly lit up. This is the ex-girlfriend of his former good roommate Su Yang. She has a curvy figure, fair skin and beautiful looks. It is obviously impossible that Lu Zhanpeng has no thoughts about this person at all. But, she is Su Yang's girlfriend. Su Yang is a rich second generation, and Lu Zhanpeng can't afford to offend him. But things are different now. Su Yang's family has gone bankrupt and Song Lijing has broken up with him. In addition, Lu Zhanpeng was promoted, and Song Lijing became his subordinate. Under such circumstances, Lu Zhanpeng's mind naturally became active. A friend's wife is the best to ride. Nothing tastes better than dumplings, and nothing is more fun than my sister-in-law. If you don't play with the sister-in-law who comes to your door, you'd be a bastard. Manager Lu, congratulations. You've been promoted to manager at such a young age. You have a bright future ahead of you. Song Lijing said to Lu Zhanpeng with a smile. At the same time, she was also a little envious. The two people joined Ali Finance at the same time and their usual performance was similar. But now Lu Zhanpeng has been promoted, and she is not even a team leader. There is a certain gap in my heart. Ah, Li Jing, we are old classmates. There's no need to be so distant. When no one is around, you should just call me Da Peng. After all, you are my former sister-in-law. Lu Zhanpeng laughed loudly, and his words instantly brought the two people closer together. Da Peng, please stop making fun of me. Su Yang and I broke up. He is just a playboy. He will be useless once he goes bankrupt. How can he be as ambitious as you? Song Lijing smiled, so charming and seductive that Lu Zhanpeng was immediately captivated by her. Song Lijing has learned her lesson since breaking up with Su Yang. Before getting married, be sure to have a few backup plans. In case one spare tire bursts, there are still other spare tires available for emergency. That's why she went on a blind date, accepted Chen Mingho's gift, and agreed to be with Su Chenxi. At the same time, after learning that Lu Zhanping had been promoted, he immediately came over to show his courtesy. Song Lijing's real thought at this moment was to be close yet distant, and to maneuver among men in order to maximize profits. Ha, Su Yang is indeed a loser. He even asked me to borrow money a few days ago. When talking about Su Yang, Lu Zhanping immediately became interested. In the past, he was just Su Yang's bootlicker. But now, he thinks he is superior to Su Yang. Lu Zhanping now feels like a daughter-in-law who has finally become a mother-in-law after many years of being a daughter-in-law. Yes, he also asked me for money, saying that after selling the factory, he used all the money to short gold futures, but ended up losing everything. Song Lijing covered her mouth and laughed secretly. After breaking up with her ex-boyfriend, people like her most hope to see her ex-boyfriend having a bad life. What I fear most is that my ex-boyfriend is living a better life than me. Only when her ex-boyfriend was not doing well did Song Lijing firmly believe that she had made the right decision to break up with him. Ha, then he was just unlucky. There was nothing wrong with shorting gold futures during that period. After all, no one knew that a small-scale war would suddenly break out. Su Yang is too arrogant. Even if he wants to short gold futures, he can't invest all of it at once. He has to leave some capital to make a profit. Lu Zhanping sat in the manager's chair, holding a teacup in one hand and tapping the table lightly with the other. This feeling of being able to give advice on state affairs after the event made him feel very comfortable. Yes, Su Yang hasn't been involved in finance since he graduated from university. How could he know so much? But Da Peng, you are a manager now. What are your investment plans next? Everyone is waiting for you to make a fortune as a new official. Chapter 17. I go back to collect money. Song Lijing and her colleagues work in the investment department of Ali Finance. The purpose of this department is to make various capital investments. That is, investing in the securities market. Buy and sell stocks, futures, funds, etc. The funds they hold are enormous, often amounting to tens or hundreds of billions. When gains are made, the rewards are huge. It is also because of this that even an ordinary employee like Song Lijing can get an annual salary of 400,000 or 500,000. It is very normal for employees with good performance to earn 2 to 3 million a year. Generally speaking, when a new leader takes office, he must be capable and talented and be able to lead everyone to make money. This has been the case in previous years. Moreover, after the new leader takes office, there will be an investment exemption. This is also the characteristic of Ali Finance. What is investment exemption? That is, the first investment organized by the new leader can get 500 million yuan of funds to lead his team to make precise investments. This investment does not require any responsibility regardless of profit or loss. In other words, if the money is invested well, everyone can get a generous bonus. If the investment is not good, no one will lose anything. It's a win-win situation. It is also for this reason that every new manager in previous years would be very aggressive when leading everyone to make their first investment. Not seeking stability, just seeking to earn more. It turns out they were both right. The profits brought by 500 million yuan of funds are absolutely terrifying, and everyone can make a fortune. Therefore, after Lu Zhanping took office, everyone was looking forward to this only investment exemption. If the investment is successful, maybe they can take advantage of this opportunity to make a fortune. Ha, I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. Then arrange a meeting for everyone to discuss what to invest in next. With the investment exemption of 500 million, I will definitely help everyone get rich together. Lu Zhanping said with a smile. Yes, Da Peng, I'll go inform everyone right away. Good. An hour later, everyone in the conference room decided on this investment plan. Short soybean futures. This year, the weather has been good in all parts of the country, and it is predicted that the soybean harvest will be a bumper one. With a bumper soybean harvest, soybean futures will naturally fall. Conversely, if the soybean harvest is poor, futures prices will rise. In another month, soybeans will be harvested. Shorting soybeans at this time will definitely make a profit. After the investment plan was finalized, Lu Zhanping reported the plan. After the report is submitted, the Risk Control Department will naturally conduct an audit. After the review is correct, the quota of 500 million will be issued. They can use the 500 million to start shorting soybean futures. Da Peng, if this investment is profitable, how much money can we make? Before she even started investing, Song Lijing was already fantasizing about making a profit from her investments. According to my guess, with leverage, we can make at least hundreds of millions this time. According to the 20% commission, our entire department can get 20 million in commission. All in all, everyone can get more than 1 million. Hiss. Hearing this number, Song Lijing couldn't help but take a breath. Finance is indeed the most profitable industry. The more money you have, the easier it is to make big money. Just one investment can allow everyone to earn a year's salary. No wonder so many people are trying so hard to enter this industry. He is truly the leader in this industry, far beyond the reach of other leaders. Of course, high returns mean high risks. With such high profits, the risks are definitely very high. Especially for futures, with leverage, you may lose all your money if you are not careful. This time, because Liu Xianping had immunity, he also added a very high leverage. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to be so radical. Great! If I get this 1 million, I can buy a car. Song Lijing began to yearn for it. After getting more than 1 million, she could use the 500,000 to return to Su Yang, and she could also save 500,000. This money is enough for her to buy a good car. Lijing, do you want to invest a little yourself? Liu Xianping suddenly asked. Invest some money yourself? Doesn't our company have a rule that employees are not allowed to speculate in stocks? Song Lijing was stunned for a moment, obviously not having thought about this question. Hey, it's not allowed on paper, but it doesn't say that you can't use family members' accounts to trade stocks? I've always used my sister's account to trade stocks. Even if he did his due diligence, there's no way he could have investigated my sister. Liu Xianping said with some pride. As financial practitioners, they naturally have access to more information than ordinary people. Therefore, they are not allowed to conduct financial investment operations individually. Stock speculation, futures speculation, etc. are not allowed. However, if it is a relative, there is no such requirement. After all, you can only restrain your own employees, not other people's parents. What if his parents made their fortune by speculating in stocks? How much money would you give them to get them to give up stock trading? I see. It's just that I'm worried about losing money. Song Lijing hesitated. Although everyone has analyzed it, the probability of losing money on this investment is very low. The soybean harvest is only a month away, and there haven't been any typhoons or anything like that recently. Today's weather forecast is very powerful and can predict whether there will be a typhoon a month in advance. Without typhoons, there is no need to worry about the impact on soybean production. As for the sudden and extremely severe weather, the probability of this kind of weather occurring is lower than winning the lottery. It is impossible that extremely bad weather will occur just because they shorted soybean futures, right? Therefore, this investment is still very reliable. Well, it's normal for you to be worried. I'm planning to invest more than 800,000 yuan, which is basically all my savings. If you're afraid, you can invest 10,000 or 20,000 yuan for fun. With a 10x leverage, it's no problem to make tens of thousands of dollars in pocket money. Liu Xianping has earned a lot and spent little in recent years, so it is really no problem for him to take out 800,000. But as he himself said, 800,000 is all his savings. This time, he was fighting a desperate battle. In fact, Liu Xianping originally didn't dare to be so generous. His confidence swelled after he was promoted to manager, and the company also had 500 million yuan to short the soybean futures market. 500 million is not a lot in the futures market, but it is not a small amount either. With so much capital flowing in, it will definitely cause a herd effect. Even if he really encounters bullish suppression, the 800,000 yuan of funds can be withdrawn in time, so he is not particularly worried about losing money. Peng, are you really that confident? Isn't that what investing is all about? If you don't believe in it yourself, then there's no need to continue doing this business. Okay, then I'll go back and collect the money. Can I use your account to invest? Of course. Then I'll get back to you tomorrow. Good. Chapter 18. This is the dealer's move. After get off work, Song Lijing returned home immediately and told her mother Yu Xiaofeng the news. Mom, you must go and get my 200,000. There will be absolutely no problem with this investment. 200,000 can be turned into 2 million directly. As long as you make money, I'll give you 500,000 directly. After Song Lijing returned home, she kept lobbying Yu Xiaofeng to take out the money. She was not trying to fool her mother, but but she could really make so much money if the futures plus leverage investment was successful this time. Jingjing, are you serious? Is the profit margin really that big? Yu Xiaofeng was obviously persuaded by her daughter. If 200,000 can be turned into 2 million, then it's worth a try. Yes, sister, this is 200,000. You want to speculate in soybean futures. Is it reliable? If you lose money, all this money will be wasted. Song Kaide, who was sitting on the sofa playing with his mobile phone, sat up from the sofa when he heard his sister coming to ask for money again. Of course it's true. Our company has invested 500 million to short soybean futures. How can a project like ours, where such a large company has invested so much money, be fake? Song Lijing said with a solemn vow. Besides, Mom, if this investment makes money, my brother will have the money to pay back the 500,000 yuan. Xiaoda, you don't want to pay the 500,000 yuan yourself, right? It can be said that Song Lijing knows her younger brother very well. When he heard that he would have to pay 500,000 yuan out of his own pocket, he immediately became discouraged. Lu Kaili in Song Kuid's arms became interested and couldn't help asking. Sister, you said your company invested 500 million to short soybean futures. Is that true? Of course it's true. Our manager has submitted it for approval today, and the funds should be allocated tomorrow. Seeing that Lu Kaili seemed interested, Song Lijing quickly nodded and explained. Mom, why don't you just give me 200,000? Sister, let's make a deal. You have to give us 500,000 yuan when you make money. Lu Kaili said with a grin. This. Yu Xiaofeng hesitated. The profit margin is indeed huge, but she really can't come up with so much money. The 200,000 yuan that her daughter deposited with her had already been used to buy a house and a car for her son. She can't even take out 50,000 yuan from her account now, let alone 200,000 yuan. Seeing her mother's hesitation, Song Lijing finally couldn't help it and asked tentatively. Mom, did you really use my 200,000 yuan to buy a house for your brother? Tell me honestly, if you really used it to buy a house, I wouldn't blame you. Although Yu Xiaofeng had admitted this before, Song Lijing felt that it was just her mother's angry words. Now, she wanted her mother to tell her the answer herself. Even though she already had the answer in her heart. That's right, I did buy a house for your brother. He is your brother after all. If he wants to buy a house, you must help him. Don't blame Mom. Yu Xiaofeng knew that she would have to confess this matter to her daughter eventually. In that case, it's better to say it sooner rather than later. The sooner you tell her, the easier it will be for her to accept it. Really? Song Lijing smiled bitterly. She worked hard and saved frugally to save 200,000 yuan and deposited it with her mother, thinking that she could get it whenever she needed it. Who would have thought that it would eventually fall into my younger brother's pocket? Jingjing, it's not that I don't want to help you, it's just that I don't have any money. Kelly, how about you give your sister some money? Your sister's company has invested 500 million yuan. This is the best investment opportunity. I think you can give it a try. Yu Xiaofeng thought about it and finally came up with the idea of her daughter-in-law. Lu Kaili's family situation is pretty good. When she got married, she received a lot of dowry from the Song family. She was an only child and her family gave her a generous dowry. He must have quite a bit of savings. It should be no problem to at least take out 200,000. Hee, Mom, I think so even if you don't tell me. Since you are so confident, I wonder if I can invest a little more. What about an investment of 800,000? 800,000? Hearing this number, Song Lijing's eyes suddenly lit up. She didn't expect that her sister-in-law could come up with so much money. 800,000, this is the amount of money that Song Lijing can earn in 2 years. Wife, where did you get so much money? Song Kaide sat up straight and looked at his wife in his arms curiously. He was also surprised that his wife could come up with so much money. I definitely can't come up with that much money. I'll take at most 500,000 yuan. Here is my gift and the dowry my parents gave me. Let's mortgage the car for the remaining 300,000 yuan. Lu Kaili explained with a smile. Mortgage the car? No, if the investment fails, won't we lose both our money and the car? When he heard that he had to mortgage the car, Song Kaide shook his head repeatedly. The car is his lifeblood and he cannot move it no matter what. Why are you so useless? I've already told you that their company has invested 500 million yuan, so they definitely won't lose money. This is our own sister, how can she cheat us? Lu Kylie glared at her husband unhappily. This guy was so desperate over a car. He was really useless. She somewhat regretted getting married. If Song Kae-dae had not been so kind and generous to her, Lu Kylie might not have married him. But Lily, the stock market is risky. Futures are a high-risk investment. If we lose money, we will lose everything. Song Kae-dae said with a frown. The risks of the stock market are well known, high returns come with high risks. The risk of futures is only greater than that of stocks. As long as you don't sell the stock, you won't lose money. Invest for 10, 8, or even 20 or 30 years, and as long as the company doesn't go bankrupt, there will definitely be a day when the value of the money will go back up. But for futures, there will be forced liquidation. You might even lose sight of your underwear. Although Song Kae-dae is uneducated, he still understands this thing. Of course I know that. Lu Kylie nodded and continued. But don't forget what my sister does. She works for Ali Finance. Ali Finance has put out 500 million to short soybean futures. This is the dealer's move. The information we have now is first-hand information and is internal information. With such good inside information, why don't you follow the dealer? Are you ready to watch the opportunity slip away? Lu Kylie obviously knows more about finance than Song Kae-dae. She is right. Grasping the trends of market makers is equivalent to grasping the direction of investment. If you know the direction of the dealer but are not brave enough to follow it, then you are not suitable to continue making money in the financial industry. Chapter 19. Jumping into the pit so quickly. This, sister, is what Lily said true? Song Kae-dae still couldn't believe it. Of course it's true. Our company will start the operation tomorrow. When the time comes, you can give me the money and I will follow the operation. With 10 times leverage, I guarantee that your 800,000 can be turned into 5 million. Song Lijing said confidently. The profits this time will definitely be terrifying. The 800,000 with leverage is 8 million. It is very easy to make 5 million from 8 million. Okay, big sister, let's do this. We'll lend you 300,000 yuan, and the remaining 500,000 yuan will be considered our own investment. Lu Kylie waved her hand and made the final decision. However, she would not borrow money for nothing. Just when Song Lijing wanted to thank this understanding sister-in-law, the other party continued. If this investment is successful, 300,000 can make millions, right? At that time, you will take 500,000 to repay the debt, and return the remaining 300,000 principal and profit to us. But if the investment fails, you have to return the 300,000 to us. After all, this is money you borrowed. Lu Kylie is no fool. There is nothing wrong with investing with risks, and she is willing to take them. However, you can't lose all your money. At least, the car must not be lost. The 300,000 yuan mortgaged for the car can be considered as a loan to Song Lijing. We can't let Song Lijing get something for nothing, right? The borrowed money must be repaid. In case of a loss, they can ask their sister-in-law to pay back the 300,000 yuan, and they can at least keep the car. Of course, Lu Kylie was not so kind as to only ask the other party to pay back 300,000 yuan, but they only knew the result of this futures contract but not the reason behind it. Although we know that soybean prices are going to fall, there is definitely no problem with shorting them. But they don't know when soybeans will fall. If you short sell during these 2 days, but soybeans suddenly go up, wouldn't you lose a lot of money? Especially if major players enter the market and try to go long on soybeans, the little money they have will probably be wiped out by the bulls in an instant. Therefore, this matter must be done by professionals like Song Lijing. If you let her do it, she will naturally have to bear the risks. This time, it was Song Lijing's turn to hesitate. Of the 300,000 yuan, 200,000 yuan originally belonged to her, but her mother gave it to her younger brother to buy a house. Now that she wants to invest, her brother gave her 300,000 yuan. Even if she loses money, she only needs to pay back 100,000 yuan. How can I pay back 300,000? Jingjing, what are you doing? You are the one begging your brothers and sisters to invest money in you, not them begging you to invest money. It's decided. You borrow 300,000. If you lose, it's yours. Father Song Changshan slammed the table and made the decision. Although Song Lijing was somewhat reluctant, she thought that this investment would not be very risky, so she finally agreed. Then, Lu Kylie transferred 500,000 yuan to Song Lijing first, and then contacted a mortgage company to mortgage the car in exchange for 300,000 yuan and transferred it to her. She was not worried that Song Lijing would run away with the money. Song Lijing is a mama's girl. As long as Yu Xiaofeng opened her mouth, she would never dare to resist. However, Song Lijing was somewhat unwilling to give up. She found a loan company that day, took a few photos relying on her beauty, and borrowed 200,000 yuan. I also checked the loans in Ali Finance account and Penguin Finance. A total of 400,000 yuan in funds was raised. Including the 300,000 yuan that Lu Kelly lent her, the total amount is 700,000 yuan. This time, Song Lijing is fighting a do-or-die battle. If she fails, she will die. She believed that she would never lose money. On the other side is Wanghu Villa. This is the largest and most luxurious villa area in Linnan. Those who live in this villa area are all the richest people in Linnan. Among them, Linnan's apparent richest man, Lao Ma, chairman of the Ali Group, lives in villa number 2 here. That is to say, it is the largest villa besides villa number 1. As for the owner of villa number 1, it is Su Yang. Su Yang has pretended to be bankrupt, and the villa originally purchased by his parents has nominally been taken back by the bank in preparation for judicial auction. In order to put on a complete show, Su Yang would definitely not go back to the villa. There are always servants taking care of the Lakeview Villa, so you can move in at any time. So, Su Yang moved here. This place is also much quieter, and there won't be so many messy internet celebrities coming in to disturb their lives. At this time, inside villa number 1. Mr. Su, Lu Zhanping has become the manager of Ali Financial Investment Department and has activated the first investment exemption. What he chose to invest in was shorting soybean futures. Lu Qingqing, who was wearing uniform, reported to Su Yang respectfully. Short soybean futures? Su Yang smiled immediately. This guy jumped into the pit so quickly? Jumping into the pit? Mr. Su, the soybean production this year is very good. There should be no problem in shorting soybean futures, right? The soybean price has been falling recently, and many longs have already run away. Lu Qingqing asked in some surprise. Also, Mr. Su, I don't understand. Lu Zhanping clearly betrayed you. You didn't fire him because of our past friendship. But I don't understand why you still want to promote him. Lu Qingqing really didn't understand. She had followed Su Yang for many years, so she naturally knew that Su Yang was a decisive and vindictive person. A kind person would never be able to own the business empire that we have today. But even such a person, faced with an old classmate who betrayed him, could actually promote the other party and let him enjoy an annual salary of 1 million. This made Lu Qingqing very confused. Ha, Qingqing, don't you know the principles of my work? If you want to kill someone, you must first make him crazy. I guess Lu Zhanping will also invest money to short soybean futures this time, right? Su Yang smiled confidently. This sentence shocked Lu Qingqing again. This is also the matter that Lu Qingqing wanted to report to Su Yang. Lu Zhanping thought that the company knew nothing about his stock trading, but in fact, even if he used a stranger's account, the company would be able to find out. Just a question of whether or not to check. Lu Qingqing did find out that Lu Zhanping was secretly speculating in stocks, and originally wanted to use this information to directly get Ali Finance to fire him. But who would have thought that Su Yang actually had other ideas? Mr. Su, you are a fortune teller, right? How do you know everything? Lu Qingqing asked with admiration. Ha, I just know this old classmate. He will definitely not give up such a good opportunity. Su Yang smiled faintly. If he doesn't even know such a little secret of his old classmate, then he is a real failure. Mr. Su, do we need to stop it? If we don't stop it, the other party might really make a lot of money. Lu Qingqing said worriedly. The more proud the other party is, wouldn't it be a greater insult to Mr. Su? No, he's courting death. Soybeans will definitely go up in price. Chapter 20, I'll treat you to dinner. Su Yang was not shooting in the dark, he was really sure that soybean futures would skyrocket. The reason is simple. In 2 weeks, there will be a torrential rain in the soybean-producing areas, a rainstorm that is rarely seen in a century. The rainstorm caused great losses and the entire city was plunged into severe flooding. As for soybeans, they suffered a devastating blow, with only 1 in 10 harvests remaining. In this case, soybean futures prices will definitely rise, and rise wildly. Crazy bulls will directly blow up the bears. As for the short sellers, they couldn't escape even if they wanted to, and suffered heavy losses. If you are a big investor, there is still a glimmer of hope. After all, the biggest advantage of large investors is that they have sufficient margin and can fully bear the risk without being forced to close their positions. But this is not necessarily the case for ordinary users. Once the margin is insufficient, the position will be forced to close. When the position is forced to be closed, only 1/10 of the principal will be left. At that time, all the money that Liu Jianping had worked hard to save for many years would naturally be burned to ashes. Su Yang promoted Liu Jianping to make him relax his guard and think that he was promoted based on his own abilities. Little did he know that everything he had today was given to him by Su Yang. If it weren't for Su Yang, how could he have gotten a high-paying job with an annual salary of hundreds of thousands? Since the money was given by Su Yang, now that he has betrayed Su Yang, he must get it back. Of course, it doesn't necessarily have to be returned to Su Yang. As long as the money is no longer in Liu Jianping's hands, it can be considered as getting it back. As for Song Lijing, the same goes for her. Liu Qingqing also reported on Song Lijing's stock speculation. So, Su Yang took this opportunity to clean up everything together. As for why he knew that there would be heavy rains in the soybean-producing areas and that soybean futures would skyrocket? The reason is simple. As the master of the system, it is easy to have a stock chart. Su Yang has come this far not just by relying on the system to deliver things. There are many things that you still have to do yourself. However, Su Yang no longer needs to do anything himself now. These props once obtained from the system are now of little use. Mr. Su, do we not need to do anything now? That's right, just wait for them to invest and make mistakes. Well, Mr. Su, you are so wise. Ha, it's just a trivial trick. Liu Qingqing did not question Su Yang. Over the years, she has long understood that as long as Su Yang said something would happen, it would eventually happen and no one could change it. On the other side, Ali Finance. 1,200,000? Li Jing, you are so hidden? How can you come up with so much cash? After Liu Jianping received the transfer from Song Lijing, he was completely shocked. He originally thought that Song Lijing would only invest a few $100,000 or so. After all, he knew what kind of woman Song Lijing was. This kind of woman doesn't even have enough money to spend, let alone save money. However, the other party not only saved money, but also a terrifying amount of 1.2 million, which is indeed surprising. No, I saved some money myself, my younger brother gave me some, and I borrowed some from my friends, that's how I got this much. Song Lijing explained with a smile. I see, Lijing, you are quite courageous. Liu Jianping chuckled and continued. But I also collected 1 million. I originally wanted to buy a house, and now I have taken out all my savings and borrowed some money. Liu Jianping and Song Lijing are different. The little money he earned was basically saved after covering the most basic living expenses. After working for 2 or 3 years, it is no problem for me to get 800,000 in cash. As for the remaining 200,000 yuan, he also borrowed money from online loans. Liu Jianping was very confident that he would make money this time, even if the interest rate of online loans was a little higher. The most important thing is that after receiving salary next month, I will have 50,000 to 60,000 yuan, which is enough to repay the monthly installments of the online loan. Wow, that's not a small amount for you. You've really invested a lot this time. Ha, you've already spent so much money, I certainly can't let you down. Then let's do something big together this time. No problem. The bulls and bears have been fighting each other for the past 2 days, but the bulls should reach their peak at noon the day after tomorrow, and we bears can enter the market. Yes, we will handle the 500 million, but our 2 million plus will all depend on you. Don't worry, are you still worried about me doing things? Hee, if I make money, I'll treat you to a meal. It's a deal. After the two sides had discussed it, they went to work. Soon, it was the 3rd day. Early in the morning, everyone from Ali Financial Investment Department came to the company. We have a mission today and no one can be late. Soon, the time came to 9:30 when the market opened. The traders in the investment department are all professionals. After more than 10 minutes of hard work, 500 million yuan successfully entered the market. At the same time, Liu Jianping, operating his own 1 million and Song Lijing's 1,200,000, entered the market after adding 10 times the leverage. 500 million is not a large amount of money, but it is not small either. The entry of such a large short position naturally attracted the attention of those who were interested, and it was definitely the entry of the main force. It is precisely because of this that no one noticed what Liu Jianping did. 2,200,000, shorts selling successfully. After completing all this, Lu Jianping made a yeah gesture to Song Lijing to celebrate the perfect success of this mission. Song Lijing smiled back. Li Jing, let's have dinner together tonight? Let's celebrate in advance? Okay, where are we going to eat? Let's go to the nearby Yuzu Japanese restaurant to eat Japanese food. Okay, I haven't eaten Japanese food for a long time. Well, let's go together after get off work. Good. On the other side, Su Yang also received a call from Zhao Muxue. Eat? Where? Su Yang asked curiously. This Zhao Muxue has been a little too enthusiastic towards me recently. If the other party had not given him 5 million, he would definitely not be a liar. Su Yang would have suspected that he had fallen into a pig-killing scam. Let us go eat Yuzu Japanese food? It's right in the city center. Zhao Muxue said with a smile. Japanese food? What's so delicious about that? Su Yang curled his lips. He really doesn't like eating Japanese food. Especially those that are eaten raw, he simply cannot accept them. As for the cooked food, isn't it the same thing that can be found in burger restaurants like Need Chicken? What else is there to sushi? Seaweed rice roll. There's no point in eating this kind of thing. Of course, some people think that eating Japanese food is high-end. Things like tempura and sushi, the names sound very high-end. The most important thing is the dining environment, which seems very high-end. But to Su Yang, it was all nonsense. Can the gadgets of a small household be called high-end? We can't even eat all the delicacies of Dacia's 5,000 years of history, so who wants to eat Japanese food? Chapter 21. Why are you everywhere? I am. I want to eat, can't you eat with me? Zhao Mushue's unpleasant voice came from the other end of the phone. How could this little man be so ignorant? Fine then, I'll treat you. Tonight? Su Yang suddenly realized. Since they are the ones who are treating us, they must choose the place. Japanese food seems to be priced out of reach for ordinary people, everything is expensive. A meal costs about 600 or 700 yuan. But to Su Yang, it really doesn't matter. Yes, tonight, do you have time? Of course I have time. How can I say I don't have time when I'm meeting a beautiful woman? Okay then, see you at 6 p.m. at Yuzu Japanese restaurant. Okay, see you there. Soon, it was 6 o'clock in the evening. After Su Yang packed up simply, he drove out in his Mazda. The lakeside villa where he lives is right in the city center, only about 5 minutes drive away. However, 6 o'clock was the evening rush hour, when traffic was the most congested. It took Su Yang a full 20 minutes to reach his destination. When Su Yang arrived, Zhao Muxue was already waiting for him in the store. She didn't book a private room, but found a seat by the window. The location is great, you can sit and enjoy the night view outside. At the same time, you can see at a glance who is walking in at the door. Su Yang, here. Seeing Su Yang come in, Zhao Muxue waved at her. Sorry, I'm late. Su Yang came in front of Zhao Muxue and said with a guilty look on his face. It is indeed a bit embarrassing to invite someone to dinner and make the lady wait for you. It's okay, you're not too late, I just sat down too. Zhao Muxue smiled and shook her head, then pushed the menu in front of Su Yang. Look, what do you like to eat? No, look, just order me some cooked food. Su Yang smiled and pushed the menu back. He is not very interested in Japanese food and doesn't know what tastes better. Therefore, it is better to let the other party order the food. Okay, I won't be polite then. I'm going to make a big feast for you today. No problem, it doesn't matter how much money you spend. I just got 5 million from you. Su Yang laughed. Since you are inviting people to dinner, you should let them order food freely. If you are so timid, the meal will be meaningless. Okay, I'll order it then. Zhao Muxue pressed the bell on the table, called the waiter over, and then started ordering dishes. Zhao Muxue is really a kind girl. They say they want to rip off the big customers, but in fact they only order cheap things. I didn't order any sashimi like salmon. All that was ordered were cooked foods that Su Yang could eat. Okay, that's all. Zhao Muxue handed the menu back to the waiter. Ma'am, wouldn't you like some sashimi? Our salmon was flown in from Norway this morning and it tastes really good. When the waiter saw that the two people did not order sashimi, he immediately recommended it. No need, we. Zhao Muxue wanted to refuse, but before she could open her mouth, Su Yang spoke first. Okay, let's have some sashimi. There are also sweet shrimps and sea urchins. I'll give them all a portion. Su Yang ordered more than 10 kinds in one breath. Yes, sir. When the waiter saw that Su Yang ordered so many things, a smile appeared on his face. The more customers order, the happier they will naturally be. The store's turnover is linked to their wages. Su Yang, don't you not like sashimi, so you asked me to order cooked food for you? Why did you order so much sashimi? Zhao Muxue couldn't help but ask. Well, I guess you might like it, so of course I want to treat you to a good meal. If you don't eat sashimi when you come to a Japanese restaurant, it would be a waste of time. After all, this is their specialty. Su Yang explained with a smile. Hee, then this meal will cost you a lot of money. These things add up to thousands of dollars. Zhao Muxue covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Ha, it's cheap, just over 1,000 yuan. I can still afford this. Hee, then I won't be polite. Certainly. Compared to the last time they met, the two people's relationship was obviously much better and they were much closer. This is how relationships between people work. After communicating with each other for a long time, we will naturally become familiar with each other. The serving speed of Japanese food restaurants is quite fast. After a while, the dishes are almost served. Then, the two of them started chatting while eating. However, after chatting for a while, two more people came in from outside the door. Su Yang, don't look back, your ex-girlfriend is coming in. Zhao Muxue immediately saw Song Lijing walking in from outside, and Lu Zhanping beside her. The two of them made an appointment to come here for dinner together, but they got off work a little late. There was a bit of traffic jam when coming here, so he arrived much later than Su Yang and Zhao Muxue. There's a guy next door, and he looks like he's from our school? He seems to be your roommate, and his name is Da Peng? Zhao Muxue continued. Da Peng? That's possible. They both work in the same company. Su Yang nodded. There is nothing strange about Lu Zhanping and Song Lijing having dinner together. The two of them work in the same company and are classmates. Now that Lu Zhanping has been promoted, it is only natural for him to invite his old classmates and colleagues to dinner. They're coming. Just calm down and pretend you don't know. Zhao Muxue reminded in a low voice. Ha, what does it matter if you know? Don't worry, I have completely let it go. Su Yang chuckled. After living two lives, if Su Yang couldn't even handle something like a broken heart, then he would be a complete failure as a human being. As soon as he finished speaking, Song Lijing and Lu Zhanping also saw Su Yang and Zhao Muxue. Zhao University Campus Beauty? Su Yang? Why are you here? Lu Zhanping and Song Lijing said in unison. However, Song Lijing's eyes were always on Su Yang. Lu Zhanping focused all his attention on Zhao Muxue. Zhao Muxue, she is a beauty at the school bell level. How many students in their finance department don't have a secret crush on Zhao Muxue? Lu Zhanping is no exception. However, Zhao Muxue is a truly fair, rich, and beautiful woman. A loser like Lu Zhanping certainly wouldn't dare and wouldn't have any interaction with Zhao Muxue. Moreover, Zhao Muxue is usually cold to everyone at school, as if she keeps people at a distance. Lu Zhanping didn't even dare to say a word to the other party. Song Lijing, why do you always ask me why I'm here every time you see me? I would also like to ask you, why do you appear wherever I am? Chapter 22 Laugh at your boyfriend's ignorance. Chapter 22 Su Yang took the initiative. As a big boss in the business world, how can you survive if you don't have good talking skills? You, Su Yang, I'm asking you now. Are you following me? Song Lijing said dissatisfiedly. She is a complete ordinary woman. Shanghai should not be considered small. Once ordinary people break up, in such a big city, they may not be able to see each other again in this lifetime. But she met Su Yang again and again. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? If Su Yang wasn't following her, how could there be such a coincidence? Put. Song Lijing, you are too credulous, aren't you? My girlfriend and I are dating here, when did I follow you? Su Yang sneered. Not to mention that Song Lijing is just an ordinary woman and she doesn't look that outstanding. Even if she was really as beautiful as a fairy, Su Yang would not bother to follow a girl. Su Yang would never do such a thing as following a pervert. What's more, Song Lijing is just his ex-girlfriend. Stalking your ex-girlfriend? Is this what a reborn person and system master should do? Girlfriend? Zhao University campus beauty, Su Yang is your girlfriend? Lu Zhanpeng asked Zhao Muxue in some disbelief. How could Su Yang actually pursue Zhao Muxue, such a beautiful, rich and white girl? How is that possible? Isn't he already bankrupt? Even if he hadn't gone bankrupt, how could Su Yang, a small boss and a second-generation rich man, be worthy of a real socialite like Zhao Muxue? The two are totally not on the same level, okay? Zhao Muxue is the white moonlight that Lu Zhanpeng truly desires but cannot have. But this white moonlight was actually pursued by the person he hated the most. When Lu Zhanpeng thought about Bai Yueguang being with someone he hated and doing everything a boyfriend or girlfriend would do, he felt like his heart was broken. More importantly, it was just a waste of time that the white moonlight that he had been longing for was taken away by someone else. Even the second-rate white moonlight that he was planning to pursue was no longer wanted by her after she had slept with him enough. And he could only eat what Su Yang had left. This may sound disrespectful to Song Lijing, but it is the truth. Do you really think he is the altar purifier? Even the altar purifier had a virgin named Miss Gao as his wife before he became a Buddha. For a moment, Lu Zhanpeng's inner imbalance reached its peak. Yes, I'm Su Yang's girlfriend. You can ask your girlfriend. She saw me and a Yang on a date last time. Ah, Yang? Hearing Zhao Muxue addressing Su Yang so affectionately, Lu Zhanpeng felt dizzy. These two people are actually together. How so? Isn't this too much to be envied, jealous or hateful? Su Yang, you are really lucky. Even though you are bankrupt, the campus beauty Zhao still likes you. But can someone like you make the campus beauty Zhao happy? I'm afraid you don't even have money in your pocket to buy her a cup of coffee, right? Lu Zhanpeng was unwilling to give in and directly exposed Su Yang's shortcomings. He thought that Zhao Muxue might not know about Su Yang's bankruptcy. If she knew, she might not be with Su Yang. But it was obvious that Lu Zhanpeng was thinking too much. Your name is Lu Zhanpeng, right? Zhao Muxue suddenly spoke up and asked Lu Zhanpeng's name out of the blue. Yes, Zhao de Xuehua, you know my name? My name is indeed Lu Zhanpeng. I am now a middle manager at Ali Finance and earn $1 million a year. Much better than Su Yang. When talking about his job and salary, Lu Zhanpeng's eyes showed a proud light. $1 million annual salary is definitely something to be proud of and brag about. There is no need for Lu Zhanpeng to be low-key on this point. Anyone who hears this will envy Lu Zhanpeng. After all, it is not an easy thing for a person around 25 years old to get such a high salary. But unfortunately, the person sitting in front of Lu Zhanpeng is a billionaire boss. The other one is a rich lady who has been living a life of luxury since childhood. $1 million is just pocket money for her. To show off in front of two people like this is like putting a splint on the tail of a rabbit pretending to be a big-tailed wolf. Ha ha ha. After Lu Zhanpeng finished speaking, Zhao Muxue burst into laughter. Her laughter sounded like a silver bell, so pleasant to the ear that Lu Zhanpeng was stunned for a moment. He didn't understand why Zhao Muxue was smiling. Was she acknowledging the great achievements he had made through his hard work? Zhao Muxue, what are you laughing at? Song Lijing said somewhat dissatisfiedly. She was not a love-brained person like Lu Zhanpeng, and she immediately realized that Zhao Muxue was mocking her. After all, she came here with Lu Zhanpeng this time, so naturally she had to stand on Lu Zhanpeng's side. Me? I'm laughing at your boyfriend's ignorance. You have the nerve to brag about your $1 million annual salary? Su Yang is indeed bankrupt, but I believe that with his ability, he will definitely leave a strong mark in the business history of Daxia in the future. Don't even mention earning $1 million a year. Even earning $10 billion a year is a piece of cake. Zhao Muxue frantically raised a flag for Su Yang. However, Su Yang felt that what the other party said made sense, and even felt that he had underestimated him. Annual income of $10 billion? If the system heard this, it would definitely feel that it was underestimated. A system like this can only allow the host to earn 10 billion yuan a year. Isn't that too useless? Look at the system next door, it directly gave out 900 billion in dog-licking money. How could this super-rich system be worse than others? Then you're better than your boyfriend, but your boyfriend doesn't earn a cent. Song Lijing argued with reason. Although she is not Lu Zhanpeng's girlfriend, the two of them are now in a relationship of shared success and failure, and she absolutely cannot let Lu Zhanpeng be looked down upon. What's wrong with not earning a share? My Zhao Group is a large and powerful company. All we need to find alive in son-in-law is a good person with good character. My family has tens of billions of assets, why do I need him to make money? Zhao Muxue directly used her trump card. No matter how much you earn, you are still just an employee. But Su Yang found a rich and famous girl and immediately reached the peak of his life. Hearing this, Lu Zhanping's face turned green. Don't think that marrying into another's family is shameful. Marrying into a wife's family is shameful, which means it is shameful to marry into a poor family. Who would feel ashamed if she married into the wife's family, as she would never have to worry about food and drink, and she could even live in a luxury car and mansion and inherit billions of assets? Not to mention the son taking the woman's surname. Even if the boy takes the woman's surname, there is no problem. Women dream of marrying into a wealthy family, so why can't men dream of marrying into a wealthy family's family? We are all equal. Moreover, this is indeed the real thought of people like Lu Zhanping. When he was in college, he might have been just a pure love warrior, simply loving Zhao Muxue's beauty. But after being beaten by society, besides loving beauty, I love people less bank deposits more. Very realistic and helpless. So what if you are rich? Who can guarantee that your family will not go bankrupt? There are many big bosses with assets of tens of billions who have gone bankrupt. Chapter 23, I can only ask the Dragon King for help. Song Lijing gritted her teeth and used her trump card. Wealth cannot last for more than 3 generations, this is a real fact. Not to mention assets worth hundreds of billions, even if the market value is trillions, a company that has been passed down for 100 years will eventually go bankrupt. Things change over time, so don't laugh at anyone else. Even if our Zhao group goes bankrupt, a skinny camel is still stronger than cattle and horses like you. Besides, even if our Zhao group really goes bankrupt, I will never abandon Su Yang. I believe he will do the same. Unlike some people, who pack up and run away as soon as they go bankrupt, and fly away on their own when disaster strikes. Zhao Muxue's mouth was obviously well practiced, and a few words from her left Song Lijing speechless. She knew that Zhao Muxue was telling the truth. It is really not fair to run away when disaster strikes. Zhao Muxue, you are just rich, right? Besides being rich, what else do you have? Song Lijing pointed at Zhao Muxue and was about to break through her defense. Besides being rich, I am also beautiful. My looks and figure are better than yours. Besides, I'm smart. I received scholarships every year when I went to college, and I even passed the master's degree exam. Besides that, I'm also a philanthropist. So far, I've donated tens of millions. Most importantly, I have good character. Even if my boyfriend achieves nothing and has nothing, I will not betray him. Zhao Muxue smiled proudly. She is not a loser who is all show and no substance. In terms of appearance, character, and academic qualifications, she has everything, and she is better than Song Lijing in all of them. This time, Song Lijing was really broken down, and her little face was distorted to the extreme. Fortunately, Lu Zhanping finally reacted. Jingjing, don't be angry. Although we are not as rich as others, it is only a matter of time before we become rich. Don't forget, our investment will soon pay off, and by then we will have tens of millions of assets. This will be our first pot of gold to become a top tycoon. Lu Zhanping knew that it was useless to say anything now, and he could only prove their efforts from the side. That's right. Su Yang, we will soon become multi-millionaires. Even if we can't compare to Zhao Muxue, we are much better than someone like you who relies on women for a living. When it comes to investment, Song Lijing immediately showed a proud smile on her face. 1,200,000 with 10 times leverage is 12 million. Doubling this much money is definitely a sure win. By that time, she really had close to 10 million in savings. With 10 million in savings, you can live comfortably even in a big city like Linen. Moreover, they are investors of Ali Finance. The money you earn will only increase in the future. Maybe in the future you can become a billionaire by investing. Therefore, there was no need for them to look up to Zhao Muxue. Investment? Song Lijing, you're not going to invest in futures, are you? Su Yang looked at Song Lijing meaningfully and said. Of course he already knew that these two idiots had invested in soybean futures. But it's more fun to wait for them to say it themselves. That's right. Su Yang, we were together before, and I'm kindly advising you to take out all the money you have in short soybean futures. Take as much as you can. Soybean futures will definitely fall. This is a great opportunity to make a fortune. Song Lijing said proudly. She was not worried that Su Yang would invest after listening to her. On the one hand, Su Yang must have no money on him. Even if he was with Zhao Muxue, she wouldn't just give him millions to trade futures, right? On the other hand, Song Lijing also knew Su Yang's character very well. Even if Su Yang really had money, he would choose to go long on soybean futures rather than short them. I will definitely not accept Song Lijing's advice with a kind heart. Therefore, it doesn't matter even if I tell Su Yang. It must be said that Song Lijing really knows Su Yang quite well. It's a pity that the only thing she didn't know was Su Yang's strength. Soybean futures? Song Lijing, I'll tell you the truth, soybean futures will definitely rise. I plan to buy soybean futures worth 5 million. In 2 weeks, soybean prices will definitely soar. I suggest you close your positions now and go long soybean futures again. Otherwise, when the day comes when the price goes up, it will be too late for you to run away. Su Yang gave his advice considerately. Soybean futures will definitely soar. In this regard, the system story trend chart will definitely not be wrong. Su Yang originally didn't intend to tell the two people about this matter and let them fend for themselves. However, since they came here to show off, Su Yang would definitely not let them succeed. Moreover, Su Yang knew his ex-girlfriend and good friend too well. These two guys will never listen to themselves. They may even feel that they are bragging, fooling around, or even acting. Su Yang's suggestion of going long on soybean futures will instead make them more determined to go short on soybean futures. Therefore, telling them that soybean prices will skyrocket will only hurt them even more. Put. Su Yang, it seems that your bankruptcy is justified. I heard that you went bankrupt because you shorted gold futures? It seems that you will lose all the 5 million you invested this time. Lu Jianpeng sneered. Will soybeans skyrocket? Just dream on. A bumper soybean harvest is a foregone conclusion, and even the best of God cannot stop it. But what Lu Jianpeng didn't know was that even if the Jade Emperor came, it would be useless. For things like this, we can only ask the Dragon King for help. Ha, it's hard to persuade a damned ghost with kind words. When the time comes, just don't come and beg me. Su Yang chuckled. He has said everything he needs to say. When the time comes, don't accuse him of being a friend who didn't help. It's so funny, please? Don't come and tell us you can't afford to eat and ask us to lend you money. Lu Jianpeng smiled disdainfully and continued. Also, the $100 I lent you is not enough to treat the campus beauty Zhao to dinner here. If it's not enough for you, I can lend you another $100? Li Jing, let's go and have dinner. This guy has gone completely crazy because of bankruptcy. When he loses all the 5 million Zhao Muxue gave him, he will naturally realize how stupid he is. After Lu Jianpeng finished speaking, he left with Song Lijing. Why did he know that Su Yang could come up with 5 million to invest? Isn't it obvious that it was given by Zhao Muxue, who was opposite Su Yang? Apart from Zhao Muxue, a wealthy young lady, who else can give 5 million to Su Yang? Su Yang, aren't you angry when they say this to you? This one is your good friend, and the other is your girlfriend. It must be very uncomfortable to be backstabbed by your girlfriend and your good friend, right? After Lu Jianpeng and Song Lijing left, Zhao Muxue immediately asked curiously. If it were any normal person, they would probably be furious, right? But looking at Su Yang again, he seemed like nothing had happened. That's strange. Chapter 24, 1 million is not a small amount of money. Angry? How could it be? I never get angry over insignificant people. I am the one who is angry. There is no need for this at all. Su Yang was very calm. He was speaking from his heart. Being angry hurts your body. It is the most unworthy thing to harm your own body for others. Su Yang, it seems that I underestimated you. You are more outstanding than I thought. Zhao Muxue looked at Su Yang with admiration. She could see that Su Yang was speaking from his heart and was not exaggerating or bragging. But I really let it go. A man who can take on and let go is a real man. On the other side, Song Lijing and the other person sat down at a position where they couldn't see Su Yang and Zhao Muxue and prepared to eat. Li Jing, don't be angry. Su Yang is just that kind of person. He would rather save face than live in misery. Come, let's see what you like to eat. As Lu Jianpeng spoke, he handed the menu to Song Lijing. He thought that there was a huge difference between him and Zhao Muxue. Under such circumstances, he certainly would not choose to pursue Zhao Muxue. On the contrary, Song Lijing in front of him was close to him. Moreover, if it's just one shot, there's no pressure at all. Well, thank you, Da Peng. I'm not angry. When we make a fortune in futures trading, Su Yang will definitely not be able to smile anymore. As for Zhao Muxue, she just relies on her family's wealth. Song Lijing said she was not angry, but she was still very jealous in her heart. Any woman would be jealous if faced with a competitor like Zhao Muxue. Don't worry, Lijing, we will definitely make a lot of money this time. Aha! That day, after Su Yang and Zhao Muxue finished their meal, they prepared to break up. Su Yang, last time I suggested that you come to work in my company, what do you think? Our company is also in the financial sector, so it's really suitable for you. Before breaking up, Zhao Muxue invited Su Yang again. Forget it, Muxue. I'm used to being wild. If you ask me to sit quietly in the office to work, I really can't calm down. Su Yang smiled and shook his head, once again rejecting Zhao Muxue's kindness. In any case, for a billionaire to work for a newly established financial company, even as a general manager, is a waste of talent. Of course, Su Yang didn't want to. Okay, my invitation is valid at any time. You can contact me anytime you need. Okay, Muxue, thank you. Excuse me. I'm going home first. Good. Looking at Zhao Muxue's leaving back, Su Yang was thoughtful. This old classmate was so sincere to her, he should do something to help him. Thinking of this, Su Yang immediately called his secretary Lu Qingqing. Hello, Mr. Su? Qingqing, investigate the current status of the Zhao Group for me. The more detailed the better. I want to see the report within 3 days. Okay, Mr. Su. Lu Qingqing did not ask Su Yang why he wanted to investigate the Zhao Group. But as long as it was Su Yang's order, he would do it immediately. This is what a professional secretary should do. And Su Yang just wanted to see what crisis the Zhao Group was facing now. Since others have helped me, I should give something back, right? The best reward is naturally to repay the Zhao Group. In this way, time passed quickly and soon it was time to harvest soybeans. In another 4 or 5 days, soybeans can be harvested in batches. This year is a bumper year for soybeans and the weather is good. For farmers, this is naturally a good thing. But for those investors who were long on soybean futures, the losses were heavy. At the same time, Ali Financial Investment Department. Boss Lu, our investment this time is absolutely correct. Can we clear the warehouse today? The profit should be about the same. In the large conference room of the investment department, all traders were excited. Shorting soybean futures was the best decision they have made in recent times. If they can successfully clear their positions today, each of them will be able to get at least $1 million in bonuses. With so much money, even elites like them would be excited when they see it. This is the benefit of investment exemption, which can greatly stimulate employees' enthusiasm for investment and enable them to make some more risky investments. However, this kind of thing cannot be done often. If you walk by the river often, how can you not get your feet wet? It's okay to let a new supervisor try it out occasionally. But if you do this for many years, if you lose money once, you may lose all the money you earned before. That's not how financial investing works. The real top investors all play the long game to catch the big fish. Only in this way can you be invincible in the financial industry. Don't worry. Based on past experience and trends, the price of soybean futures will fall to the bottom tomorrow. The difference between clearing out the warehouse today and clearing out the warehouse tomorrow could be tens of millions in profit. Let's not rush, let's wait until tomorrow. Lu Zhanpeng smiled confidently. Do you think the difference is just a little bit? After 500 million is magnified, even if it increases by 1 cent, it will be a profit of hundreds of millions. Okay, Mr. Lu, then let's wait until tomorrow to clear the inventory. Da Peng, should we be more cautious? We should have made enough money now, right? After the meeting, Song Lijing came to Lu Zhanpeng's office and wanted to clear her futures positions. Now she has made about 10 million out of her 1.2 million. With so much money, after paying off her debts and the money borrowed from her younger siblings, she would still have several million left. Several million was enough for her to buy a small house in the city center. Therefore, Song Lijing felt that she was already content. What's more, even if you clear your position tomorrow, you can only make a few million extra, so there is no need to take the risk. Jingjing, don't worry. There's still time to clear the inventory tomorrow. $1 million or so is not a small amount of money. With your current salary, it will take you 2 years to save up that much money even if you don't eat or drink, right? Since it's a foolproof thing, why rush it? Lu Zhanpeng said with a smile. Anyway, he won to clear out his inventory himself. By tomorrow, he will be a multi-millionaire. That might be much better than the tens of millions of assets that Su Yang claimed at the beginning. After all, his net worth of tens of millions is real tens of millions in cash, which cannot be compared with today. Well, mainly I'm worried about heavy rain. It's been cloudy these past 2 days in the soybean-producing areas. Song Lijing said with some concern. What's there to be afraid of on a cloudy day? It's not raining. I have asked my college classmate, he is in the soybean-producing area. There wasn't a drop of rain and there was no wind either, so the soybean yield will definitely not be affected. Chapter 25. You are looking for death. Lu Zhanping is very confident. The soybeans are about to be harvested, so it doesn't matter if it rains a little. Nowadays, harvesting is done by machines, and the efficiency is very high. Even if it really rains, you can stop the loss in time and not affect the price of futures. Okay, then we'll clear the inventory tomorrow. Good. Then you are busy, I'm leaving first. Watching Song Lijing twisting her body and walking out of the office, Lu Zhanping licked his lips subconsciously. So sexy. If I could have sex with such a beautiful woman, my life would be worth it. But, don't rush. There are plenty of opportunities, take your time. When Song Lijing left Lu Zhanping's office, her steps became noticeably more cheerful. By tomorrow, she will be a multi-millionaire. This feeling is like winning the lottery jackpot today and going to cash the prize tomorrow. I am extremely happy. However, Song Lijing suddenly thought of Su Yang. I don't know if Su Yang is long on soybean futures? Song Lijing thought about it for a moment, then found Su Yang's phone number and called him. Hello, who is this? Su Yang's lazy and slightly dissatisfied voice came from the other end of the phone. Su Yang was doing a head massage and was about to fall asleep when he was suddenly woken up by a phone call. It was from an unfamiliar number, and he must have felt uncomfortable. Su Yang, did you delete my phone number? Song Lijing's dissatisfied voice sounded in Su Yang's ears. Song Lijing? What's up? Hearing Song Lijing's voice, Su Yang's brows immediately frowned. He did delete Song Lijing's phone number. Since you have broken up, there is no need to keep the other person's phone number. Breaking up is not divorce. If they get divorced, there may be issues involving children and other aspects, and there will be intersections in the future. After breaking up, basically we will never contact each other again. There's no point in keeping the other person's phone number. Su Yang, you haven't answered me yet? Did you delete my phone number? Song Lijing asked. She didn't believe Su Yang would delete her phone number. How dare he? Yeah, we've broken up, why would I keep your phone number? Su Yang said lightly. At the same time, the masseur's hands became a little heavier. Su Yang felt pain and couldn't help but make a sound. Hiss, little sister, be a little gentler. Yes, sir. Su Yang. What are you doing? Who are you with? When Song Lijing heard the female voice coming from the other end of the phone, she immediately asked. Song Lijing, are you being too nosy? What I do and who I'm with has nothing to do with you. We have already broken up. Have you forgotten such an important thing? Su Yang said unhappily. This woman really has something wrong with her brain. She was the one who initiated the breakup, and she left very decisively without any hesitation. Why are you harassing me now for no reason? You are really bored. You. Okay. Su Yang, I'm just meddling in other people's business, okay? Song Lijing curled her lips and started to act weird. In the past, if she spoke like this, it meant she was angry. At this time, Su Yang would definitely come up to apologize and admit his mistake. Then just coax him some more and he'll be fine. Song Lijing thought Su Yang still loved her, but was just still angry with her, so she continued to use the old tricks. But Song Lijing obviously didn't understand Su Yang. She and Su Yang have already broken up, and she still wants Su Yang to apologize, which is just a fantasy. Just so you know, it's nosy. What's the matter with you calling me? If you're just nosy, I'll hang up. I have something else to do here. Su Yang said lightly. In fact, he had already guessed why Song Lijing made this call, and was just waiting for the other party to show off. Su Yang, I'm asking you, have you shorted soybean futures? We've already made over 10 million. If you had listened to us, you would have made money, right? Soybean futures? Sure enough, it was because of this matter. Su Yang chuckled. There is definitely no problem in shorting soybean futures, but this morning is the best time to clear the position and go long on soybean futures. Because at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the soybean producing areas will experience a once-in-a-century rainstorm. Heavy rains will affect more than half of the soybean producing areas. According to the stock market chart, soybean futures will begin to surge at 2 p.m. By that time, it will be too late to close the position and run away. You can only wait for forced liquidation. Ha, if you hadn't told me, I would have almost forgotten. As Su Yang spoke, he opened the stock trading software. He wanted to use all 5 million to go long on soybean futures. With a tenfold leverage, it is absolutely no problem to make tens of millions. In this way, he could return the 5 million to Zhao Muxue without revealing his identity. Su Yang, you didn't short soybean futures, did you? Then it's not too late for you to short now. Zhao Muxue gave you 5 million, right? If you add a leverage and close the position tomorrow, it shouldn't be a problem to make a few million. Song Lijing thought Su Yang believed what she said, so she immediately gave him some advice. Oh, sorry, I'm not shorting, I'm long. I think soybean futures will skyrocket. Since you advised me, I also advise you to close your position and go long on soybean futures. Otherwise, it will be too late. Su Yang didn't really feel sorry for Song Lijing. It's just like what I said before, he knew this woman too well. The more she said she wanted to go long, the more she would believe that her decision was correct. Su Yang wanted her to go deeper and deeper into evil and make her give up all the money she had earned over the years. It's not so easy to get Su Yang's money. Sure enough, when Song Lijing heard Su Yang's words, her defense broke down immediately. Su Yang, you are such a lunatic. Buy soybean futures? You are looking for death. Let me tell you, if you dare to go long on soybean futures with a 10x leverage, your margin will not last even 2 hours and your position will be forced to close. Song Lijing was very angry. This guy just wants to go against me, right? I kindly reminded him, but he didn't even appreciate it. You deserve to be bankrupt. Don't worry, I won't go bankrupt. On the contrary, I'm going to get rich. I have already invested all the 5 million in long soybean futures. Let's wait and see who was right and who was wrong. After Su Yang finished speaking, all 5 million entered the market. Meanwhile, the stock market was closed in the morning. Then, all we had to do was wait until the afternoon rainstorm arrived. Su Yang is unwilling to make money from disasters, but with futures, if you don't make money, others will, so it would be a waste not to make money. Moreover, Su Yang has already prepared supplies and personnel for flood control and disaster relief. When a flood occurs, his people and supplies will rush to the disaster area as soon as possible. A total of 500 million worth of supplies are enough to make up for the little bit of guilt in my heart. Okay, Su Yang, let's wait and see. Chapter 26. It's really over now. At noon, Su Yang specially asked the chef to prepare several big dishes. There are several chefs in Su Yang's villa, among whom the chief chef is a master at the state banquet level. In addition, there are pastry chefs, western chefs, etc. The combined annual salary of these chefs is tens of millions. However, for Su Yang, this is not a problem. When eating at home, the most important thing is to eat healthily. No matter how good the food in a restaurant is, it can never be as good as the food cooked in a small pot at home. After finishing his meal, Su Yang prepared for a nap. If it were someone else, after investing 5 million in the stock market, they would probably want to watch the market 24 hours a day. Either I look at the trend chart or the news, for fear that something unexpected might happen. However, Su Yang didn't care. With the stock market chart in hand, he doesn't have to worry about making wrong investment decisions. Besides, even if I make a mistake, it doesn't matter. A mere 5 million is nothing to Su Yang. Even if he lost everything, Su Yang wouldn't feel bad. After all, a casual meal could cost him millions. 5 million is just a matter of eating a few more meals. If Su Yang hadn't been thinking about how to return the money to Zhao Muxue without exposing his wealth, he would not have bothered to make this petty profit of 5 million. Su Yang went to sleep, and at the same time, the dark clouds over the soybean producing areas became heavier. The weather forecast also predicts heavy rain. But that's all. No one would know that this was not just heavy rain, but a torrential rain that occurs once in a century. No one expected this disaster. With the first drop of rain falling to the ground, the rainstorm officially began. In just 3 days, the soybean producing areas received more rainfall than in the entirety of last year. The total rainfall reached 800 millimeters. The highest hourly rainfall reached 200 millimeters. This is absolutely a terrifying thing. All crops have been greatly affected. The first to be affected was soybean futures. The futures market was originally falling slowly, and even with the intervention of bulls, the speed of the decline could not be stopped. However, as soon as the news of heavy rains hitting soybean-producing areas came out, soybean futures began to soar. The bulls took advantage of the situation and in just about 10 minutes pulled back all the prices that had been pushed down in the past few weeks. Moreover, it is still rising rapidly. For a time, the bears were almost in despair. Ali Financial Investment Department. Oh no, Mr. Liu, there's a torrential rain on soybean property rights. Soybean futures are skyrocketing. At this time, the entire financial investment department was in chaos, like an ant on hot pot. No matter how much heaven and earth planned, they didn't expect that we would encounter such a torrential rain. There are still several days before the soybean harvest. Except for the early batch that may have been harvested, most of them are still growing in the fields. Even if there are harvesters going to rescue now, the number of harvesters is limited. Due to weather and other factors, the harvesting speed cannot be that fast. This time, soybeans are bound to suffer heavy losses. Soybeans suffered heavy losses, so futures prices will naturally soar. What? Quick! Clear the stock. When he heard that there was going to be a heavy rainstorm, Liu Jianping panicked and immediately ordered everyone to start clearing out the stocks. In fact, even if he didn't give any orders, the traders would have already started taking action. We all work in finance, so we naturally know that no miracle will happen at this time. A surge in prices is inevitable. Even if a huge number of short sellers enter the market, it is impossible to prevent the surge in soybean futures. If you don't run quickly, you will lose everything in the end. However, under the current situation, there is simply no one to take over. In addition, their funds are too huge, and it is impossible for them to clear their positions in a short period of time. At the current rate, it will take at least 2 days to complete the clearance. But their deposit was not enough to last for 2 days. I am afraid that in another half an hour, my position will be forced to close due to insufficient margin. Damn it, we must act quickly, there is still hope. We will try to recover as much loss as we can. At this moment, Liu Jianping was regretting his decision so much. If I had known this, I would have cleared out my inventory in the morning. If they cleared their positions in the morning, they would have made a fortune. If you liquidate your position now, even if you can sell all your funds in time, you will definitely lose a huge amount of money. With 500 million yuan in funds, it would be good enough if we could keep half of it. Boss Liu, we are already working hard. All traders are trying to clear their positions. However, at this moment Song Lijing seemed to remember something, and suddenly stood up from her seat and came in front of Liu Jianping. Boss Liu. What's wrong, Lijing? Song Lijing winked at Liu Jianping frantically. Just now, the news of the surge in soybean prices made her briefly forget that they had shorted soybean futures. Thinking about it now, Song Lijing started to get anxious. Yes. Hurry up and take action. I need to take care of something. When Liu Jianping thought about the fact that he and Song Lijing had invested a total of more than 2 million yuan in shorting soybean futures, cold sweat suddenly broke out on his forehead. They haven't had time to liquidate their own soybean futures. Thinking of this, Liu Jianping immediately returned to the office and logged into his futures account to clear his position. But it's too late now. The first few minutes are actually the golden time for clearing inventory. If the amount is not large, you can still run away by setting a higher price. But now, it seems too late. Damn it! Are these people crazy? They won't take it even at this price. If we wait any longer, we'll be forced to clear out our inventory. No. It's over, it's really over now. Half an hour later, looking at the 30,000 yuan left after the forced liquidation, Liu Jianping and Song Lijing looked dejected. Especially Song Lijing, she slumped in her chair and couldn't say anything. This time, in order to get rich, she invested a full 1.2 million. Among them, 500,000 yuan was my brother and sister-in-law's money, and the remaining 700,000 yuan, 300,000 yuan was nominally borrowed from my brother and sister-in-law. There are still 400,000 yuan in various online loans and photo loans. Nothing else matters. Photo loans are deadly. This is usury, with a monthly interest rate of 8%. That is to say, the annual interest rate of the loan is 96%. For a loan of 200,000 yuan, the monthly repayment just for interest is 16,000 yuan. If you fail to pay back the money, they will send your photo to your relatives and friends. After all, I uploaded your address book when I took out the loan. If you still don't return them, these photos will appear on the internet and be appreciated by outsiders. This is something Song Lijing cannot accept. Moreover, she had to pay back more than just this amount of money. The 300,000 yuan that my brother and sister-in-law owed must be repaid. There is also the 500,000 yuan lost by her brother and sister-in-law. Based on Song Lijing's understanding of her mother, she will definitely have to pay back this money in the end. Their family favors boys over girls, and Song Lijing has always been the unimportant person. Chapter 27. Do you miss me? How could this happen? How could this happen? Why did it suddenly rain heavily? Why is this happening? Song Lijing kept muttering to herself. She couldn't understand why they encountered such a heavy rain that happened only once in a century. I didn't expect that God would play a trick on me in the end. Lu Zhanpeng's mouth was full of bitterness. This time, he also suffered heavy losses. I worked hard and saved up 800,000 yuan, and borrowed 200,000 yuan from a friend, but I lost it all in one go. He is even more miserable now than when he just graduated from college. Just graduated from college, I still need at least a few thousand yuan from my family. But now, although there are still tens of thousands of yuan in his bank account, including the 200,000 yuan he borrowed, he still owes his friends more than 100,000 yuan. Even if he now earns $1 million a year, it will take time to pay off the hundreds of thousands. Moreover, this investment was clearly a failure. Although he has investment exemption, the company will not hold him responsible in this matter. But there will definitely be no bonus for performance appraisal. This is the worst thing. People like them don't actually have high salaries on a regular basis, and their salaries mainly depend on performance appraisals. If the assessment is good, the total income will be high. If the assessment is not good, the total income will naturally not be high. Even though it's painful, it's a fact and no one can change it. Moreover, this exemption of investment rights is also a way for the company's senior management to assess Lu Zhanpeng's ability. If an investment fails, it proves that one lacks ability or that there is something wrong with the investment method. In this case, many subsequent promotion work will also be affected. However, this time it can be considered a natural disaster and man-made disaster, which cannot be changed by human power. Lu Zhanpeng felt that the company should not make things too difficult for him, right? Da Peng, what should I do now? A lot of my money is borrowed. You have to think of a solution for me. Song Lijing said with a sad face. If she can't get her principal back, her mother Yu Xiaofeng will definitely kill her. I'm sorry, Lijing. No one knew that there would be such heavy rain in the production area. You can see that many large institutions have lost money, so it's normal for retail investors like us to lose money. I also lost $1 million. If there is a way, I would definitely be thinking of it. Lu Zhanpeng smiled bitterly. If he had any other options, he wouldn't just wait here to die. The only way now is to accept your fate and work hard. With their income, if they live frugally, they can make up for the gap in a year or two. How come you can't do anything? Didn't you say that shorting soybean futures would definitely be okay? I invested so much money because I believed what you said. Da Peng, can you think of a solution, or lend me some money? All my money is borrowed. Song Lijing was really about to cry to death. Her annual salary is only about 400,000 yuan, and this is a full 1.2 million yuan. Even if she doesn't eat or drink, it will take her 3 years to pay it off. Moreover, she has to eat, rent a house, and buy cosmetics, clothes, and bags. In this case, paying off the debt in 5 years is considered fast. 5 years, how many 5 years can we have in our life? Thinking of this, Song Lijing became even more desperate. Song Lijing, are you blaming me now? Shorting soybean futures was a decision made after everyone in the department discussed it together. Personal investment is also something you are willing to do. Futures are inherently high-risk investments. As a trader, you should understand this, right? When you were making money, you called me Da Peng. Now that you're losing money, you're asking me for an explanation? Do you think that's reasonable? Lu Zhanpeng's face also darkened. At this point, he stopped pretending. It wasn't him who forced Song Lijing to invest. It was she who was eager to invest, and she was too greedy and even borrowed money to invest. Now that we're losing money, there's no reason for him to take the responsibility, right? As for Lu Zhanping's little thoughts about Song Lijing, this is a full 1 million yuan. With so much money, are you still worried about not being able to find a fair-skinned and beautiful college student? There will always be someone willing to pay 100,000 yuan a month for support, right? Aren't college students more attractive than women like Song Lijing who have graduated for several years? Da Peng, I didn't mean that. I'm just a little anxious because I lost so much money. Seeing that Lu Zhanping was angry, Song Lijing quickly shook her head. In any case, Lu Zhanping is her direct superior. She will have to follow Lu Zhanping in the future. If you offend your superior, it will be very detrimental to your future work. A job with an annual salary of 4 or 500,000 is Song Lijing's greatest source of confidence at home, and she must not lose it. Therefore, she must not offend Lu Zhanping. Well, Lijing, I also understand your difficulties. That's it. Let's think about whether there is any other way out. I definitely can't help you here. As you can see, I lost my 1 million. Seeing that Song Lijing had given in, Lu Zhanping gave in. After all, we are from the same department, so we don't want to make it too embarrassing. They also watched the futures trading secretly, in case they angered Song Lijing and she told on them. Then this matter will be really difficult to handle. As for the 200,000 yuan he borrowed, he had to find a way to pay it back as soon as possible. When he borrowed the money, he promised to pay it back in 2 weeks, but he doesn't have much time left. Well, I'll think of a solution then. Good. Song Lijing returned to her workstation, took out her cell phone and started looking for someone who could help him. Soon, he found Su Qinqi, her boyfriend. Song Lijing is already together with Su Qinqi, and both sets of parents have met each other. However, no one knew about this except Su Yang. To the outside world, Song Lijing is still single. This is also to confuse other bootlickers. For example, Chen Mingho at the beginning. She claims to be single so that she can still take advantage of these men. It is normal for a bootlicker to send a red envelope of 500 or 1,000 yuan after a message is sent. As long as someone announces that he or she has a boyfriend, he or she is still a bootlicker, but he or she is a bootlicker who has entered society, and it will be difficult to take advantage of him or her. Today's bootlickers are not as easy to fool as before. After finding Su Qinqi's phone number and hesitating for a moment, Song Lijing stood up from her workstation, walked to the balcony outside and called the other party. Hey, Jingjing, why are you calling me during work? Do you miss me? Su Qinqi's frivolous voice came from the other end of the phone. Song Lijing actually still hates Su Qinqi quite a bit. Su Qinqi and Su Yang are cousins, but their personalities are completely different. If Su Yang is a modest gentleman, then Su Qinqi is a gangster. The two people's temperaments and the feeling after being together are completely different. If Su Qinqi wasn't rich, Song Lijing would definitely look down on him. Chapter 28. Is your mother selling her daughter? Qinqi, I have something I want to ask you for help with. Song Lijing said a little embarrassedly. Borrowing money is indeed very embarrassing. If it wasn't absolutely necessary, she would never borrow money from her boyfriend. At the same time, Song Lijing also missed the old Su Yang. If she had not broken up with Su Yang and asked Su Yang for money, he would definitely lend it to her without hesitation. Even if it was 1.2 million, Su Yang would not refuse. Song Lijing firmly believes this. When Song Lijing lent 500,000 yuan to her brother, Su Yang lent it to him without saying a word. Song Lijing would definitely not deny this good thing about Su Yang. Therefore, when encountering trouble, Song Lijing would ask Su Qinqi for help. In her opinion, since Su Qinqi and Su Yang are cousins, they shouldn't be too stingy, right? Ask me for help? Jingjing, are we still talking about asking for help? Just tell me if you have anything to ask for. Su Qinqi's hearty laughter came from the other end of the phone. Hearing this, Song Lijing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I guess what Su Qinqi said was what was in his heart. It's just over 1 million, which should not be a lot of money for this big boss. Yeah, thank you, Qinqi. Song Lijing thanked him and was silent for a few seconds before she spoke. Qinqi, can you lend me some money? Borrow money? Su Qinqi was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting that Song Lijing came for this matter. However, he didn't say anything, just nodded and agreed. No problem, Jingjing, how much money do you want? I'll transfer it to you now. In Su Qinqi's opinion, the money Song Lijing borrowed should not be much. Maybe she just has some minor problems at work recently. There is absolutely no problem in lending tens of thousands of dollars to my girlfriend. With such a good job, the loan can be paid off in 2 or 3 months. However, Su Qinqi obviously underestimated Song Lijing. Song Lijing didn't expect Su Qinqi to be so straightforward, and a smile instantly appeared on her face. The tone was also a little lighter. "Qinqi, I don't borrow much, just 1.2 million. Don't worry, I will definitely pay you back the money, and I will pay you back in monthly installments." Song Lijing had a very good idea. Her annual salary was nearly 500,000. If you calculate it all, it's 40,000 yuan per month. Of course, annual salary is annual salary, and monthly salary is monthly salary. The monthly salary definitely doesn't reach 40,000. More than 20,000 is about right. With a monthly salary of more than 20,000 yuan, it should be no problem to pay back 10,000 yuan to Su Qinqi every month. Then after the year-end bonus is issued, give a larger sum. At this rate, all loans should be repaid within 5 years. What? 1,200,000? Jingjing, what do you want so much money for? Su Qinqi was stunned by Song Lijing. 1,200,000? This woman actually wants to borrow so much money? 20 or 30,000 is nothing to Su Qinqi, he can just click it easily. But lending 1.2 million to your girlfriend? He, Su Qinqi, is not that generous. Su Qinqi's company only has this much net profit a year. How could he be willing to take out so much cash and lend it to a girlfriend who he might not marry? Moreover, Su Qinqi was indeed very curious. What on earth did Song Lijing want to use so much money for? This. "Qinqi, please don't ask, okay? I promise to pay you back 10,000 yuan in installments every month. At the end of the year, I will give you 200,000 yuan in one lump sum. In about 4 years, I will definitely be able to pay off the money I owe you." Song Lijing told Su Qinqi about her repayment plan. In her opinion, since she had said so much, Su Qinqi should not object anymore, right? Song Lijing has a general understanding of Su Qinqi's financial situation. 1,200,000 shouldn't be a big problem for Su Qinqi. This, Jingjing, 1,200,000 is not a small amount. I can't take out so much money all at once. Su Qinqi hesitated for a moment, and finally decided to reject Song Lijing. He can come up with 1.2 million in cash. In the past 2 years, Su Qinqi has saved 2 to 3 million yuan by relying on Su Yang's factory. But, that's all there is to it. E-commerce is a money-burning business. If you want to make money, you must first spend money. The more you spend, the more you earn. In addition, Su Qinqi knows how to spend money, so having 2 or 3 million is indeed quite good. But having money doesn't mean you will lend it to others. Su Qinqi was willing to spend 2 or 3 million to buy himself a Porsche, even if it meant spending all 3 million. As young people, if you don't drive a Porsche while you are young, you won't feel anything when you get older. But if you are asked to lend half of it to someone else, even if it is your girlfriend, you have to think carefully and refuse decisively. In the eyes of people like him, money is the most important thing. You can always find another girlfriend if you lose one. As long as he has money, why would he have trouble finding a decent girlfriend? But if the money is gone, it's really gone. A girlfriend is not a wife, so there is no need to be so open-hearted to her. Moreover, Song Lijing has a criminal record. Is it worth spending everything on a woman who breaks up with her boyfriend as soon as she finds out he is bankrupt? The answer is obviously no. Song Lijing didn't expect that Su Qinqi would refuse so straightforwardly. I didn't react for a moment. "Qinqi, didn't you say you could make tens of millions a year? More than 1 million shouldn't be a problem for you, right? I'm borrowing 1 million, not asking you to give it to me. If you are willing to lend it to me, I won't ask for a dowry when we get married. You know, my mother's betrothal gift is more than 1 million. Song Lijing directly stated what Yu Xiaofeng had asked of Su Yang back then. In the eyes of the Song family, Song Lijing is a rare commodity. It is reasonable for a top student who graduated from a top university, earns 500,000 yuan a year, has fair skin, beautiful face, and long legs to ask for a dowry of more than 1 million yuan, right? But it is obvious that Su Qinqi is not Su Yang. Su Yang is a trillionaire, and a 1 million betrothal gift is just pocket money for him. Su Qinqi only has a little money. Wouldn't a 1 million betrothal gift be like costing him his life? What? 1 million for a betrothal gift? Jingjing, is your mother marrying off her daughter or selling her? No one in our Jiang province asks for such a high gift. Su Qinqi curled his lips. In Jiang province, the bride price and dowry are of equal proportion. If the betrothal gift is 1 million, the dowry must be 2 million. Su Qinshi is not that naive. He didn't think the Song family could afford a dowry of 2 million. Moreover, he had heard that the Song family had a younger brother. Voldemort exists everywhere. Even in Jiangxi province, which has a developed economy and relatively advanced ideas. Qinshi, I don't want a dowry, I just want you to lend me 1.2 million. If you can't come up with so much money at once, you can lend me less. Is 500,000 okay? Chapter 29 Su Yan posted on WeChat Moments. Song Lijing simply settled for the next best option. As long as she could borrow 500,000 yuan, she could use the money to pay back her brother and sister-in-law first. At that time, Lu Kaili gave her a total of 800,000 yuan. Although 500,000 is considered an investment, it doesn't matter if it fails. But Song Lijing knew her family too well. We must definitely find a way to return the 500,000 to them. If you don't pay it back now, you will have to pay it back in the future. The wool comes from the sheep. Therefore, it would be better to return the money as soon as possible. The remaining 300,000 will be paid back slowly. Anyway, that money was considered as a loan from her, so it didn't matter if she owed it for now. If she really disagrees, she can just default on the debt. After all, 200,000 out of the 300,000 originally belonged to her. 500,000? I'm sorry, Jingjing. 500,000 is not a small number. As you know, e-commerce is not easy to do now. Su Qinshi refused again. Uncle, can you help me? Even if it's just lending me 300,000 yuan. Song Lijing once again set her sights on Su Dejiang. You know about my dad's situation. They bought the factory from Su Yang, and the money in the account was gone. I haven't made any money yet. Su Qinshi refused again. However, this time he was telling the truth. When Su Yang sold Jiusu garment factory to Su Dajiang and Su Dehua, he took away 15 million in cash. Moreover, all of Jiusu garment factory's major customers have lost contact. The factory is now maintained by a few old customers, who are also small customers. Su Yang also greeted these customers and would leave after the last order was completed. In just 1 or 2 weeks, Su Dajiang and his sister will find that the Jiusu garment factory is just an empty shell. He even owed the bank tens of millions. By that time, it would be too late for them to regret. Qinshi, is it really true that I can't lend you anything at all? Song Lijing was very disappointed. Bankruptcy reveals the true nature of people. Only when you really encounter troubles can you truly see through the people around you. However, Song Lijing did not turn against Su Qinshi immediately. After all, it was she who went bankrupt, not Su Qinshi. Su Qinshi is still Song Lijing's financial sponsor. Even if you can't borrow money, it's still okay to get a little bit of benefit. Jingjing, let me give you the 20,000 yuan I have on hand first. This is for the social security payments for our employees. Anyway, the money won't be deducted until the 20th, so I'll give you some time. 20,000 yuan is indeed nothing to Su Qinshi. After all, he hasn't slept with Song Lijing yet, so he still has to pay her the money. Just think of it as buying a bag for this woman. Okay, Qinshi, I still have to thank you. Song Lijing smiled bitterly. These 20,000 yuan are really hot to hold. But now she doesn't care so much. Even if it's hot, you have to take it. 20,000 is also money. If one person borrows 20,000 yuan, then 100 people would have 2 million yuan. But could she really borrow 20,000 yuan from 100 people? We are all family, why should we be polite? Are you free recently? I know a hotel Western restaurant that's pretty good, shall we go try it? The hotel's Western restaurant, the meaning is already very clear. It's not so easy to get Su Qinshi's money. Okay, I'll see if I can spare some time these few days. If I can, we can go eat together. Haha, no problem, then it's settled. I'll transfer the money to you. Okay, thank you Qinshi. After hanging up the phone, Song Lijing received 20,000 yuan. Of course she knew what 20,000 yuan meant. I also understood what Su Qinshi meant by going to the hotel's Western restaurant for dinner. Let us go to the hotel and get a room after dinner. Song Lijing was very reluctant, but at this point, she had no choice. Anyway, it's not the first time, so just think of it as being pushed around by a pig. Moreover, Song Lijing gave herself a few days. Maybe one of the backup guys can help you selflessly at the last moment? At that time, there would be no need to bother with Suchinchi. The most urgent task now is to find this spare tire. So, Song Lijing started looking for her next backup on her mobile phone. At this moment, a red dot suddenly appeared on the Moments interface, and it seemed that someone had posted something on Moments. Song Lijing saw a portrait on the red dot, and it turned out to be Su Yang's. Su Yang posted on WeChat Moments? Song Lijing was stunned for a moment. She didn't block Su Yang. Su Yang doesn't usually post on WeChat Moments, so Song Lijing naturally forgot about him. Now, suddenly seeing Su Yang posting on WeChat Moments, Song Lijing was naturally surprised. So she opened her Moments and clicked on it. Just one glance and Song Lijing's breathing stopped. There is only one picture in Su Yang's circle of friends, but after seeing this picture, everyone will be uneasy. This is a screenshot with Su Yang's name and account number on it. This is a futures screenshot. Moreover, it is a screenshot of futures after liquidation. It was clearly written on the screenshot that Su Yang's futures account balance was actually over 50 million. Moreover, the balance cannot be withdrawn at first. Those who understand will understand. You can clear your position today, but you have to wait until the next day to withdraw the cash. In other words, the more than 50 million was what Su Yang earned from the futures market today. Considering that soybean futures had skyrocketed today, and Su Yang also knew that soybean futures would skyrocket, Song Lijing suddenly realized. This man actually used all 5 million to go long on soybean futures. Is this guy crazy or just extremely lucky? Su Yang, are you really long on soybean futures? Song Lijing suppressed her excitement and sent a message to Su Yang. However, Su Yang did not reply immediately. This was simply impossible before. When the two were together before, even if it was 1 o'clock in the middle of the night, Song Lijing would send a message to Su Yang and the latter would reply immediately. After sending the message, Song Lijing held her phone and waited anxiously. But this wait lasted for an hour. During this hour, Song Lijing had a lot of thoughts, and all she thought about was the kindness Su Yang had shown her in the past. She remembered that when Su Yang sent her messages in the past, she would take a long time to reply. She asked Su Yang to reply immediately, but she could never do it. In this way, Song Lijing waited for an hour and 10 minutes, and Su Yang finally replied. Yeah, didn't I tell you to go short as well? You didn't listen. After Su Yang finished speaking, he sent a grinning expression. As an ex-boyfriend, he said everything he needed to say. If you don't believe it yourself, you can't blame others, right? Seeing Su Yang's smug look, Song Lijing's mouth was full of bitterness. Whenever someone told her about this, she would think about it carefully. Even after making money this morning, I will decisively choose to sell it and stop the loss in time. But because Su Yang said this, Song Lijing didn't believe what he said. Thinking about it now, Song Lijing felt that she was really stupid. When he was in college, Su Yang showed amazing talent in the financial sector. Now that she has graduated, she doubts this person's talent? Isn't this stupid? Chapter 30 I Believe You Love Me. When Song Lijing thought about how she was still pretending to be cool in front of Su Yang and asking him to short soybean futures, she wanted to slap herself twice. If Su Yang really did that, wouldn't the 5 million be lost? As it turned out, Su Yang was right. The person who was wrong was Song Lijing. At this moment, Song Lijing really regretted it to death. If she were still with Su Yang, she would still be the girlfriend of the multi-millionaire. Considering how good Su Yang had been to her, let alone lending her 1.2 million. Even if I give you 1.2 million directly, there is no problem at all. Su Yang, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I should have listened to you. Can you forgive me? After Song Lijing finished speaking, she gave Su Yang an aggrieved expression. Forgive you? Why should I forgive you? What good will it do me to forgive you? Wait till I go bankrupt again, then you dump me again? Su Yang sneered. If he really forgave Song Lijing, not to mention that God would not forgive him first, the system would directly wipe him out. Even if it is a financial sponsor, they will abandon the book directly. Therefore, it is impossible to forgive, it is impossible to forgive in this lifetime. Su Yang, can't you forgive me just once? I didn't really want to break up with you at that time, I just wanted to encourage you. Song Lijing's mind was still very flexible, and she immediately thought of another explanation. Encouragement? Song Lijing, do you believe this? Su Yang sneered. Do you want this kind of encouragement? Su Yang is not as gullible as a 3-year-old child, nor is he as naive as an 18-year-old college student. Now that he had been betrayed, there was no way he could ever forgive this person. Su Yang, Okay, Song Lijing, just tell me, did you lose money in stock trading and now you want to borrow money from me? Su Yang interrupted Song Lijing. He could tell at a glance what the woman wanted. I lost 1.2 million, and it was all borrowed money. With so much money, she definitely can't handle it on her own. It just so happened that Su Yang posted something on WeChat Moments and she saw it. This old woman knew that Su Yang had become rich again, so how could she give up such a good opportunity? Su Yang, can you lend me money? Song Lijing asked tentatively. Although she didn't know how Su Yang knew that she was borrowing money to invest in stocks, since he knew it, she didn't make excuses and just asked for the money directly. You always gave me money directly before, so you should give me money this time too, right? Song Lijing waited for Su Yang's reply with some anticipation. 1,200,000 should not be a big deal for Su Yang, who has tens of millions of dollars in his hands, right? Song Lijing, why do you think I would lend you 1.2 million? Or even give you 1.2 million for free? You have to understand that you are no longer my girlfriend. Su Yang found it a little funny. Why is this woman's face so big? You want Su Yang to give you 1.2 million for free? Do you really think you are made of gold? Su Yang, can we start over? I believe you love me, and I love you too. As long as you are willing to lend me money, I am willing to start over with you. Song Lijing explained anxiously. Now that Su Yang is rich, of course she is willing to be with him again. Start over? Song Lijing, you know I already have a girlfriend, don't you? My girlfriend is prettier than you, has a better figure than you, is kinder than you, and most importantly, she has money. What do you think makes you better than her that I can give him up for you? Su Yang's tone was full of sarcasm. The so-called girlfriend definitely does not exist. The person he is talking about is naturally Zhao Muxue. Since Zhao Muxue was allowed to pretend to be my girlfriend at that time, I'd better let the goddess bear with it and continue to pretend to be her. Zhao Muxue? Su Yang, do you love Zhao Muxue? Aren't you with her for money? What's the difference between you and me? As soon as she heard Zhao Muxue's name, Song Lijing's defense broke down instantly. That's right, in front of Song Lijing, she was indeed an ugly duckling who was not presentable. Moreover, it is the real ugly duckling that can never turn into a swan. The reason why the ugly duckling can become a swan is because it is a goose born from a swan. But a duck can never become a swan. Even becoming a goose is impossible. It can only be a duck, the same breed of duck as Quanjued roast duck. That's right, I'm no different from you. So, I'm going to find my goddess. Who wouldn't he like a life of luxury and wealth? How is it? Are you mad? If you're not mad enough to death, then go ahead and be mad. I won't serve you anymore. I've blocked you. After Su Yang finished speaking, he directly blocked Zhao Muxue's WeChat. I didn't block him before, I was just waiting for this day to get slapped in the face. Now that the installation is complete, I will definitely block you. Su Yang had achieved his purpose of posting this on his moments. Su Yang, you bastard, I will never let you go. I'm so pissed. Just wait for me to turn over. Song Lijing saw that the last message she sent was rejected. Apparently, she had been deleted as a friend by the other party. She was so angry that she sat on the balcony outside in a rage. On the other hand, Su Yang was very happy. At this moment, he was in a good mood, all his pores were open, and he was so happy. This feeling of showing off step by step is much more satisfying than directly telling the other person that you are a billionaire. Su Yang's circle of friends is public. When they first learned that he went bankrupt, many of his classmates deleted his circle of friends. But some parts were not deleted. So, after Su Yang posted on his moments, all the classmates who had not deleted it saw it. Those who had not deleted the post saw Su Yang's circle of friends and naturally sent him messages of envy and celebration as soon as possible. However, Su Yang only responded to most of the messages with a few words. Only on Luo Haiyang's side, Su Yang started chatting with him. Through chatting, Su Yang learned that Luo Haiyang worked in the real estate sales center. He has a high salary and is the top seller almost every month. Almost in the top 3. Therefore, it is not a problem to earn hundreds of thousands a year. However, real estate sales is a very tiring job. It's not easy to earn hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. After a quick chat, the other party ended the conversation because he had a client. Su Yang also knew where the other party worked. Now that I know this, I have to find some time to help this old classmate and boost his performance. However, there is no rush now, it's okay to wait a few days before going. The news of Su Yang's getting rich was known to his classmates, and naturally his former roommates also knew about it. Among them, of course, is Lu Jianping. At this time, Lu Jianping was already extremely worried. Chapter 31. Why not ask Su Yang for money? Good brother, can you spare me another month? I will definitely pay you back in a month. Yes. I have been promoted now and my annual salary is 1 million. I will definitely be able to make up the money for you with my salary and bonus in a month. Uncle, I really have no money now. Next month I will sell everything I have and pay you back. What's going on with your loan? You're asking for repayment half a month before the due date? I didn't say I wouldn't pay it back. I will pay you back when it's due. I earn 1 million a year, how can I owe you that little bit of money? The 200,000 yuan that Lu Jianping used for stock trading was borrowed from more than a dozen people in several loan apps. We had originally agreed to pay it back in half a month, but now the time has come and everyone has started to ask for payment. At this moment, sitting in the manager's office, Lu Jianping was really feeling very uncomfortable. If he hadn't been in this position, he wouldn't have taken out all his capital to make such a big gamble. Now, the money is gone and I owe 200,000 yuan. After years of hard work, I am back to the situation before liberation. What a loss! After receiving the debt collection call, Lu Jianping slumped in his chair. Since graduation, he has never felt so tired. The feeling of being chased for money is really uncomfortable. Well, luckily I only owed 200,000 yuan, and I got a promotion. If you owe 1.2 million like Song Lijing, who knows when it will end? Lu Jianping breathed a sigh of relief. He was really a little thankful that he had been frugal and not spending money recklessly over the years. 200,000 yuan, for him now, if he is frugal, he can pay it off in just a few months. But what about Song Lijing? You may have to live a hard life of hardship and perseverance for several years. But this is all her own fault. Do you dare to go all in on futures if you have no money? These are futures, not stocks. If you don't have money, don't touch this stuff. If things go wrong, you will lose everything. For example, a certain crude oil. Losing the principal is a small matter, but owing others 3 times the money and having to pay it back is the most deceptive thing. However, it is definitely impossible to pay back the 200,000 yuan next month. The best way is to borrow some money from someone. Thinking of this, Lu Jianping called his former roommate. Lu Jianping and Su Yang were in the same dormitory, which accommodated 4 people. Besides the 2 of them, there were 2 other roommates. One of them is called Fong Tanga, and he is very close to Lu Jianping. Of course, the other 2 roommates also broke off their relationship with Su Yang. Su Yang had asked them to borrow money before, but was rejected. However, the 2 of them were still polite and just refused without blocking Su Yang. Unlike Lu Jianping, who blocked Su Yang the moment he knew he went bankrupt. Fong Tanga and his other roommates both have good jobs. Both of them work in securities companies and are of the same type as Lu Jianping. Fong Tanga's call was quickly connected. Hey, Lao Lu, what do you want to talk to me about? Fong Tanga's laughter was heard from the other end of the phone. Old Fong, this time it really is time for the Jianghu to help. Lend me 200,000 and I'll pay you back in installments over the next few months. Lu Jianping went straight to the point. He thought he had a good relationship with Fong Tanga, and now that he was in trouble, this old friend and roommate would definitely lend him money. Lao Lu, why do you want to borrow money? Is it because you don't have enough for the down payment on the house? Didn't you say you wouldn't buy a house for another few months? You're a single guy, so you don't have to rush to buy a house, right? Fong Tanga asked curiously. He knew that Lu Jianping earned 500,000 yuan a year and had 800,000 yuan in savings. Does such a person still need to borrow 200,000 yuan from me? I didn't buy a house. I lost $1 million speculating in futures and now I still owe someone $200,000. Don't worry, I've been promoted to department manager now, with an annual salary of 1 million. I will definitely be able to pay you back my salary in installments within a few months. Lu Jianping knew Fong Tanga very well. If he knew that this person didn't know what the money was for, he would definitely not lend it to him. Moreover, we will not lend money to others to trade stocks or futures. After all, they are securities practitioners and naturally know how risky it is to trade stocks and futures. Lending money to people to invest in stocks is equivalent to giving the money to them and then not wanting it. Fong Tonga is not Su Yang, who is wealthy and powerful. He will definitely not agree. However, if you need to pay back the money you lost from stock trading, then it is something you might consider. Of course, this is what Liu Zhanpeng thought. Whether the latter will lend it or not is unknown. You lost $1 million in futures trading? Did you short soybean futures? Fong Tonga is worthy of being a securities practitioner. He guessed Liu Zhanpeng's outrageous move at once. Yes, I just secretly shorted soybean futures. I just got promoted. Our company has an exemption for first-time investment. I shorted 500 million and invested a little bit myself. Who would have thought that God didn't want me to make quick money? All the money I earned over the years has now been lost. Liu Zhanpeng smiled bitterly. This time it was really God who didn't let him make any money. Even if there had been no rain, he would still have made a lot of money. Good fellow, Lao Lu, you are too impulsive. But why don't you borrow money from Su Yang? He is much richer than me. Fong Tonga asked doubtfully. Su Yang? He's bankrupt, don't you know that? Why are you bringing him up? You wouldn't be reluctant to lend me even 200,000, right? I am making $1 million a year now, I will definitely pay you back. Liu Zhanpeng said somewhat unhappily. They were all roommates. After learning that Su Yang went bankrupt, Liu Zhanpeng contacted the other two roommates and asked them not to lend money to Su Yang. Therefore, Fong Tonga and another roommate knew about this matter. Now Fong Tonga asked Liu Zhanpeng to borrow money from Su Yang, so the latter would think that the other party was making up an excuse for not wanting to lend him money. It is precisely because of this that Liu Zhanpeng feels unhappy. Lao Lu, don't you know yet? Su Yang made more than 50 million by going long on soybean futures. He posted it on WeChat Moments, didn't you see it? Fong Tonga was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Liu Zhanpeng didn't know about this. Now their college classmates group has exploded, and everyone is sharing Su Yang's screenshots. You can earn 50 million in one operation, which is absolutely amazing. After all, the other party is a real retail investor, not an institution or a banker. He was able to decisively go long even when everyone was bearish. To say that this was luck is definitely impossible. What? How is it possible? Su Yang actually went long on soybean futures? Liu Zhanpeng's face turned pale instantly, even paler than when soybean futures skyrocketed. Su Yang making money makes him more uncomfortable than losing money. Moreover, Su Yang had specifically reminded them 2 days ago that soybean prices would skyrocket. But they didn't take it seriously. Who would have thought that soybeans would actually skyrocket? And Su Yang actually went long on soybean futures and made 50 million yuan from it. Who can accept this? Chapter 32 Daong, can you lend me 200,000 yuan? Liu Zhanpeng is a typical person who wants his brothers to suffer, but doesn't want them to live well. It's more painful for my brother to live well than for him to lose $1 million. Yes, he is fine now. He has become a multi-millionaire again. If I had known, I would have lent him the money. Fong Tonga sighed. He just sent a message of congratulations to Su Yang, but the other party didn't even bother to pay attention to him. Fong Tonga was very regretful. If he had known that Su Yang was so powerful, he would definitely not have followed Liu Zhanpeng in looking down on Su Yang. Now, there is a complete rift between him and Su Yang. Thinking of this, Fong Tonga couldn't help but feel some resentment towards Liu Zhanpeng. If this guy hadn't been there to stir up trouble, he wouldn't have refused to lend Su Yang a penny. Even if it was just a loan of 5,000 yuan, I'm afraid Su Yang would remember it. Fong Tonga had some understanding of Su Yang's character. After hearing what Fong Tonga said, Liu Zhanpeng felt even more regretful. Among the 4 people in their dormitory, he and Su Yang have the closest and best relationship. If he had lent money to Su Yang at that time, even if there was no such sarcasm, Liu Zhanpeng believed that Su Yang would help him when he encountered difficulties. But if I ask Su Yang for help now, I'm afraid I won't be able to get it. Lao Fong, you don't have any money to lend me, right? Liu Zhanpeng sighed and asked Fong Tonga for help again. I'm sorry, Lao Fong. I really can't help you. You can try to ask Su Yang for help. We're roommates, and he will definitely help you. I have something else to do at the company, so I won't talk to you for now. After Fong Tonga finished speaking, he decisively hung up the phone. But this guy still has brains. Even if he refused to lend money, his refusal was reasonable and his tone was pretty good. He was also scared when he saw Su Yang became rich again. No one can guarantee that Lu Zhanping won't become rich in the future? If I offend this old friend, how can he help me when he becomes rich in the future? Damn it! Do I really have to beg that bastard Su Yang? Hearing the busy tone on the phone, Lu Zhanping wanted to smash the phone. But in the end he didn't do it. Smashing the phone was just a small problem. A phone didn't cost much to him. But that was for him before. For Lu Zhanping now, he can't bear to buy a mobile phone even if it costs 1,000 yuan. After hesitating for a long time, Lu Zhanping finally called Su Yang. However, after the call was connected, he realized that he had blocked Su Yang. This made Lu Zhanping feel a little embarrassed and regretful at the same time. If Su Yang also blocked him, it would be impossible for him to contact Su Yang again. Fortunately, Lu Zhanping's call was successfully connected. On the other end of the phone, Su Yang's voice sounded lazily. Hello, who is this? Hey, Dayon, it's me, Da Ping. Lu Zhanping greeted Su Yang cordially. If people who don't know hear them, they will think they are good friends. In fact, the two were indeed very good friends half a month ago. We have been classmates for 4 years, shared a room for 4 years, and slept head to head for 4 years. If this isn't good friends, then what are we? However, half a month ago, Lu Zhanping tore this friendship to pieces with his own hands. To Su Yang now, Lu Zhanping on the other end of the phone was just a passerby. It turns out to be Mr. Lu. I don't know why Mr. Lu called me? Su Yang asked with a smile on the other end of the phone. Not enthusiastic, not proactive, and not helpful, these are Su Yang's 3 no principles. Anyway, no matter what the other party said, he would just treat it as bullshit and would never forgive the other party just after listening to a few words. Ahem, Dayon, I heard you made 50 million from futures trading? Is that true? Lu Zhanping asked tentatively. How could this be fake? Haven't you seen all the screenshots in the group? Do you want me to send them to you via WeChat so you can take a look? Oh, no, you blocked me on WeChat. I deleted you too. There was something sarcastic in Su Yang's tone. You can't blame him for this. It wasn't him who wanted to delete and block Lu Zhanping, it was this guy who took the initiative. Since Su Yang has deleted his friend list, he will not let this guy continue to occupy his friend list. You know, in the business world, not everyone can be added as Su Yang's friend. Many wealthy businessmen tried every possible way to add Su Yang as their friend, but failed. Lu Zhanping can be said to be unaware of the blessings he has. Dayon, it was all my fault before. I was just trying to motivate you. Look, now it's proven that I was right. You made a desperate effort and finally succeeded. Lu Zhanping laughed awkwardly and made the same excuse as Song Lijing. Incentive? Mr. Lu is so used to being a department manager that he has started to use this method to control his friends. Su Yang sneered. Excitation? I don't believe you. It is better to believe that Lu Zhanping is Qin Shi Huang than to believe his words. How could that be, Dayon? I really hope you have a good life. Okay, Mr. Lu, just tell me what you want to say. Did you lose money in futures trading and want to borrow money from me? Su Yang interrupted Lu Zhanping and directly revealed the other party's true purpose. This guy always refers to Zhong Wuyan when he has something to do and Xiaoyingchun when he has nothing to do. It was like this when I was in school. Now that I have graduated and am working, this habit has not changed. For such a person, Su Yang only wanted to give him one word. Roll. Ahem, Dayon, you haven't changed at all, your IQ is still so high. I lost 1 million in futures trading, and I borrowed 200,000 of it. I want to borrow 200,000 from you to pay you back. Those friends are asking for money now. I promised them that I would pay them back within half a month, but now it is clear that I can't pay them back. Seeing that Su Yang had laid his cards on the table, Lu Zhanping stopped pretending and directly stated his purpose. You owe 200,000? Mr. Lu, where did you get the other 800,000? Didn't you say you spent it on buying a house? When I asked you to borrow 100,000 yuan, you only gave me 100 yuan. Su Yang mentioned what happened at that time with a smile. At that time, Su Yang encountered difficulties and asked Lu Zhanping to borrow 100,000 yuan. It would have been fine if the other party did not lend him the money, but instead took out 100 yuan to insult him. Now the situation has changed. How can this guy have the nerve to ask me for money? Dayan, I really didn't have any money at the time. The 800,000 yuan was meant to buy a house. I just wanted to take a gamble out of greed, and ended up losing a lot of money. Lu Zhanpeng smiled bitterly. The 800,000 yuan was intended for buying a house, and Lu Zhanpeng did not lie about this. However, faced with such a good opportunity to make money, he really couldn't bear to give it up. So, I fell into the trap. Chapter 33, It's better to do it now than to wait for a day. I'm sorry, I also need to use my money to buy a house. If you are really in urgent need of money, I suggest you apply for several online loans. It should be enough to pay back the money you borrowed from your friends. Su Yang is not that kind. Not to mention 100,000, he wouldn't even give 100. This kid is so pissed off. Online loans, but the interest rates are very high. Dayan, can you lend it to me? I'm now a department manager in a company, earning $1 million a year. I can pay you back in installments within half a year. I'll give you 20,000 every month from now on. Is that okay with you? Lu Zhanpeng pleaded again. His little calculations are still very loud. The money borrowed through online lending is charged interest, and the interest rate is very high. Nowadays, online loans basically have an annualized interest rate of more than 10%. If you borrow 200,000 yuan for 1 year, the interest will be more than 20,000 yuan. Compared with online loans, borrowing money from Su Yang definitely does not require any interest. Moreover, Lu Zhanpeng knows Su Yang. As long as I borrowed money from Su Yang, he would definitely be embarrassed to ask me to pay it back. Then you can just keep dragging it out. It won't be too late to return it to him when I have 1 million again. Being able to get 200,000 yuan for free and use it for such a long time, isn't it better than taking out an online loan? Online lending today is not the same as it was 10 years ago. Nowadays, all online loans are from formal institutions and must be reported to your credit bureau. If you don't pay back your loans, your finances will be in jeopardy. 20,000 every month? Mr. Lu, you really know how to calculate. But, do you really think your job with $1 million annual salary can be kept stable? Su Yang laughed. Lu Zhanpeng and Song Lijing were both out of money and owed a huge amount of money. They have already returned all the money they earned from Su Yang. Next, it's time to tell them to get out. However, Su Yang's words made Lu Zhanpeng a little confused for a while. Isn't it just a failed investment? How can I lose my job? Although the 500 million investment failed this time, he did have an investment exemption. The company will definitely not make a fuss about him in this matter. He won't be fired for this. Even if there is an impact, the most he would do is demote him and let him become a traitor again. As for dismissal, it is almost impossible. Su Yang, what do you mean? Lu Zhanpeng asked with a frown. He already knew that Su Yang would never lend him money, so his tone turned cold. Since he is not going to lend money, there is no need for him to continue to be a bootlicker. It's nothing, I just hope you can find a new good job. After Su Yang finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Then, block and delete it in one go. You've pretended enough, now it's time to get slapped in the face. When Lu Zhanpeng heard the busy tone from the other end of the phone, he didn't react for a moment. Just as he was wondering, there was a knock on the door. Immediately afterwards, the glass door opened and 4 or 5 people wearing work badges walked in from outside. Seeing these 4 or 5 people, Lu Zhanpeng's expression suddenly changed. He could only recognize 1 or 2 of the 4 or 5 people. One is his direct superior, and the other is the minister of the supervision department. It's obvious that nothing good is happening when these people appear together. As it turned out, Lu Zhanpeng's prediction this time was correct. Lu Zhanpeng, you are suspected of using other people's accounts to illegally conduct futures trading. We have the evidence, now let's sit down and talk. As the minister of the supervision department spoke, he pulled over the chair opposite Lu Zhanpeng and sat down. Then, the questioning officially began. Song Lijing was also working simultaneously. She was also taken to the office for questioning by another group. The questioning lasted for more than 2 hours. Faced with the Minister of Supervision who had evidence in his hands, Lu Zhanpeng did not dare to hide anything and told him everything about how he used his family members to speculate in stocks. The rest is much easier. The Minister of the Supervision Department directly represented Ali Finance and asked Lu Zhanpeng to resign. Of course, he could choose to stay and let the company fire him. However, if he is fired, the company will hold him accountable for maliciously shorting the futures market. He used 500 million yuan to short soybean futures, and he also invested in it. If this matter gets out, Liu Zhanpeng will never be able to continue working in the financial industry. Therefore, voluntarily resigning is the best option. If you voluntarily resign, you will not receive any compensation except for that month's salary. The same was true for Song Lijing on the other side. I didn't get a penny of compensation. Just like that, two people, one with an annual salary of 1 million and the other with an annual salary of nearly 500,000, both lost their jobs. Without jobs and owing huge debts, the future of the two people is clear. However, this has nothing to do with Su Yang. That same day, he called Zhao Muxue, asked her to have dinner with him, asked for her phone number, and returned the 5.1 million to her. Oh my god, Su Yang, you are really amazing. You actually made 50 million with 5 million. You made back your investment? Looking at the amount received in the bank text message, Zhao Muxue still found it a little unbelievable. She really couldn't understand the man in front of her. It is so radical in the futures market. Besides, isn't this luck a bit too good? Soybean futures were clearly falling, but this guy was able to predict that it would rain heavily and decisively when long on soybean futures. As a result, he made a lot of money. This guy has it all. This is simply a natural stock trading saint. Ha, it's just good luck, it's nothing big. Su Yang chuckled. This whole thing about innate stock trading holy body is bullshit. With the system in hand, you can travel around the world without worries. Muxue, the extra 100,000 is your interest, don't think it's too little. Su Yang was afraid that Zhao Muxue would not accept the 100,000 yuan, so he took the initiative to explain. In fact, 100,000 yuan is indeed a little too little. But Su Yang knew Zhao Muxue. If he gave too much, the other party would definitely not accept it. Rather than being embarrassed later, it is better to give a suitable amount that both parties can accept now. For Zhao Muxue, 100,000 yuan is just enough to buy a bag. Okay, then I won't be polite with you. But don't think you can get rid of me with 100,000 yuan. We agreed to go to Luoxian for dinner, so you can't go back on your word. Of course not. Why not wait for a better day? Then today? Hate it, what's the big deal about dates? You're so dirty, just today. Hey, no problem. After the two made an appointment, they drove to Luoxian in their respective cars. Luoxian is located in the city center, next to Linan Lake. The geographical location and environment are very good. At the same time, the consumption here is also very high. This point has been mentioned before. Of course, the cost is high, but the taste is also very good. It is said that there is no delicious food in Linan. It's just that it's high-end food that ordinary people can't afford. Luoxian has the most authentic Linan cuisine. Of course, there are also delicacies from all over the country. As long as you can afford it, you can eat any legal food here. Chapter 34 Members of Luoxian. Su Yang and Zhao Muxue entered the parking lot of Luoxian one after another. After parking the car, we went to Luoxian together. Sir, madam, are you too? As soon as I reached the door, a waiter in a Chinese-style jacket came up to me. Well, there are two of us. Su Yang nodded and said. Okay, sir, are you two members of our Luoxian? If not, you will need to wait in line for a while. The waiter said politely. The price of Luoxian is very high, but the thing that is most in short supply in this world is rich people. Especially those who have money but nowhere to spend it. For these people, eating at Luoxian is a symbol of status. Therefore, it is often crowded here. Of course, there is another big reason besides this. That is, there are many internet celebrities who come here to check in. Linan City is the national holy land of internet celebrities, where countless internet celebrities gather. These internet celebrities love to come to such high-end places to check in and create their own image. As a high-end hotel, Luoxian has excellent layout and environment. It is very easy to take photos here, and any photo you take will be very beautiful. Therefore, this place has also become a popular check-in spot for internet celebrities. Now that Luoxian is open for business, it is definitely impossible for it to refuse internet celebrities from entering. They also make purchases, even if a table of people only orders a few cups of tea, they are still customers. Therefore, Luoxian's business is very good. However, Luoxian is not stupid either. Internet celebrities are ineffective customers in a sense. It is impossible for a hotel to give up the real wealthy customers for ineffective customers. Therefore, Loation cleared out the best floor of the entire restaurant. This floor is exclusively for member customers. You can enter the lobby downstairs by queuing up and making an appointment. However, only members can enter the upper floor. Membership in Loation is not cheap. The annual fee for the membership card is 100,000 yuan. Moreover, this 100,000 yuan is purely card fees and cannot be used for consumption. Those who can afford this card are definitely the richest among the rich. Most small business owners are reluctant to open one. Having a membership card doesn't stop internet celebrities from coming up to your place. After all, many internet celebrities are also super rich. But at least, it can prevent some small internet celebrities from disturbing the meals of big customers, which is very useful. Su Yang actually had a membership card for this restaurant, but before he could open his mouth, Zhao Muxue next to him took out a silver white card. I have a membership card, so I don't need to make an appointment, right? After Zhao Muxue finished speaking, she took the initiative to hand the membership card to the waiter. Su Yang was not at all surprised that Zhao Muxue had a membership card of Loation. If the daughter of a billionaire chairman can't afford a membership card of Loation, then few people can afford it. Membership cards will naturally allow you to experience different services. After the waiter took the membership card, his attitude became more respectful. Hello, dear silver member Miss Xiao, welcome to dine at Loation. I'll take you in right away. Would you like to dine in the lobby on the first floor, or the lobby on the second floor? Or the private room on the third floor? That's right, there is a third floor of Loation. The third floor is all private rooms. Only members can enter the private room. Moreover, there is a minimum consumption. The cheapest private room costs at least 100,000 yuan per night. Don't think that spending 100,000 yuan on a meal is expensive. When rich people entertain friends or clients, a meal costing 100,000 yuan is only considered average. Many times, a meal starts at 4 or 500,000. If some precious liquor is used, it is normal to spend 1 million or so on a meal. Let's go to the lobby on the second floor. There are only 2 of us, so there's no need to use a private room. Zhao Muxue said with a smile. In fact, her main purpose was to save money for Su Yang. Although Su Yang made 50 million in the futures market this time, this money did not come easily. The other person invited her to dinner out of kindness. She said that she wanted to give Su Yang a big meal, but she wouldn't really go that far. Okay, Miss Xiao, please follow me. Well, Su Yang, let's go. Good. Accompanied by the waiter, the two walked into Loation. The first floor of Loation is still very lively, with a lot of people, and many of them are beautiful girls. Some girls came in groups and there were only a few dishes on the table. At first glance, it's obvious that this is an internet celebrity out on the street, looking for photos. There were also some girls sitting opposite some men. There were young and old men, but without exception, they were all well dressed and were either wealthy men or second generation rich. As for the relationship between them, it goes without saying. Not a couple or husband and wife, just that kind of relationship. There are actually a lot of couples. This is indeed a great place for a date and dinner. However, this has nothing to do with Su Yang, and he doesn't care about these people. As they were talking, the two of them went down to the second floor accompanied by the waiter. The lobby on the second floor is also very large, but there are far fewer people. The seats are also very dispersed so that they won't disturb each other's dining or chatting. There are only a dozen or so tables scattered upstairs. But those who can eat here are all rich people without exception. Su Yang also saw a relatively famous male internet celebrity. However, he had only seen the other party's live broadcast and was not a fan of the other party. Even if they are fans, they would not dare to go up and say hello when they come here to eat. After all, we are all people of status, and no one can lower their attitude. Ms. Zhao, would you like to sit near the lake? Well, just sit there. Okay, Ms. Zhao. The waiter quickly seated the two of them, then took out several menus and asked them to take their orders. In this age of online ordering, paper menus are actually quite rare. However, there are still some truly high-end restaurants. This is also to show one's high-end. Sometimes, simplicity is high-end. Ms. Zhao, Mr. Su, I can give you a brief introduction to the characteristics of our place. The waiter said with a smile. No need, just order directly. Muxue, just order whatever you want to eat, no need to save money for me. Okay, I won't be shy then. Zhao Muxue smiled and then started ordering. She didn't order much, just 5 dishes in total. 2 of them are vegetable dishes and 3 are meat dishes. However, even so, the price of these dishes is already more than 20,000 yuan. I'm done, Su Yang. You can have the rest. Okay, let's add a few more. After Su Yang finished speaking, he added 5 more dishes, making a total of 10 dishes. We can all get together for a table. As for the price, it has reached 80,000. 80,000 yuan for a meal is already very generous. If Zhao Muxue hadn't kept saying that it was enough, Su Yang would have continued to add more dishes. In fact, he didn't order any particularly expensive dishes. The main reason is that Zhao Muxue always said that she didn't like to eat it. Therefore, the dishes ordered in this restaurant are considered below average. Chapter 35. You are in love. Muxue, would you like some more ice cream? The ice cream here is very good. Forget it. One ice cream costs over 4,000. I'm not going to waste that money. Just go to Modelo and buy me a sundae after dinner. The second one is half price. Okay, how about a bottle of Lafite or Romane Conti? Then let's have a bottle of Lafite worth 20,000 yuan. Romane Conti is too expensive. Okay. That's all. Yes, sir. The waiter took the menu with a smile on his face. A bottle of Lafite costs 20,000 yuan, and she can also get a little commission. The salary for waiters working in this kind of hotel is very high, and the main thing is the commission from the alcohol. Especially for the ordinary types of this famous liquor, the commission is particularly high. Su Yang spent 100,000 yuan on this order, which is not a small amount. The waiter went to take the order, while Zhao Muxue and Su Yang sat down and chatted. Su Yang, what have you been thinking recently? Do you want to join me? It's a shame for someone like you not to work with me. Zhao Muxue smiled and invited Su Yang again. Su Yang made 50 million in the futures market this time, which made Zhao Muxue even more certain that he was a talent and that she must not give up on him just like that. Others thought that Su Yang was just a coincidence, but Zhao Mushua's woman's intuition told her that Su Yang was really capable. As long as she recruits him, her new company in Hangzhou will definitely develop rapidly. I'm sorry, Muxue, I really haven't thought about this question. I'm used to my freedom and I really don't want to go to work. Su Yang once again decisively rejected Zhao Muxue. He really doesn't want to go to work. On the one hand, it's just what he said. He is a free man, how can he go to work? On the other hand, it is also very simple. The richest man goes to work for someone else? Is this a joke? Okay, then I won't force you. Zhao Muxue sighed. It is easy to get thousands of soldiers, but it is difficult to find a good general. However, Zhao Muxue didn't think much about it. Maybe, Su Yang will change his mind in the future. Soon, the dishes came up one after another. Then, the two of them started chatting while eating. There are still many topics for young boys and girls. Both of them have cheerful personalities and it is easy for them to chat with each other. Both parties drank some red wine and had a more pleasant conversation afterwards. After dinner and drinks, Su Yang offered to take Zhao Muxue home. Both of them had been drinking, so it would definitely be inconvenient for them to drive. As for finding a designated driver, Su Yang was also worried about letting Zhao Muxue, a girl, go with the designated driver. Since she came out to eat with him, he must be responsible for sending Zhao Muxue back. Zhao Muxue did not refuse this. After finding a designated driver, I went home with Su Yang. The location where Zhao Muxue lives is very good, right near Linan Lake. It is not too far from Suyang's Wanghu Villa district, about 15 minutes drive away. The designated driver drove the car directly into the underground parking lot of the community, found a parking space and parked the car before leaving. Su Yang, do you want to go up and sit for a while? Zhao Muxue made the invitation with a blushing face. At this time, if a girl invites a boy upstairs, it is still easy to be misunderstood. However, since they are already downstairs of my house, it would be a bit unreasonable not to invite them. Zhao Muxue also had a good impression of Su Yang, but she just didn't say it out loud. I won't go up. It's too late. I'll just take a taxi to Luoxian to find a designated driver and go back. Su Yang smiled and rejected the other party's kindness. Okay. I'll leave then? Yeah. I'm leaving too. Then let's meet next time? Okay, let's meet next time. After saying goodbye, Su Yang turned around and left. Zhao Muxue looked at Su Yang's back as he left, stomped her feet in annoyance, then turned around and went back to the elevator. However, before she entered the elevator, a laugh called her, and then a middle-aged man got out of a Maybach. Xiao Xue. Ha! Dad, why are you here? The visitor was none other than Zhao Mushue's father, Zhao Yuanshan, the chairman of Zhao Group. Dad, why didn't you tell me before you came? I could pick you up. Zhao Muxue walked to her father and took his arm. Ah, of course I won't say it. If I did, how could I watch such a good show? Zhao Yuanshan laughed loudly, and his words made Zhao Muxue a little confused. Good show? Dad, what good show? Zhao Muxue asked curiously. Of course it was the drama between you and that boy just now. No wonder you rejected your father's suggestion of marriage last time. Do you already have a boyfriend? Tell Dad quickly, what does this boy do? What business does his family run? Is he handsome? Zhao Yuanshan only saw Su Yang from a distance, and only saw his back. Therefore, I don't know what the other person looks like. I just feel that the other person's height is not bad, and his body looks well trained and energetic. Dad, what are you talking about? That's my college classmate, not my boyfriend. Zhao Muxue blushed and said poutingly. She didn't expect that she was seen by her father just now. But fortunately Su Yang did not follow him upstairs. It would be even more embarrassing if this happened at home. College classmate? What's your name? What business does your family run? Zhao Yuanshan asked. His name is Su Yang. His family used to be in the clothing business, but after his parents passed away, the clothing factory didn't do well, so they sold it not long ago. Garment factory? Hearing this, Zhao Yuanshan frowned slightly. I originally thought that Su Yang would be a person with a prominent background, but unexpectedly he was just the second generation of a small factory owner. Now that the factories are gone, it's even less of a big deal. So he is bankrupt and penniless now? Zhao Yuanshan asked. No, I lent him 5 million not long ago, and I... What? You lent him 5 million? Girl, you are in love. When Zhao Yuanshan heard that his daughter had lent 5 million to Su Yang, he became anxious. He was not afraid of being defrauded of the 5 million. After all, as the chairman of the Zhao Group, 5 million was really nothing. What he was most worried about was that his precious daughter had been cheated. Even though my daughter is already 24 or 25 years old. But they are completely blank in terms of emotions and can easily be deceived by those playboys who roam around in the love world. Especially those playboys who have no money. Not only do they want to cheat you of your money, they also want to cheat you of your sex and your feelings. This is what Zhao Yuanshan is most worried about. Hey, Dad, please listen to me. I lent it to him, but he made 50 million yuan from futures trading and paid it back to me right away. Look, the bank statement. Chapter 36. What does the factory accident have to do with me? Zhao Muxue was afraid that her father would not believe her, so she took out her mobile banking app and opened today's bank statements for her father. Zhao Yuanshan took a look and saw that there was indeed a record of 5.1 million yuan that Su Yang had earned. This made him feel relieved. Since the other party is willing to pay back the money, he shouldn't be a scammer, right? Zhao Muxue also took the initiative to explain what happened. This made Zhao Yuanshan think more highly of Su Yang. 5 million can earn 50 million in the futures market in just half a month? Is this kid lucky, or does he really have this ability? Zhao Yuanshan also showed a little surprise on his face. If it were him, with only 5 million, it would be absolutely impossible for him to make 50 million in half a month. If Su Yang really accurately judged that soybean futures would skyrocket, then this person is truly a talent. If that's the case, Zhao Yuanshan would also like to get to know him. I don't know. I invited him to work in my company several times and offered him an annual salary of several million, but he refused every time. Zhao Muxue curled her lips. She got angry when she thought about it. I invited him so sincerely, but he still refused. Ha, this makes me think more highly of him. This young man is no ordinary man. Zhao Yuanshan laughed loudly. He realized in an instant that Su Yang might not be as simple as he thought. This young man really needs to be investigated carefully. At the same time, Zhao Yuanshan also overlapped Su Yang and Mr. Su from Yangsu Group. It is said that Mr. Su from Yangsu Group is also about 24 or 25 years old. Could the two people be the same person? Such a thought flashed through Zhao Yuanshan's mind, but he quickly put it aside. Mr. Su is a true top business talent, and there is only one such person in the entire world. Su Yang may have the same surname as Mr. Su. As for it being just one person? That's definitely impossible. After all, Mr. Su wouldn't borrow even 5 million from his daughter. Hee, Dad, I'll bring him to meet you when I have the chance. You can meet me, but if you want to be with him, I won't agree easily. Oh, Dad, don't worry, we are just good friends now. That's good. But that may not be the case later. Zhao Muxue said the last sentence in her heart. She has a good impression of Su Yang. If she really has to choose someone to spend the rest of her life with, Zhao Muxue will definitely choose Su Yang. On the other side, Su Yang took a taxi directly back to Wanhu Villa. As for the car he parked at the entrance of the building? Naturally, someone will drive it back for him. After returning home and tidying up briefly, Su Yang went straight to bed. I drank a little wine today, so I will definitely sleep soundly. And so another week passed. Early in the morning of that day, Su Yang's cell phone started ringing. However, he went to exercise in the morning and did not answer the call. By the time he finished his workout, showered, had breakfast, and washed up again, his phone had hundreds of incoming calls. Brother and sister Su Dajiang found out that the factory is empty, right? Seeing that the caller ID showed only Su Dajiang and Su Dehua's numbers, Su Yang sneered. A month has passed since he left Zhoushu Garment Factory. I guess Zhoushu Garment Factory has completed its existing business. Su Dajiang and his sister finally discovered that their original partners had all run away. Now, the company no longer has any cooperative clients. He still owes the bank a loan of 30 million. A loan of 30 million is not a small amount. Su Yang originally obtained this money under the inclusive finance policy, with a very low interest rate, at an annualized rate of only 3.5%. This interest rate is already very low for business loans. However, even if the interest rate is very low, the monthly interest will still be 87,000 yuan. With the company having no business, it may take Su Dajiang and his sister a long time before they can even pay the interest on their loans. Moreover, when Su Yang took out the loan, he was no longer the legal representative of the company. Now that he has left the company, even if the loan is overdue, it will not be his fault. At most, the legal person will bear the responsibility. And the legal person was his unfortunate uncle, Su Dajiang. Today is the 19th, and tomorrow I have to pay back the loan interest. I guess Su Dajiang is already worrying about how to pay the first month's loan interest. However, this has nothing to do with Su Yang. He did not call back immediately, but threw the phone aside, lay on the bed, turned on the pad and began to protect Konoha village. Su Yang knows how to play games and has to do the daily routine. As the number one in the region's combat power list, the pressure is still very high. You can recharge money every day. According to a certain game NPC, today is another day filled with 80,000. Although Su Yang didn't recharge 80,000 yuan every day, he still recharged 10,000 yuan a day in the early stage. After finishing his daily gaming routine and playing other fighting games for a while, Su Yang slowly got up from the bed and called Su Dajiang. Hey, uncle, what happened? Why are you calling me so many times? Su Yang yawned as he spoke. It was as if he had just woken up. Su Yang, are you still in the mood to sleep? Do you know that something happened in the factory? As soon as the call was connected, Su Dajiang's dissatisfied voice came over. Early in the morning he received messages from several major partners stating that they would no longer be cooperating. The annual profits of those major partners range from several million to tens of millions, and the cooperation must not be interrupted. However, it was Su Yang who was cooperating before, and Su Dajiang at most had the other party's contact information, but they had not cooperated much. A month ago, when he just took over the factory, he also tried to contact the other party and wanted to continue the cooperation. At that time, the bosses of these factories all agreed, but who would have thought that after a month, all of them would stop cooperating? This scared Su Dajiang, and he immediately told the news to his sister. Then, the two of them began to contact Su Yang in turns. They thought that maybe if Su Yang took action, he could win these customers back. We are all family, Su Yang shouldn't just stand by and watch someone die, right? Something happened in the factory? Uncle, I've been kicked out of the factory by you guys. What does the factory accident have to do with me? Su Yang asked back with an innocent look on his face. It was Su Dajiang and Su Dehua who drove him out of the factory. Before Su Yang left, he also told them clearly not to regret it in the future. How come only a month has passed and the two of them are regretting it? Isn't it a bit too quick to regret? However, Su Yang would not be so foolish as to tell the two that he was the one who did it. Let the two of them guess. Chapter 37. You took advantage of me. Why has it nothing to do with you? Xiao Yang, you were the one who maintained all the factory's previous partners. Now that you're gone, you have to hand over your partners to us as well. Just this morning, all our partners told us they would no longer work with us. You have to know that our tens of millions of profits every year are all given by these partners. If they all stop cooperating, won't our company become an empty shell? Su Dejiang became more and more excited as he spoke. The company still owes 30 million in loans. If there are no orders in the future, the company will be in trouble. If the loan cannot be repaid by then, the factory will have to be sold to pay off the debt. If selling the factory is not enough to pay off the debt, his property as a legal person may be affected. During this month, he has already paid a lot of money because there was no money in the company account. The monthly wages of workers would be over 1 million. All this money came out of his account. He originally thought that new orders would continue to come in and he would be able to collect them. Who would have thought that orders would be cut off before the next month even started? It's not that it was cut in half, but that none of it was left. Uncle, you don't know yet, right? When I was there, more than half of the company's partners had already left. The remaining half was left behind for my sake. Now that I'm gone, they're all gone too. This situation has been going on for 3 or 4 years. Su Yang explained with a smile. 3 or 4 years? Impossible. Xia Yang, what nonsense are you talking about? We have been able to get so much money every year in the past 3 or 4 years. How could the company not have orders? You must be the one behind this. Su Dehua's excited voice was heard from the other end of the phone. She was right. In the past few years, they had received every year's profit and dividends, and they had received every penny less. Since the profit has not decreased, how could the orders decrease? Aunt, I asked you to read some books, but you refused to listen. Whether it's true or not, don't we have the company's financial statements? Can't you just hire an accountant to take a look and find out? Su Yang sneered. The company did not have an accountant before, and all accounting was outsourced. Before Su Yang left, he also said that he wanted to hand over the account books. However, Su Dejiang and his sister have little education, so even if the account books are given to them, they cannot understand them. The account books outsourced by large companies are done by specialized accounting firms. If you have not studied it systematically, you may not understand what the term borrowing and lending means. So, the two of them refused. Until the accident happened, they didn't know that the factory's profits in the last year were actually pitifully small. We can't understand financial statements, and we don't believe in them. We no longer have that accounting firm doing our taxes. You must be the one behind this, right? Su Dehua doesn't believe in financial statements at all. After they took over the factory, in order to reduce expenses, they terminated their cooperation with the accounting firm. Just don't file taxes. In fact, neither of them had any experience in managing a business, and they thought that as long as they didn't file a tax return, they didn't have to pay taxes. The reality is, they are too naive. If this factory was just a self-employed business, it wouldn't have to file a tax return. But the problem is that this is not a self-employed individual, but a limited liability company. If you are a company, you must file a tax return. The penalties for tax evasion are severe. Aunt, you really wronged me. The reason why your profits haven't decreased over the years is because I used all my profits to subsidize you and uncle. I didn't make a penny. At this point, Su Yang was no longer going to pretend. No matter what, he had to make these two people understand that they had taken advantage of Su Yang in the past 3 years. Instead, Su Yang took advantage of them. What? How is that possible? If you were so kind, would you take more than 15 million when you left the factory? Su Dehua screamed. She simply didn't believe that Su Yang's character was so noble. That is several $1 million. Even if he has a brother, it's impossible for him to give it so readily. So, they thought that Su Yang deliberately prevented those partners from cooperating with them. Ha, Aunt, if you don't believe me, forget it. I've said everything I need to say. If you don't believe me, I don't have anything else to say. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up first. After Su Yang finished speaking, he moved the phone away from his ear and prepared to hang up. But how could Su Dejiang on the other end of the phone let Su Yang escape so easily? Xiao Yang, don't hang up yet. Where are you now? Your aunt and I are here to see you. We are all family, you can't just stand by and watch someone die. I believe these customers will definitely give you face and continue to place orders with us. When Su Dejiang heard that Su Yang was not going to take care of the matter, he suddenly panicked. The reason why they firmly believed that Su Yang was behind this was simply because they heard one of their partners mention it. They gave the order to this factory because of Su Yang's face. Now that Su Yang is gone, they will definitely have to look for a better partner. It is precisely because of this that Su Dejiang and his sister felt that after Su Yang left the factory, they deliberately prevented those partners from giving them orders. That's why Su Dehua was so excited just now. Uncle, I am now living on the street in a small room of 18 square meters, so I won't ask you to come over. These customers don't make much profit from us in the first place. Even if I ask them to come back, they won't come back. Besides, when I sold the factory to you, I clearly said that I hoped you wouldn't regret it. You also answered that I won't regret it. If something goes wrong now, I won't be responsible. Su Yang smiled faintly. When the equity transfer agreement was signed, both parties agreed not to interfere with each other. Now that we have agreed on it, there is no need to continue to argue about it. Xiao Yang, are you just going to watch someone die without helping? This factory is the hard work of your parents. Are you just going to watch it collapse? How about you take back the 15 million and we give you 10% of the shares again? What do you think? Su Dejiang's true foxtail was finally revealed. They also knew that the factory might no longer be able to operate. In recent years, too many garment factories in Jiang province have closed down. In the past, it was easy to run a garment factory because labor costs were low. But now, the labor cost is too high. A person who operates a sewing machine can earn 100,000 yuan a year. 20 years ago, you could only earn 30,000 or 40,000 at most. In addition, various material costs have also increased. Compared with Jiangxi province, the profits are more substantial in inland or foreign places with low labor costs. Factories in Jiang province couldn't get orders, so naturally many of them went bankrupt. Chapter 38 Son, something happened at the factory. Although Su Dejiang and his sister are uneducated, they have seen many factories go bankrupt. So they knew very well that the factory was bound to go bankrupt. It doesn't matter if the factory goes bankrupt, but the premise is that it does not harm their interests. As long as the 15 million that Su Yang took away is taken back, the factory will be considered bankrupt, and the bank will take away the factory buildings and all other fixed assets to pay off the debt. The remaining 15 million is the money that the two brothers and sisters can share. 7.5 million per person is not a lot, but it is not a small amount either. At least it is much better than the current situation, where not only can we not make a penny but we even lose money. Ha ha ha, 15 million? Uncle, where else can I get 15 million? I lost all my money in futures trading. Don't even mention 15 million. Even the 1,500 yuan I have in my pocket is what you gave me when we had dinner that night. Su Yang laughed. Although he posted on his moments about making 50 million yuan from long soybean futures, he directly blocked Su Dejiang's family. This is to avoid unnecessary trouble. Su Yang also knew that once he posted it on WeChat moments, Su Dejiang and his sister would know about it sooner or later. But it doesn't matter. As long as I can get by with it for now, it'll be fine. Su Dejiang was speechless for a moment. They were indeed well aware of Su Yang's bankruptcy. At that time, they even used a few $100s to humiliate Su Yang. It is indeed not realistic to ask others to take out 15 million now. Xiao Yang, then think of a solution. You have a lot of ideas, so there must be a solution, right? This is the property left by your parents. You won't just watch the factory go bankrupt, right? If it really goes bankrupt, how will you face your parents' spirits in heaven in the future? Su Dejiang started playing the emotional card again and brought up Su Yang's parents. But unfortunately, Su Yang is a reborn person. He respects his parents in this life, but he does not owe them too much. Moreover, although Su Yang gave up the factory, he has become the invisible richest man in Daxia. If the spirits of his parents in this life knew that their son was so successful, they would definitely not be unhappy. Instead, I would be proud of Su Yang. Everything my son has long surpassed a garment factory. If they are still not happy, then these parents are too ungrateful. Therefore, Su Yang didn't care about what the other party said at all. I'm sorry, uncle, I really can't help you. Isn't your cousin doing well in business? You can ask him to think of a solution. Okay, that's it. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. If you want to ask me about factory matters in the future, please don't call me. I won't answer even if you call me. As soon as Su Yang finished speaking, he hung up the phone. He said at the beginning that he should not regret taking over the factory. Even if he regretted it, he wouldn't do it. Su Yang is not a saintly bitch. Reborn and still a virgin? Then what is the meaning of rebirth? Hello? Xiao Yang? Xiao Yang. You little bastard, you actually hung up the phone. Su Dejiang slammed his phone on the table angrily. He was obviously very angry about not getting the 15 million. Brother, we must have been deceived by that little bastard Su Yang. He knew early on that these partners would no longer give us orders, so he tricked us into buying the factory at a high price of 15 million. All of this is his conspiracy. Su Dehua gritted her teeth. At this point, if she still can't figure out the key here, then she would really be a fool. What can we do even if we know? The money has been squandered by this guy. We can't get it back even if we want to. Su Dejiang smiled bitterly. He heard that Su Yang had lost all the villa and house in his family. When he heard the news before, he was very proud and gloating. The worse Su Yang's life was, the happier he was. Who would have thought that retribution would eventually come upon me? As long as Su Yang still has assets now, Su Dejiang can let him sell his assets to invest in the factory. This way, they won't lose anything. Brother, what should we do now? How about letting Xiao Qi think of a solution? He's a child with ideas. Maybe he can find a solution? Su Dehua thought about it. We definitely can't rely on Su Yang. The only one I can count on now is this nephew. Well, it seems that I can only look for Xiao Qi. Su Dejiang nodded. My son Su Chenqi's online store is doing quite well. Maybe it can help. However, before Su Dejiang could make his call, Su Chenqi called first. Ha? Xiao Qi called me. Su Dejiang was a little surprised, but he immediately pressed the answer button. Son. Dad, what's going on? The workshop director just told us that the batch of goods I want can't be produced? What's going on? Dad, I'm an e-commerce businessman. What can I do if I don't have any goods? Please hurry up and ask the factory to make all the goods I want as soon as possible. Su Chenqi's tone was very anxious and a little angry. The most frightening thing for e-commerce companies is that someone places an order but the goods cannot be delivered in time. E-commerce companies are burning money every day. If there are no goods to sell, they will only lose money every day. This is something Su Chenqi doesn't want to see. Xiao Qi, don't worry. Something happened in the factory. I was just thinking of finding a solution for you. Su Dejiang immediately explained to his son the crisis the factory was facing. What? Dad, how come you just discovered such a big thing now? When Su Chenqi heard that the factory was going to go bankrupt, he suddenly became anxious. His business is doing well mainly because it is cheap and convenient to get the goods. If the factory goes bankrupt, it will be difficult for him to get high quality and low priced goods again. If you go to other factories to get goods, if you don't have a price advantage, people will not choose you. Business is only going to get worse. Of course, Su Chenqi can also run the factory himself. But his business is only that big. We are already burning money every day. If he had to keep the factory going, he would probably go bankrupt within 2 months. A large factory like this cannot be sustained by just one outlet. There must be a lot of orders, both domestic and international market orders, to keep it going. Otherwise, you may not be able to pay back the interest of 100,000 yuan per month. Son, now is not the time to pursue responsibility. Think about whether there is any way to help Dad and your aunt get through this crisis. Su Dejiang urged. If my son has no solution to the problem, then it will be really troublesome. Chapter 39. Is this factory poisonous? Dad, what can I do about this kind of thing? I've never run a factory. Go find Su Yang, maybe he has a solution. I only have one principle, and that is, no matter what, my online store must not have any problems. If the factory goes bankrupt, my online store will also go bankrupt, and my family will be left with nothing. After Su Qinqi finished speaking, he hung up the phone, leaving Su Dejiang and his sister looking at each other in bewilderment. Brother, even Xiao Qi can't do anything about it, are we really going to be in trouble? Su Dehua looked at her elder brother bitterly. She suddenly felt a little regretful. If Su Yang had not been driven away before, according to Su Yang's temper, they might still be able to get millions of dividends every year. Now that Su Yang is gone, the factory went bankrupt in an instant. Not to mention dividends, they may even have to pay out a lot of money. When something like this happens, it's painful no matter how you think about it. Yeah, if Xiaoqi can't do anything, I'm afraid. Wait, why don't we ask Jingjing? Maybe she has connections that can help us? Quiet. Hearing this name, Su Dehua was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes lit up. Brother, you are talking about Xiaoqi's girlfriend, Song Lijing, right? Yes, that's her. Jingjing works at Ali Finance. She must know a lot of wealthy bosses. Some of these bosses might be in the clothing business. We can ask Jingjing to introduce them. Oh, that's right. Why didn't I think of that? Now that we have lost our old customers, we can develop new ones. Yes, that's right. I'll call Jingjing now. Do you have a phone number? Didn't we add each other on WeChat last time we had dinner together? Okay, then you fight quickly. Su Dejiang quickly found Song Lijing's WeChat and then immediately made a voice call. Song Lijing was fired by Ali Finance yesterday. After being fired, she didn't dare go home. Whenever I go home, my family will definitely ask me about my future's business. Now Song Lijing is not only penniless, but also jobless and has no way to explain to her family. So she simply found a cheap hotel to stay in. Just over 100 a day. Hotels and guest houses in Linen are very expensive. The starting price is $300 or $400. For a hotel that costs over $100 a day, you can imagine how bad the environment is. Song Lijing, this is the only solution. She had only 30,000 yuan in her pocket. The 20,000 yuan was borrowed from Su Qinqi yesterday. The remaining 10,000 was last month's salary that I received after I was fired yesterday. It's only 30,000 yuan in total, and the first month's loan payment will soon be due. The 30,000 yuan would just be enough to pay the principal and interest of those small loans for 1 month. So, you must spend sparingly. Song Lijing didn't sleep well last night because she was so worried. This is also normal. Anyone who lost $1.2 million in one day and lost their job would not be able to accept it. If someone can really fall asleep, then he is quite amazing. Song Lijing was awake until 5 o'clock, and fell into a deep sleep when it was dawn. I slept until 11:30 in the morning. Song Lijing set an alarm for 11:30. This hotel only allows people to stay until 12 o'clock, so she must check out and leave before 12 o'clock. If she didn't check out, she would have to pay an extra half-day's room rate. However, just as she woke up, the WeChat ringtone rang. After picking it up and taking a look, Song Lijing's brows immediately frowned. Uncle Su? Why did he call me? Song Lijing felt a little strange. At dinner that night, she added the contact information of everyone in the Su family. However, after that, except for Su Qinqi's mother Cheng Hui, who chatted with her a few times, she never chatted with anyone else. So, when she saw Su Dejiang sending her a voice message on WeChat, she felt strange. However, no matter how strange it was, Song Lijing took a deep breath, adjusted her state, and still answered the phone. Hello, Uncle Su, good afternoon. Song Lijing forced a smile and greeted the person opposite. Jingjing, good afternoon, good afternoon. I'm sorry to disturb you at work. Su Dejiang apologized repeatedly. He kept a very humble attitude, without any airs of a father-in-law. Uncle Su, I'm sorry to bother you. What can I do for you? Song Lijing asked with a smile. She still has great respect for Su Dejiang. He may very well be your father-in-law in the future. After all, for Song Lijing now, Su Qinqi is the best marriage partner. As long as he can solve his financial problems, Song Lijing can marry Su Qinqi. Of course, Song Lijing also had her eyes on the Su family's assets. Song Lijing likes both her father-in-law's factory and Su Qinqi's outlets. The Su family has only one son, so wouldn't all these properties belong to the son in the future? If he gave it to his son, wouldn't it be equivalent to giving it to his daughter-in-law? Therefore, it is necessary to please your father-in-law in advance. It's like this, Jingjing. My factory is facing some problems right now, and I would like to ask you for help. I wonder if it's convenient for you. Is the factory having problems? Hearing this, Song Lijing's heart suddenly skipped a beat. No way? She is already very unlucky now. Will something happen to the Su family too? If something happened to the Su family as well, it would be like adding insult to injury. However, they didn't say what it was all about. At this time, Song Lijing could only listen to the other party patiently. Uncle Su, what problems has the factory encountered? I'm just an employee, how can I help you? Song Lijing asked doubtfully. Well, we are all family, I won't hide it from you. It's like this. When Su Yang was in the factory, Su Dejiang briefly recounted what had happened. The factory urgently needs new orders to survive, otherwise it will have to close down. Can only close down? Hearing this, Song Lijing felt dizzy. No way? Is this factory toxic? Su Yang went bankrupt because of this factory before. Su Dejiang, who took over now, went bankrupt because of this factory. Is this a clothing factory or a casino? However, Song Lijing soon realized that something was wrong and asked. Uncle Su, if the factory goes bankrupt, will Xiaoqi's outlets also be affected? Song Lijing has some understanding of Su Chenqi's online store, which was completely developed based on the family's factory. If the factory is gone, the online store will definitely be affected. If this is true, Song Lijing will have to think about running away. However, Su Dejiang didn't know what Song Lijing was thinking, and he thought Song Lijing was worried about her son. So Su Dejiang immediately started to complain on behalf of his son. Yes, Jingjing, if the factory goes bankrupt, Chenqi's online store will definitely go bankrupt. All the clothes in his online store are made in the factory. Chapter 40. You are too irresponsible to yourself. Song Lijing didn't listen to the rest of the words because they were no longer important. There was only one thing she wanted to know, which was that the Su family seemed to be going bankrupt. Su Dejiang's bankruptcy means Su Chenqi will also go bankrupt. Su Chenqi has gone bankrupt, so doesn't that mean the Su family is also bankrupt? Song Lijing suddenly felt that she had a miserable life. She was with Su Yang, and Su Yang went bankrupt. She invested 1.2 million and thought she could make a fortune, but there was a once-in-a-century rainstorm, which caused her to lose all her money. Being with a new boyfriend, and the new boyfriend is bankrupt again. Is it that she has bad luck, or is she born to be unlucky in marriage? Jingjing, are you still listening? Seeing that Song Lijing didn't answer for a long time, Su Dejiang suddenly became anxious. Uncle Su, I'm sorry, I can't help you with this. I just resigned from Ali Finance. Song Lijing wants to save face. I definitely can't say the word dismissal, I can only say resignation. Quit? Why? It's such a good job, how can you quit? Aren't you being irresponsible to yourself? When Su Dejiang heard that Song Lijing had resigned, he immediately became angry. Young people nowadays are too unreasonable to just quit a job with an annual salary of 4 or 500,000 yuan, right? So, Su Dejiang directly put on the airs of an elder and prepared to lecture Song Lijing. He thinks of himself as Song Lijing's future father-in-law, so it should be okay for him to say a few words to his daughter-in-law, right? If he hadn't gone bankrupt before, Song Lijing could indeed have tolerated it. It's no big deal if your elders say a few words to you. Doesn't she have no status at home? It is no exaggeration to say that even if the Song family had a dog, the dog's status would be higher than hers. However, Song Lijing already knew that the Su family was going to go bankrupt. Since she was about to go bankrupt, there was no need for her to listen to Su Dejiang's nonsense. Uncle Su, resigning is my own business. I can go to work if I want to, and I can resign if I want to. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, right? Besides, Su Chenqi and I haven't gotten married yet, so you have no right to tell me what to do. Okay, I have other things to do, so I'll hang up now. After Song Lijing finished speaking, she hung up the phone without giving Su Dejiang any face at all. She had already planned to break up with Su Chenqi. A bankrupt person has no reason to lick others. Anyway, there are so many people chasing after her, so why should she worry about not finding the next rich second generation to take over? On the other side, Su Dehua saw her brother hung up the phone with a bad look on his face, so she hurried over to ask about the situation. What? Song Lijing died? Well, this little girl said she has resigned from Ali Finance. I just said to her twice that I shouldn't have quit, and she scolded me. That's so rude. Su Dejiang was so angry. This was the second time today that he was insulted by his juniors. For an older person, this is definitely a very embarrassing thing. How could this happen? That girl seems quite considerate, doesn't she? Su Dehua also frowned. She actually had a pretty good impression of Song Lijing. Who would have thought that he was the kind of person who changes with the wind? She's just a gold digger. She turned hostile when she found out our factory was going to close down. No wonder she broke up with Su Yang as soon as she heard about his breakup. In her eyes, there is only money. It's better for such a person to get out of here. I'm going to let Chen Shi break up with her now. Su Dejiang was so angry that he called his son immediately and told him about it. What awaits Song Lijing is definitely a breakup. Now it depends on who will break up first. On the other side, Su Yang went out after resting. He was going to see someone who had helped him before. Before going out, Su Yang specially selected a Mercedes-Benz Maybach. There are many cars in his garage, including various top luxury cars and limited edition luxury cars. Among them, many are super luxury cars worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Compared with these luxury cars, the Mercedes-Benz Maybach looks very cheap. However, a car like Maybach is a must-have for the wealthy. He is low-key and luxurious, and very practical in many occasions. After choosing the car, Su Yang drove out. He had no intention of letting the driver drive. Young people still like to drive on the road by themselves. 20 minutes later, Su Yang arrived at his destination. This is a new property and the house has been delivered. However, the building was only put on sale after it met the delivery standards. In a sense, it is quite conscientious. When you buy a house like this, at least you don't have to worry about it being unfinished. Su Yang drove to the sales center and a security guard immediately came up to him and instructed him how to park. This is why Su Yang drives a Maybach instead of a Mazda. If you drive a Mazda, the security guard will come up and ask you what you do. If you drive a Maybach, the security guard will come up to you and guide you on how to park. The gap between the two is not ordinary. After parking the car, Su Yang got out. As soon as I got off the car, a salesperson came to greet me. This is how it works in a sales office. As soon as a luxury car comes in, the sales staff will have received it the moment it drives into the parking lot. The better the car you drive, the better the sales attitude will be. Hello sir, welcome to JIUS Center. Are you here to look at the house? The person who came was a female salesperson. Her eyes lit up when she saw Su Yang. He drives a Maybach, looks so handsome and still so young. This is simply the dream lover. If I could be with someone like this, my life would be worth it. Well, I have a sale. I'll look for Luo Haiyang. Su Yang's main purpose of coming here this time was to find Luo Haiyang to buy a house. At the beginning, Luo Haiyang took out all his funds to help Su Yang. Although Su Yang didn't actually need his help, he always kept the other party's kindness in mind. Now, it is time for Su Yang to repay Luo Haiyang. It is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. Su Yang understood this principle very well. To truly help Luo Haiyang, then help him with his work. Luo Haiyang is a salesman, so Su Yang should buy more houses from him. There used to be purchase restrictions on houses in Linen. However, the real estate market has become increasingly sluggish in recent years, and the purchase restriction policy has been cancelled. In other words, even though Su Yang already owns a lot of properties in Linen, it does not affect his ability to continue buying houses. As for whether or not people can live here after buying so many houses, then there is no need to worry. Su Yang would not originally live in such a high-rise residential building. Moreover, if you buy more, you can use it to provide benefits to employees. For example, some old employees can live there for free, or they can receive property certificates as red envelopes during festivals. In other words, they could just buy the property in the company's name and use it as a dormitory for employees. Both are fine. Anyway, I have money, so I can do anything. Chapter 41. Do you want to work overtime? Are you here to see Brother Luo? He happens to be on vacation today, so it's the same if I serve you. You know, we female salespeople have a natural advantage over male salespeople when it comes to selling houses. When the saleswoman heard Su Yang's words, a gloomy look flashed across her eyes, but she soon thought of something and blinked at Su Yang. The hint in her eyes was obvious, and any man would understand what she meant. I have to say that the female salesperson is quite good looking. She has a curvy figure, fair skin, and beautiful face. She wears a tight shirt on top and a short uniform skirt on the bottom. Combined with a pair of long legs and black stockings, it is indeed very seductive. It's just a pity that the person in front of him is Su Yang. In Su Yang's eyes, no matter how beautiful a woman is, as long as he doesn't like her, she is just a skeleton and has no meaning to him. Is he taking a day off today? That's fine, I'll call him and ask him to work overtime. I only accept his services. Su Yang smiled slightly, then took out his cell phone and called Luo Haiyang. He, Su Yang, can let whoever he wants sell his house to him. Seeing that Su Yang was not interested in her, the female salesperson didn't dare to say anything more. The most taboo thing for people in their line of work is to steal other people's customers. It would be fine if you didn't know, but if you knew, it would definitely get you into trouble. It's even like making wedding clothes for others. Moreover, Luo Haiyang is the sales champion in the store. As a saleswoman, she couldn't afford to offend such a person. Su Yang's call was quickly connected. Hey, Lao Su, how come you have time to call me today? Luo Haiyang's laughter was heard from the other end of the phone. He already knew that Su Yang had earned 50 million, and he was very happy for him. Lao Luo, I'm in the sales office where you work, planning to buy a house. Do you want to come over and work overtime? Don't worry, I can decide today. Su Yang said with a smile. Buying a house? No problem. I'll come over right now, old classmate. I'll definitely give you the lowest discount. When Luo Haiyang heard that Su Yang was going to buy a house, he immediately became excited. Okay, can you handle it? If not, I can come back tomorrow. Of course I can handle it. Customers are God. Let alone working overtime on weekends, even if it's 1 in the morning and you want to see a house, I will get up and accompany you to see the house. How do you think I became the top seller? When talking about the title of sales champion, Luo Haiyang was obviously very proud. Being able to do a job to perfection is also a symbol of ability. There is no doubt about Luo Haiyang's ability. Okay, I'll wait for you in the sales office. Okay, Mr. Su, 15 minutes. No need to wash your face. Wash the wool, come on. Yes, sir. Then, Su Yang walked into the sales office accompanied by a female salesperson. The service of the sales department is quite good. After Su Yang found a seat and sat down, a waitress immediately brought him tea and fruit. Su Yang was not in a hurry. He picked up a few pieces of housing information and started to look at them. Luo Haiyang's movements were much faster than Su Yang had imagined. It only took about 10 minutes to get over there. Boss Su. Long time no see, haha. As Luo Haiyang spoke, he stretched out his hands and walked towards Su Yang. Fuck, Haiyang, you really change a lot when you grow up. I can't recognize you anymore. Su Yang looked at Luo Haiyang in front of him with an expression of disbelief. The Luo Haiyang in front of him and the Luo Haiyang in Su Yang's memory are completely two different people. In Su Yang's memory, Luo Haiyang was shy and introverted. He blushed easily and didn't talk much to others. At school, he had no friends except his roommates. Moreover, they dress very simply and may even wear the same piece of clothing for 4 years. Not to mention all the brand names on him, I'm afraid all the clothes he wears cost less than 300 yuan in total. But the Luo Haiyang in front of him was completely different. Although he was wearing only simple work clothes, the suit, tie, and black leather shoes made him look very smart. Her hair was neatly combed behind her head, and she wore a Longines watch on her hand, which was estimated to be worth 10,000 or 20,000 yuan. It can be seen that this kid has been doing quite well in recent years. Clothes make the man. Luo Haiyang is now a completely different person than when he was in college. As for his personality, it has undergone a drastic change. Luo Haiyang is now generous, confident, cheerful, and eloquent. If he didn't look the same as before, Su Yang would even suspect that Luo Haiyang had been replaced. Sure enough, working in sales can really change a person's character. As for starting to wear a famous watch, that is also normal. As the sales champion, the income must be good. It is normal to earn tens or even hundreds of thousands of yuan a month. At the same time, the most important thing for a salesperson is his or her image. If he still wears tattered clothes like he did in school, people will question his sales skills. It is reasonable to wear a watch that is slightly better but not that good. Haha, that's not so exaggerated. We haven't seen each other for 3 years. We shouldn't have changed. Luo Haiyang laughed. It is really a happy thing to meet old classmates again. Okay, let's do the business first. and then we can go out for dinner and a drink together. No problem. Let's take a break today and we won't leave until we're drunk. It's a must. Then Luo Haiyang took Su Yang to look at the sand table. It must be said that Luo Haiyang is really very professional and has a very good understanding of the entire property. Moreover, he can answer any question related to the house. Transportation, school districts, policies, subsidies, etc., any question you can think of can be answered here. Lao Luo, you really are a natural real estate sales sage. Your business ability is too strong, isn't it? Su Yang couldn't help but say. This guy is really professional. Even though Su Yang has seen many salespeople, he still admires Luo Haiyang very much. Ha, how else can you be the sales champion? Old classmate, what size apartment are you planning to buy? The largest unit we have put on sale is 180 square meters, and the smallest is 72 square meters. As for the price, it's around 50,000 per square meter, depending on the floor. For a house that costs 50,000 yuan per unit, the location is relatively good. This price is indeed not cheap. Well, I see that this building has not been put on sale yet. Is it because the sales license has not been issued yet? Su Yang pointed to the first building on the west side of the first row in the south and asked with a smile. No, the sales license has been obtained, but the building has not yet been put on sale. The sales department is like this. Apart from the first phase, the remaining buildings will be sold one by one. Before the front buildings are sold out or almost sold, the back buildings will be reserved first. The ones behind will be put into use only when the ones in front are almost sold out. Otherwise, if we sell all of them at once, the good floors will be sold out, and the remaining ones will be hard to sell. Chapter 42, Wallet Balance of over 3 billion. Luo Haiyang gave a brief explanation. There are actually quite a lot of buildings that have not been sold. However, real estate developers also have many tricks. Until most of the units in one building are sold, the other buildings will not be put up for sale. Is that so? Does that mean none of the 3 buildings in front are for sale? Su Yang pointed to the front row and said. Yes, the first 3 buildings are still there. Luo Haiyang nodded. He had nothing to hide from his old classmate. Besides, everyone knows this routine, so there is no point in hiding it. How many floors does this building 12 have? Su Yang asked, pointing at the house in the middle. This building? It's a high-rise building, with 28 floors in total. It's considered the highest building in Phase 2. The buildings behind it are not as high as this one. There is 1 apartment per floor. The west apartment on the left is 180 square meters, and the east apartment on the right is 150 square meters. They are both large. However, it is not on sale yet. Luo Haiyang said somewhat embarrassedly. Even if he is the top seller, he will not sell the property if the developer has not yet put it on sale. Well, I understand. If I buy the whole building, can I sell it? Su Yang raised his head, looked at Luo Haiyang and asked with a smile. Ha ha ha, of course. If you buy the whole building, you can definitely sell it. But Lao Su, I'm not looking down on you. If you buy this whole building, it will cost at least more than 400 million. This is not a small number. I'm afraid only the major shareholders of listed companies and large groups can afford it. Luo Haiyang did not look down on Su Yang, but was telling the truth. The entire building has a total area of more than 9,000 square meters, calculated at 50,000 yuan per square meter. If I buy all of them, it will really cost 400 or 500 million. He knew Su Yang's situation. Although Su Yang made a comeback through the futures market, he only earned about 400 to 500 million yuan. 40 or 50 million and 4 or 500 million may seem to be just one less currency unit, but the difference is actually 10 times. This 10-fold gap is not so easy to make up. For ordinary people, earning tens of millions may still be possible. An ordinary small business owner can make several million a year by running a business, and can save tens of millions in 10 or 20 years. But if you want to save 4 or 500 million, I'm afraid you can't save that much money even if you do business for a lifetime. Therefore, the ceiling for ordinary people is to become a multi-millionaire. To become a billionaire is really out of reach. Haiyang, I'm not kidding, I want this building. Go apply. I can pay the full amount right now, right here, right now. I will use these houses as benefits for the company's employees. As Su Yang spoke, he picked up the mineral water next to the sand table and took a sip. 4 or 500 million is just a small amount of money to him. There are tens of billions of dollars in his chat software account. For the Yangsu Group, it is even smaller amounts of smaller amounts. The Yangsu Group is not listed yet. If it were to go public and disclose its cash balance statement, it would surely shock the whole world. The 100 billion cash reserves of the Rice Group are nothing but rubbish in the eyes of the Yangsu Group. With so much money, buying an entire building is really easy and pleasant. Ah. Lao Su, this is not a joke. This is 4 or 500 million, oh my god. Luo Haiyang originally wanted to persuade Su Yang, but when Su Yang opened his chat software and showed the balance of his wallet in front of Luo Haiyang, the latter was completely stunned. Tens, hundreds, thousands, and millions, so many numbers. Luo Haiyang swore that he had never seen such a long balance number in his life. The first number is 3, and when you count the numbers afterwards, including the 2 digits after the decimal point, there are actually 11 digits in total. In other words, this is a cash balance of more than 3 billion. Isn't this too exaggerated? Which good person would keep more than 3 billion in a coin wallet? Luo Haiyang knew that in the developed areas of Pengcheng, there were many wealthy people or landlords who had hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars in their change wallets. There are also many wealthy people who show off their wealth on the internet. However, it is extremely rare to have more than 3 billion yuan in a change wallet. Please note that there is no interest in the change wallet before the money is transferred to the income channel. This is different from Ali Finance S Wallet. Ali Finance S Wallet is actually a money fund that allows you to deposit and withdraw money at any time. The current interest rate is only around 1.5%. However, even if it is only 1.5%, considering 3 billion, the interest is still very considerable. The annual interest is 45 million. But if it is in the change purse, it is just a balance, without any interest. In other words, a loss of 45 million was made in vain every year. What kind of boss doesn't care about 45 million? If it were an ordinary person, let alone 450 million in interest, even if it was 450 yuan in interest, they would jump for joy. For a moment, Luo Haiyang was a little dazed, and he was not sure whether he was dreaming. This scene is really magical. What do you think, Ocean? This money of mine should be enough to buy a whole building, right? Su Yang asked with a smile. Hey, Lao Su, wait a minute, am I dreaming? Luo Haiyang pinched his arm hard and grimaced in pain. The pain told him that this was definitely not a dream. How is it? Are you awake now? Su Yang smiled knowingly. He didn't find anything strange about Luo Haiyang's reaction. It would be strange if an ordinary person was not shocked when he saw that someone else's mobile phone balance had billions. I am awake now, but Lao Su, you photoshopped this picture yourself, right? This is definitely not a wallet balance. As Luo Haiyang spoke, he reached out and was about to press Su Yang's phone screen. Then check your wallet balance yourself. Su Yang generously handed the phone to Luo Haiyang, who hurriedly picked it up. This is a phone that is suspected to have a balance of more than 3 billion yuan. You must not break it. After taking the phone, Luo Haiyang immediately clicked a few times. Then, he was completely stunned. It's actually true. Lao Su, you actually have so much money. Are you the richest man in linen? Luo Haiyang swallowed hard. If someone can put more than 3 billion in a wallet on a chat app, then who else could he be but the richest man in linen? He might even be the richest man in Daxia. You know, for the rich, 1 or 200 million is nothing. But 3 billion is not a small amount, especially when it is 3 billion in cash. The larger the company, the tighter the cash flow. The same is true for wealthy individuals. Even though they are worth tens of billions, it is not an easy task to come up with 3 billion in cash. I'm afraid that only the richest bosses can easily take out 3 billion in cash. However, these bosses' cash would never be placed in the change balance. It is not convenient to withdraw cash. Chapter 43, which of the top 10 companies is yours? I can't be called the richest man. I'm just a small boss. Little boss? Luo Haiyang rolled his eyes at Su Yang in annoyance. Which small boss has more than 3 billion in his pocket? This is more than 3 billion Daxia coins, not kimchi coins. You are so Versailles, boy. But you hit it so deeply. Tell me honestly, which of the top 10 companies in our temporary arrangement is yours? Luo Haiyang cursed with a laugh. He did not start to flatter Su Yang just because he suddenly became rich. Instead, he continued to get along with him with a normal attitude. This feeling also made Su Yang very comfortable. He came here to buy a house today and he didn't plan to hide his identity. However, Su Yang was well aware that it was lonely at the top. When a person's political status or economic ability reaches its peak, he will no longer have friends. It's sad, but also realistic. Now Luo Haiyang can still treat Su Yang normally, which really makes Su Yang very happy. It's worth having friends like this. Thinking of this, Su Yang took the initiative to reveal his identity. I am the only shareholder behind Yangsu Group. Yangsu Group? Hearing this name, Luo Haiyang's pupils suddenly contracted. Yangsu Group is the #1 super enterprise in the temporary arrangement. Although this group is not listed, no one will question its strength. There are even rumors that the company's strength could exceed 10 trillion. This is a very scary guess. You know, even if you look at the Great Xia continent, the company with the highest market value is only over 2 trillion. The market value is 10 trillion, which is about 1.5 trillion US dollars when converted into US dollars. This market value is enough to rank among the top 5 in the world. Moreover, 10 trillion is just an estimate. No one knows exactly what the company's market value is. Since they are not listed, there is no need for them to disclose their financial statements to you. But what is certain is that this company is extremely powerful. As for the top 10 companies in the temporary arrangement, as long as they are related to the internet, it is said that the Yangsu Group is behind them. Moreover, it is rumored that there is only one boss behind the Yangsu Group. In other words, this boss is worth at least 10 trillion. And now, Luo Haiyang actually met this boss who is worth $10 trillion, and he is also his college classmate. The shock in my heart is hard to describe. Old Su, you are not kidding me, are you? The big boss behind the Yangsu Group? Are you trying to scare me to death? When saying this, Luo Haiyang's voice trembled a little. He really didn't expect that such a shocking thing would happen. He actually has a college classmate whose net worth is worth trillions? Of course I'm not kidding. I've come to you to buy a house. How can I still joke? Besides, Yangsu Group is just my name reversed, can't you see that? Su Yang chuckled and continued. However, don't tell our old classmates about this. There's no need. After we finish the procedures for buying a house, let's have a meal together. After dinner, I'll take you to visit the company. Seeing is believing. If Luo Haiyang hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he might not have known about such a big thing. Su Yang has already planned to help this old classmate head on. In that case, it's okay to take it to the company for a look. Luo Haiyang is very capable, as can be seen from the fact that he can become the top salesman in the sales department. Now that Su Yang has met such a talent, there is no reason for him to let him go. Yangsu Group also has positions in the sales department, and he can let Luo Haiyang be a department manager first. Then gradually promoted to management level. In the end, you can even let him become a general manager and a professional manager for yourself. Su Yang is a lazy person. He thought his wealth had reached its peak and had no interest in expanding his business any further. This money is enough for him to live a luxurious life. Life is short. You should enjoy the life you didn't enjoy in your previous life in this one. Although he is only 25 or 26 years old, he can retire and hand over the work to his subordinates. Su Yang doesn't trust ordinary people, but people like Luo Haiyang are absolutely trustworthy. Of course, the prerequisite is that Luo Haiyang is willing. Su Yang could see that Luo Haiyang was a very strong-willed person. He may not be willing to follow me. However, it would be nice to talk more about this kind of thing. As long as he offered a high salary, Su Yang didn't believe that he couldn't impress this old classmate. Okay, Lao Su, I'll apply for a discount for you. Ah, okay, give me a better discount. It's a must. Luo Haiyang knew that Su Yang came to help him this time. If the big boss really wants to buy a dormitory building for his employees, there are so many options to choose from, there is no need to come to him. Since he is here, it means you can trust him. For this, Luo Haiyang is still very grateful. He must apply for the best discount. Soon, Su Yang was invited to the VLP office to wait. Tea and other things were also replaced with the best tea. Such a big client deserves the best service. 3 minutes later, Luo Haiyang hurried over with the general manager of their store. Hello, Mr. Su. I am Li Kaiwei, the general manager of Jiayue Center. You can just call me Xiao Li. This is my name tag. After Li Kaiwei introduced himself, he took out a business card and handed it to Su Yang respectfully. He already knew Su Yang's identity, and also knew that Su Yang wanted to buy a building. Although he was a little surprised by Su Yang's appearance after seeing him, but when he thought about the mysteriousness of the Yangsu group and Luo Haiyang told him that Su Yang had more than 3 billion in his change, he no longer had any doubts. Even if Su Yang is not the boss of Yangsu group, just the balance of his change is enough for Li Kaiwei to take it seriously. "Hello, Mr. Li?" Su Yang nodded indifferently at Li Kaiwei. "Mr. Su, Xiao Luo just told me that you want to buy 12 buildings, right?" Li Kaiwei knew that a big shot like Su Yang was very busy, so he got straight to the point. "Yes, I want the whole building. Please calculate the price. I'll have someone pay you the full amount directly." Su Yang nodded. The 3 billion yuan is used to build employee dormitories. In that case, let Yangsu Group transfer the money. The purchased house can also be directly written under the company's name. "No problem, Mr. Su. If the whole building is sold, the biggest discount I can give you is 15% off. That works out to 392,700,000. However, I will discuss this with my superiors and have the remaining 2.7 million exempted for you. Also, each room comes with a parking space." Faced with such a big customer, Li Kaiwei did offer the biggest discount without any empty tricks. By this calculation, it only costs more than 40,000 per square meter, which is indeed very sincere. Chapter 44 Master Su, let us go. Moreover, in addition to the house, parking spaces are also provided. Normally, other customers have to pay for parking spaces. Free parking spaces are only given during the end of sales. In other words, only some not-so-good floors may have parking spaces bundled with sales. If Su Yang hadn't bought a whole building in one go, this parking space would definitely not have been given away. Therefore, sincerity is still very sufficient. "Okay, thank you, Mr. Li. Ocean, send me your account number and I'll ask the finance department to transfer the money directly to your card. Mr. Li, please prepare the contract. Someone from the company will come with the official seal and sign with you in a while." Since it has been decided to buy these houses in the name of the company, Su Yang doesn't need to worry about anything else afterwards. The financial department of Yangsu Group is very professional and can handle these problems. "Okay, Mr. Su, I will contact your company's finance department." "Well, that's good." After Su Yang received Luo Haiyang's account number, he immediately forwarded it to his secretary Lu Qingqing. 10 minutes later, Li Kaiwei received a text message on his mobile phone saying that 390 million renminbi had been deposited into the company's account. "Mr. Su, we have received the money." Li Kaiwei was instantly overjoyed. Once the money arrives, it means that the order has been completely completed. Before, he was a little worried that Su Yang was bragging. After all, no one has ever seen the chairman of the Yangsu Group. Although he has a good temperament, he has more than 3 billion in his wallet. But he will not feel at ease until the money arrives. Now that the money has arrived, I can rest assured. Well, the finance department is on the way and will be here in 10 minutes. You guys can connect when the time comes. After the property ownership certificate comes out, just send it directly to Yangsu Group. Su Yang gave some instructions. "Okay, Mr. Su, don't worry. Well, then I'll go eat with Haiyang. He happens to be taking a day off today." Yes, Haiyang, you have to treat Mr. Su to this meal. All expenses will be reimbursed by the company, with no upper limit." "Okay, Mr. Li." 3 minutes later, Luo Haiyang left the sales office in Su Yang's Maybach. "Lao Su, I really didn't expect you to be so awesome now. I'm afraid you were already rich enough to rival a country when we were in college? You must have had a hard time these years, right?" Sitting in the luxurious passenger seat of Maybach, Luo Haiyang couldn't help but sigh. The classmate in front of me is the truly low-key person. He usually doesn't show off his abilities. Who would have thought that once he is exposed, his strength is so terrifying? It's really shocking. It's not bad, it's just that there are a lot more troubles, but it's all fine now. Su Yang smiled and waved his hand. You can't understand whether something is difficult or not unless you experience it yourself. For the master of the system, becoming a rich man must be easy. But if you want to become the richest man, the system can only provide assistance in many things. Su Yang has indeed gone through a lot of difficulties to get to this point. However, there is no need to complain to others about this. It's good for you to know about suffering. Aha! Luo Haiyang didn't ask any more questions on this issue, and the two chatted for a while in the car. What are we going to eat later? How about going to Luoxian? The company will reimburse us anyway, so it would be a waste if we don't eat. Luo Haiyang suggested. Unless there were special circumstances, Luo Haiyang would never go to a place like Luoxian. But now that the company has reimbursed me, it would be a shame not to go. Ha ha ha, forget about Luoxian. I just went there with Zhao Muxue a few days ago. Let's just go to a more ordinary place. Su Yang shook his head and rejected the proposal. Even if Li Kaiwei had just said that there was no upper limit, he would not be so stupid as to go to Luoxian for dinner. In that kind of place, if you spend little money, the food is not good, but if you spend a lot of money, it is too wasteful. It would be better to find a substitute. However, Luo Haiyang obviously did not focus on the fact that Su Yang had just gone to Luoxian for dinner, but heard another important point. Zhao Muxue? Lao Su, you said you had dinner with Zhao Muxue a few days ago? Is it the Zhao Muxue from the class next to ours? The school beauty of our school? Luo Haiyang widened his eyes, trying to see a negative expression on Su Yang's face. But it was obvious that he was going to be disappointed. Yes, it's him. Why? You like him too? Su Yang glanced at Luo Haiyang with some amusement. This boy was very quiet and taciturn when he was in college. Didn't expect that there would be someone you like? But this is normal. As for Zhao Muxue, who wouldn't he like her? Of course, is there any boy in our school who doesn't like Zhao Muxue? Good fellow, old Su, you are too strong, aren't you? You even took down Zhao Muxue? His father is the chairman of the Zhao group next door. He is a real rich girl. As Luo Haiyang spoke, his voice became louder and louder, as if he was afraid that Su Yang couldn't hear him. I know. As the daughter of the chairman of the Zhao group, only a tall, rich and handsome man like me can be worthy of her. Su Yang said jokingly. Friendship between men is like this. They may be low-key outside, but in front of their brothers, they will make all kinds of jokes and brag. Of course, what Su Yang said was true. If a tall, rich and handsome man like him is not worthy of Zhao Muxue, then no one can be worthy of this socialite. Well, what you said does make sense. In terms of wealth, you are indeed completely worthy of Zhao Da's campus beauty. But in terms of appearance, I think you are still slightly inferior to me. Luo Haiyang said shamelessly. Ha ha ha, and you've become too shameless now. In terms of looks, I'm also at the level of the school idol. Go away, go away. I am the only one who deserves to be the campus beauty of Zhao University. It's just that I won't compete with you for her. Come on, you're such a coquettish person. I didn't realize you were so coquettish. I've lived for so long, and I've never seen anyone dare to snatch a woman from me. Do you want to give up the commission for the house worth more than 300 million yuan? Ah, I was wrong, President Su. You are a magnanimous person. The moon sets, the crows cry, and the sky is full of frost. The couple returns home together. Get lost, what a mess. Okay, Haiyang, stop worrying about what to eat. Let's find a barbecue restaurant and have some barbecue, shall we? Eating some barbecue and drinking some beer, this is life. Eat barbecue? That's fine too. I know a pretty good barbecue restaurant, but I'm afraid it would be unfair to you, Mr. Su. I'm just rich, not aloof from the real world. Send me the location, let's go. Okay, then Master Su, let's go. Okay. 20 minutes later, Su Yang arrived at the address Luo Haiyang sent him. This is a snack street, where you can eat anything. Su Yang had been to this place before with Song Lijing, so it was not unfamiliar to him. Chapter 45 I'm not going. Cars are not allowed to enter the snack street, but there is a parking lot outside the snack street. After Su Yang parked the car, he and Luo Haiyang walked into the snack street together. Then, Luo Haiyang turned left and right and finally arrived at a barbecue restaurant. Northeast Thousand Island Barbecue? Are there Thousand Islands in the Northeast? Su Yang glanced at the store's archway and asked curiously. Qiandao is a lake near Linan. It is said that it consists of more than 1,000 islands of various sizes. But what the hell are the Northeast Thousand Islands? Actually the proprietress of this store is from Northeast China, and the boss is from Thousand Islands, so it's called Northeast Thousand Islands. Luo Haiyang explained. He obviously comes here often and is very familiar with it. I see. It turns out that this boss married into the Northeast. Yes, you are really smart. Put. Okay, let's go in. I'm starving. Good. As they were talking, the two of them walked into the barbecue restaurant together. The barbecue restaurant doesn't have a big storefront, with only 2 rooms. And there is only 1 floor. However, the interior of the shop is quite cozy and clean. Unlike some barbecue restaurants, where the floor is covered with grease stains, you lose your appetite once you enter. Hey, Brother Ocean, how come you have time to come here today? Are you taking a break again? As he walked into the barbecue restaurant, the proprietress saw Luo Haiyang at a glance and immediately came over to greet him. The proprietress is a middle-aged woman in her 30s, still quite charming. He is tall, with fair skin, big eyes, and a very heroic voice. At first glance, she is a cheerful lady from northeast China. Yes, Madam Boss, take a break today and bring your friends over for a drink. Luo Haiyang said with a smile. Wow, your friend is so handsome? The proprietress took one look at Su Yang and immediately started praising him. Ha ha ha, big sister, be reserved. You are married. If the boss sees you, he will be jealous and angry with you. How dare he? He rebelled against his teachings? The proprietress glared at the boss who was skewering in the kitchen as if jokingly. The boss smiled indulgently and shook his head without saying anything, continuing to skewer the skewers with his head down. It can be seen that the relationship between the couple is still very good. One is straightforward, the other is tolerant. The two of them are really suitable together. Okay, Brother Ocean, you two go ahead and just check the menu for what to eat. Choose now, call me sister. Okay, sister, let's take a look first. Okay. The two of them found a seat by the window and sat down, then ordered their food. Su Yang didn't bother to be polite with Luo Haiyang and ordered a bunch of his favorite foods. Then, Luo Haiyang ordered some kidneys, lamb penis, oysters, leeks, and the like. Ocean, you eat all these things? Su Yang couldn't help but ask. He could accept kidneys, oysters, leeks, and the like, but he really couldn't stand sheep's penis. This thing will really give you nightmares after eating it. Ha, of course, as long as it's good for men's health and is legally allowed, I love to eat it. Luo Haiyang smiled and continued. After eating, shall I take you to the club to wash your feet? As Luo Haiyang spoke, he blinked at Su Yang, and the hint was obvious. Are you playing so fancy now? Are you doing this for a serious foot massage? Of course it's serious. Definitely green and definitely healthy. Okay, let's go. I'll find 2 college students to do it for you. Are you sure this is a serious foot massage? Of course it's serious. I make money based on my own abilities, okay? 6. After the two of them ordered the dishes, Luo Haiyang called the proprietress over and handed her the menu. Brother Haiyang, what do you want to drink? White wine or beer? The proprietress asked as she wrote the table number on the menu. Lao Su, do you drink white beer? Me? It's all right. I want the beer to be cold, or I can't drink it. Okay, let's have beer, 2 drafts first. Barbecue and draft beer, that's life. Okay, you two brothers, wait a moment, it will be quick. Okay, thank you for your hard work, sister. Hey, we're old acquaintances, why are you being so polite to me? After the proprietress finished speaking, she went to place the order. Haiyang, you are familiar with this lady, boss? After seeing the proprietress leave, Su Yang couldn't help but ask the doubts in his heart. Of course, when I first started working, I couldn't achieve sales results and had no money to pay the rent, so I came here to work the night shift. Food is included, and there's money to be paid. The boss and his wife are very nice. Thanks to their help, I got through the most difficult 3 months. When I make money, I will eat here often. Luo Haiyang explained. He is indeed the sales champion now, earning tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of yuan per month, which makes him a high-income earner. But only he himself knows the hardships he went through before that. During the most difficult times, I was almost kicked out of my rental house by my landlord and forced to sleep on the street. Fortunately, the owner of the barbecue restaurant gave him a part-time job, so that he could have enough food to eat and pay the rent. A drop of water should be repaid with a spring. Luo Haiyang's way of repaying him is to come here to eat often. I see. Then this boss and his wife are really nice people. Yes. There aren't many customers at noon, as barbecue is mostly eaten at night. So, in just over 10 minutes, all the dishes were served. During this time, the proprietress brought 2 more glasses of draft beer. The two started chatting while drinking. By the way, Lao Su, you weren't in the group so you didn't see it. We are going to have a class reunion on Saturday the 5th of next month. It is said that they are working together with Class 2. Do you want to go? After Luo Haiyang finished speaking, he took a big bite of kidney. Kidneys and wine are a good combination forever. Class reunion? Why do we have to do it with the students from Class 2? Su-young peeled a clove of garlic and threw it into his mouth, then bit off a large piece of lamb chop and asked vaguely. Of course it's to make up the numbers. Not many people stay in Linen after graduating from university. If it's just people from our class, we can only have 2 tables at most. It's so quiet with so few people. We usually have large classes together with Class 2, so we can be considered classmates. Including their class, there are more than 40 people here. It's quite lively. Are you going? Luo Haiyang asked. Me? I won't go. It's meaningless. Then just go. Su-young shook his head and refused directly. He had no feelings for most of his classmates. The only 3 roommates he had feelings for also betrayed him. The 3 roommates and Su-young were in the same class and all stayed in Linen. It would be quite boring if I met them there. Okay, then I won't force you. Just when Luo Haiyang was about to change the subject, Su-yang's cell phone rang. When I took it out, I saw that it was a call from Zhao Muxue. Hey, Su-yang, do you know about the class reunion? Chapter 46 please, I beg you. Class reunion? Su-yang on the other end of the phone was obviously stunned. He didn't expect that Zhao Muxue would actually come and ask him about the class reunion. I know. My classmate just told me that it seems like our 2 classes are holding a class reunion together? Why? Are you interested in attending, Zhao de Shuehua? Su-yang asked with a smile. Yes, I also want to go and see if any of our old classmates are doing well. If there are talented people, I am ready to bring them to work in my new company. Zhao Muxue said with a smile. Her new company had everything ready except talent. They studied finance in college. Although the school is not a top-notch institution, it is not particularly bad either. 3 years after graduation, some of my classmates who did well in banks have already become deputy branch managers. Some of my classmates who work in securities or financial institutions are also doing very well. So, Zhao Muxue wondered if she could attract these classmates to work in her company. Class reunion is obviously a good opportunity. Of course, there are also some who are not doing well. It depends on Zhao Muxue's own analysis. Is that so? Then you can go and join us. Su-yang nodded seriously. Su-yang, from what you said, you are not going to participate? Yeah, I'm not going. It's meaningless. Su-yang shook his head and replied with a smile. You're not going? If you don't go, it would be boring for me to go alone. How about you come with me? In fact, Zhao Muxue is not very familiar with other classmates. He did not live in the dormitory when he was in college. Instead, he bought a suite across the street from the school and had a driver to take him to and from school every day. Therefore, she didn't have much interaction with other students except for the time between classes. The only ones with whom I had a slightly better relationship were 1 or 2 female classmates. However, these classmates are all from other places, and they probably won travel so far to attend this reunion. So, if Su-young didn't go, she might not even be able to find a classmate to talk to. Su-yang was a little hesitant. He really didn't want to attend such a stupid class reunion, but since his goddess invited him, he couldn't refuse. So, he seemed particularly conflicted at this moment. Go ahead, Su-yang. I beg you, okay? Seeing that Su-yang refused to give in, Zhao Muxue started to act coquettishly on the other end of the phone. The charming voice instantly made Su-yang soften. Okay, I can go. This Saturday, right? I'll be there on time. Su-yang sighed. The goddess has invited him. If he doesn't go, it would be really tactless. Su-yang also didn't expect that the icy beauty Zhao Muxue would actually act like a coquettish person. This is completely different from the image of her in Su-yang's mind. As expected, you can only know a person's character by actually meeting him or her. Time reveals a person's true character. Su-yang, you are so nice. Then we'll see you that day. See you there. Old Sue, you are really tempted by beauty. You said you would not attend the class reunion, but you compromised when the campus beauty Zhao University acted a little coquettishly? There's something wrong with you. Very wrong. Luo Haiyang looked at Su Yan with a smile. No one would believe that this kid has no relationship with Zhao Muxue. Okay, eat your kidneys. Remember not to reveal my identity when the time comes. Su Yan rolled his eyes at Luo Haiyang in annoyance. Don't worry, I won't say anything. Luo Haiyang nodded seriously. Protecting customer privacy is the most basic obligation of real estate sales. By the way, Ocean, let's get down to business. Do you want to come with me? It can be a sales position, a business position, or an investment position. I promise you'll make no less money than you do now. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Yang extended an olive branch to Luo Haiyang. His main purpose in coming to Luo Haiyang today was to pull this old classmate onto his fast-moving train. While my old classmate was still drunk, I quickly told him my purpose. You mean, let me go to Yangsu Group? Luo Haiyang's eyes suddenly lit up. The Yangsu Group is much more powerful than their real estate developer. Moreover, not everyone can enter this company. Those who can work in this company are basically top students from key universities. Don't think that top students only know how to study hard. This idea worked well 20 years ago. But all of today's top students have received elite education. Since childhood, they have received elite education in all aspects of morality, intelligence, physical fitness, and aesthetics. You think they only know how to study, but in fact, many of them have their own areas of expertise, such as music, chess, calligraphy, painting, eloquence, and sports. It is much more difficult for ordinary people to get into a key university than it was 20 years ago. 20 years ago, as long as you worked hard, there was hope. But today, 20 years later, you work hard, but others work even harder. Moreover, they have access to more learning resources than you. One-on-one guidance from famous teachers, the best tutoring materials, a language learning environment from an early age, and more. Unless they are gifted, it is really difficult for children from ordinary families to compete with those from well-off families. Yangsu Group recruits these top students who have good grades and abilities. These people tend to do things more seriously and better than ordinary students. It is difficult for students from ordinary schools to enter the Yangsu Group. Luo Haiyang School is not too bad in linen, but it has no appeal in the whole of Daxia. Therefore, it is not an easy thing for him to enter Yangsu Group by his own ability. Otherwise, Luo Haiyang would not have chosen to join the real estate company. Now that the big boss of Yangsu Group has personally invited Luo Haiyang to join Yangsu Group, he must be looking forward to it. That's right. I admire you very much and want you to join my company and work for me. Don't worry, no matter which department you go to or what you do, you will start at the manager level. As for the annual salary, it is tentatively set at 3 million. I guess your commission from selling houses is between 1 and 3 million a year, right? Su Yang directly offered a high price. This price shocked Luo Haiyang. Lao Su, are you kidding me? 3 million a year? That's right, and it's after tax. The 6 insurances and 2 funds are paid at the highest rate. Hiss. Hearing this, Luo Haiyang's blood began to boil. 3 million after tax and 3 million before tax are two different concepts. Of the 3 million before tax, you may only get less than 2 million, as most of the salary has to be used to pay taxes. But 3 million after tax is real 3 million. Before tax, it would be almost 6 million. Looking at the entire Daxia, only the general managers or vice presidents of the top companies can enjoy an annual salary of 6 million. Of course, the premise is that it does not include rewards such as equity, but only salary bonuses. Chapter 47 Company Benefits. An annual salary of 3 million after tax is enough for Luo Haiyang to work with Su Yang. Although he is the sales champion now, when he performs best every month, he only gets a commission of hundreds of thousands to hundreds of thousands. But real estate is a cyclical thing, you can't always do so well. When you do a bad job, you can only get 20,000 to 30,000 yuan in commission a month. On average, making 1.5 million a year is considered good. An annual salary of 3 million is what Luo Haiyang earned after working very hard for 2 years. He had no reason not to follow Su Yang. Lao Su, are you sure you're not kidding? Luo Haiyang confirmed again. Of course. You can go to work tomorrow if you want. Su Yang nodded slightly and continued. I'm going to give you Jia Qianyu's phone number now. You can contact her directly when you are free. After Su Yang finished speaking, he immediately sent a phone number to Luo Haiyang's cell phone. Jia Qianyu? Is she the overbearing female CEO of Yangsu Group? Luo Haiyang exclaimed. In Hangzhou, it would be understandable if you said you didn't know Lao Ma from the Ali Group. But if you say you don't know Jia Qianyu, then your knowledge is too shallow. Jia Qianyu, a truly domineering female CEO and the spokesperson for Yangsu Group. Before the mysterious chairman Su Yang showed up, Jia Qianyu was the absolute ruler of the Yangsu Group. It can be said that he is truly second to none. This person is very decisive and efficient in doing things. Although not many people have seen her, she is very famous. A woman who is less than 30 years old can become the general manager of a giant like Yangsu Group. This kind of person is definitely not an ordinary person. Right. I'll arrange it. You just need to tell her you're my classmate. Then tell her the position you want to take. Of course, if you want to be the vice president, that's fine, but I'd rather you gain some experience at the grassroots level first, starting as a department manager. In the future, I want you to take over a group. Su Yang raised his wine glass as he spoke. He attaches great importance to Luo Haiyang and really hopes that this old classmate can become his right-hand man. The character of my old classmate is beyond doubt, but his abilities still need to be improved. Okay. Su Yang, oh no, Mr. Su, thank you for the promotion. I will do my best until my death. Luo Haiyang picked up his glass and clinked glasses with Su Yang. Since Su Yang thinks so highly of him, if he doesn't agree, he would be so sorry to this old classmate. Haha, it's not that exaggerated. I'm asking you to manage a business, not to go to the battlefield. Since you agree, contact Jia Qianyu as soon as possible and he will arrange it for you. Well, but I have to get my commission first this time, hee. Luo Haiyang said with a smile. This time his commission was at least several million. With so much money, I definitely can't refuse it. Don't worry, with me here, they won't dare to default on the payment. Just go ahead and resign. Okay, Lao Su, I'll do whatever you say. Ha, that's right. The main issue was resolved, and then the two of them just started drinking and bragging. Su Yang can drink a lot. His body has been systematically strengthened, so he can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Luo Haiyang is also good. He didn't know how to drink before, but after working in real estate sales, he learned how to drink. As a salesperson, the most basic skill is to learn how to drink. You can't drink, but you still want to negotiate good business? However, no matter how good Luo Haiyang's alcohol tolerance is, he is not as good as Su Yang. After drinking a few beers, my tongue started to become a little sore. Fortunately, beer is not white wine. After drinking it, you will just feel bloated in your stomach, but it will not have much impact on other things. The two of them drank from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. After drinking, Su Yan found a designated driver to take Luo Haiyang back home. Luo Haiyang lives not far from his workplace, which makes it convenient for him to commute to get off work. Lao Luo, are you still renting a house now? Su Yang asked. Yes, this place is close to work, and the money I have is barely enough for the down payment on a house. Luo Haiyang scratched his head embarrassedly. Although the housing prices in Linen are not as high as those in first-tier cities, the prices of good low-end houses are also very high. If you want to buy a slightly larger 2-bedroom, 1-living-room house, it will cost about 40,000 to 50,000 yuan per square meter, which means it will cost at least 4 to 5 million yuan. If the down payment is 30%, it will cost at least 1 million yuan. If Luo Haiyang wants to buy a house, the earliest he can do so is next year. Haha, no problem. This place is not far from the Yangsu Group. I bought so many houses today. You can just pick one with 180 square meters. I'll have someone transfer the house to your name. It's a benefit the company gives you. I'll find a decoration company to coordinate with you for the decoration. Don't worry about the money. The company will pay for it all. Su Yang waved his hand and gave away a house with decoration. If you want to decorate a 180 square meter house better, it will cost at least 500,000 or 600,000 yuan. Su Yang's wave of his hand means millions. It can be said that it is very generous. Ah. Lao Su, please don't do that. I haven't even started working and made my own contribution yet. You can't waste money like this. Luo Haiyang quickly refused. He didn't know what the new company would be like, and he was not sure if he could do well in the new company. Luo Haiyang would feel bad if he took so much money even though he didn't do a good job. Ha, you don't have to think so much. You know, this little money is just a drop in the bucket for me. Among my employees and management, your treatment is definitely not the best. Just take it with confidence. That's it. I'm going home to take a nap too. I won't keep you here any longer. After Su Yang finished speaking, he urged Luo Haiyang to get out of the car. Although Luo Haiyang felt a little helpless, he still accepted it. However, he swore in his heart that he would work hard in the new company in the future. It will definitely live up to Su Yang's expectations. In fact, Su Yang is not so generous to everyone. When he went bankrupt, Luo Haiyang was willing to use all his savings to help him. Even though that little bit of money was a drop in the bucket for Su Yang, he kept it in mind. This is just the beginning of tremendous wealth. On the other hand, Lu Jiamping and Song Lijing also received invitations to the class reunion. It can't be considered an invitation. The class reunion was initiated by the class monitor in the class group and everyone can see it. Li Jing, you will go to the class reunion, right? Song Lijing received a message from the number 1 bootlicker Chen Mingho. This guy has been pursuing Song Lijing, so after receiving the news of the class reunion, he immediately came to ask Song Lijing. Song Lijing did not respond immediately. This kind of bootlicker must be kept hanging. At the same time, Song Lijing also sent a breakup message to Su Chenxi. Since the Su family is about to go bankrupt, there is no point in continuing to date this boyfriend. Chapter 48 I will give it to you. Jingjing, why did you break up with me? As soon as Su Chenxi received the breakup news from Song Lijing, he became anxious and called immediately. It is impossible for Su Chenxi to break up with Song Lijing now. He has never even held Song Lijing's hand. If they break up, wouldn't it be a huge loss? Sorry Su Chenxi, I don't actually like you. Your father's factory has gone bankrupt. It's only a matter of time before your online store closes down, right? I don't want to continue to live a hard life with you. So let's break up, on good terms. Song Lijing is very realistic and direct. Your family is bankrupt, why should I continue to be with you? What? How did you know? Su Chenxi was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting that Song Lijing knew about this matter. Isn't this news too well informed? You know, he just found out about it. It was your dad who called me and asked me to find someone for him. Tell your father that I can't help you with this. Song Lijing said lightly. Jingjing, my dad's factory just had some problems, but it didn't go bankrupt. As long as we find a new partner, the factory can continue to operate. It's the same with my online store. Even if my father's factory goes bankrupt, I can still get goods from other factories. I will definitely not go bankrupt. After knowing what happened, Su Chenxi immediately started to explain and wanted to keep Song Lijing back. At least you have sex before breaking up, right? Otherwise, wouldn't it be a big loss? Su Chenxi, I can't afford to gamble, and I don't want to gamble. The clothing industry is a sunset industry. I don't see a future for you. Let's break up like this. Song Lijing once again reaffirmed her thoughts. She can break up with a couple after being together for a year without caring about the so-called relationship. What is Su Chenxi? Jingjing, are you really so cruel? Su Chenxi gritted his teeth and his tone became a little unfriendly. It's not that I'm cruel, it's that I have no choice. I still owe so much money, I need money. Can you give it to me? Song Lijing shook her head. He still owes 1.2 million. She also hopes to find a rich second-generation boyfriend to pay her back the money. If Su Chenxi went bankrupt, he probably wouldn't be able to make ends meet, so how could he possibly repay Song Lijing? Okay. Song Lijing, since you are so ruthless, then return the 20,000 yuan you just borrowed from me. Su Chenxi was so angry that he immediately took out his trump card. Since this bitch is determined to break up, he must take back the 20,000 yuan he gave her. Su Chenxi, you are serious? You want to take back just 20,000 yuan? Don't let me look down on you. Song Lijing curled her lips. What kind of scumbag is this? He wants to take back 20,000 yuan? It's really despicable. I don't need you to look up to me. Aren't you going to break up with me? I have no problem giving 20,000 yuan to my girlfriend, but I feel like I'm losing out by giving it to an ex-girlfriend. Nothing has happened between you and me, why should I give you 20,000 for nothing? Of course, if you sleep with me for 2 nights, the 20,000 yuan will be your salary. 10,000 a night, you're not losing out. This is already the price for high-end escorts for college students. Su Qinqi sneered. A woman like Song Lijing is one who can be both responsible and independent. Since she is so ruthless, Su Qinqi will certainly not show any mercy to her. At the beginning, Su Qinqi was only attracted by Song Lijing's appearance. As for the rest, it doesn't matter at all. Su Qinqi, keep your mouth shut. Isn't it just 20,000 yuan? I'll return it to you in a minute. Song Lijing was so angry. 10,000 a night? Do you really think she's a whore? However, she really couldn't take out the money right away. Fortunately, Song Lijing still has a dog to bootlick. It shouldn't be difficult to borrow 20,000 yuan from a bootlicker, right? Okay, I'll give you half an hour to raise the money. If you don't give it to me in half an hour, don't blame me for getting angry. Su Qinqi said coldly. Don't worry, I will definitely return it to you. Lower man. After saying that, Song Lijing hung up the phone. Su Qinqi was holding his cell phone, which was messy in the wind. Next. Who is the one behind this? She is worthy of being a little fairy. It was clearly her fault, but she could bite back in the end. But fortunately there was no loss. Su Qinqi and Song Lijing had not been together for very long, and they had not given each other any expensive gifts. As long as I can get back the 20,000 yuan, it won't be a loss. Thinking of this, although Su Qinqi was unwilling, he had no choice but to admit defeat. However, just as I was about to return to the company, my father Su Dejiang called me. Oh no, Qinqi, the bank is here to collect the loan. These damn banks actually said we had no business in recent months and asked us to pay back the money. 30 million. Where can we get so much money? Su Dejiang's phone call completely stunned Su Qinqi. Generally speaking, bank loans will not be recalled casually. Especially this type of operating loan. The loan agreement is signed for a number of years, and that's how many years it can be used. Of course, there are special cases. For example, you embezzle funds from operating loans and enter the securities market. In simple terms, the loan money is used to speculate in stocks. Once the bank discovers this, it will ask you to return the funds immediately. In addition, as is happening now, the bank finds that your business has dropped sharply or even disappeared. In this case, the bank will also collect your loan. This is what Su Dejiang is facing. More than half a year ago, Su Yang had already cleared out most of his business. The remaining 1 or 2 businesses can only bring in 1 or 2 million in profits each year. Such a small profit is only enough to pay the bank interest. Therefore, it is normal for the bank to ask for money. What? How could this be possible? Dad, call the bank president right away and ask him for mercy. Aren't you two very familiar with each other? It's useless. Su Yang was the one who maintained it before. I've never seen these people before. What should I do? If this continues, the factory will be sold? What about my outlets? Son, you have to take out the money to save Dad. If you don't save him, Dad will be in real trouble. Dad, there's nothing I can do. The outlets have actually been losing money this year, I was just bragging. Ah. The Su family's factory's closure was inevitable. On Song Lijing's side, after ending the call with Su Qinqi, she immediately called the number 1 bootlicker Chen Mingho. Li Jing, I didn't expect you to call me on your own initiative. As soon as the phone was connected, Chen Mingho's surprised voice came instantly. This was also within Song Lijing's expectations. As a dog licker, it is normal to have such a reaction. Chapter 49. You are the only one. Yes, Mingho, I came to tell you that I'm going to the class reunion. You will go too, right? Song Lijing said with a smile. A high-end hunter will never rush towards the prey right away. The best approach is to coax the prey into being happy and letting it go into the cage on its own initiative. Oh, if you go, I will definitely go. When Chen Mingho heard that Song Lijing would attend the class reunion, he immediately became excited. Although he has been pursuing Song Lijing, the two have not met for some time. The class reunion is a sunny day when old friends meet again. The goddess is single again now. Maybe I can take this opportunity to hook up with the goddess. Okay, shall we go together? No problem, I'll drive over to pick you up. Okay, Mingho, you're awesome. You even bought your own car? Haha, it's okay, It's just an Audi A4, a car for commuting. The Audi A4 is also amazing. No, it was 280,000 yuan when it landed. Now the whole series has been reduced in price so I can afford it. That's pretty impressive, you don't have to underestimate yourself. Song Lijing coaxed Chen Mingho into a tizzy with just a few words. However, Chen Mingho was able to afford an Audi worth 280,000 yuan after working for a few years, so he does have the ability. Li Jing, then I'll pick you up? Send me the address. Good. I really want the class reunion to start soon. Me too. Song Lijing cooperated very well with Chen Mingho, and the latter became happier and happier. Feeling that the time was right, Song Lijing finally spoke. By the way, Mingho, I have something I want to ask you for help with, but I'm a little embarrassed. When Song Lijing reached this point, her tone became hesitant, as if she was really embarrassed. Lijing, if you need any help, just tell me. As long as I can do it, I will definitely not refuse. Chen Mingho said immediately. Now, even if he has to go through fire and water, he will do it without hesitation. Hearing what Chen Mingho said, Song Lijing on the other end of the phone also smiled. The time is almost right, and it's time to state your purpose. Mingho, this is what happened. I had some problems at work, and my family is also having financial difficulties. I want to borrow some money from you. I'm really sorry. I know it's a bad idea to borrow money, but I really have no other options. Besides you, I can't find anyone else to help me. When Song Lijing finished speaking, her voice choked up. She looked so pitiful that any man would contact her after hearing her. As the #1 bootlicker, it is natural for Chen Mingho to be the same. Jingjing, don't cry, how much does it cost? Tell me first, and I'll see how much I can get for you. When Chen Mingho heard the goddess sobbing, he suddenly became anxious. As a bootlicker, how can you watch your beloved woman cry and remain indifferent? At this moment, it doesn't matter even if all of Chen Mingho's savings are taken away. Mingho, thank you. As expected, at this time, you are the only one who will help me. You are such a good person. Now, you're really all I have. Song Lijing did not say the amount immediately, but first gave Chen Mingho a good guy card. Chen Mingho became even more excited after getting the good guy card. Coupled with the last sentence, you are the only one I have, he completely fell for her. Jingjing, I'm willing to do anything for you. Chen Mingho pinched his throat and said this sentence with what he thought was deep affection. Well, Mingho, I want a total of 1.2 million. I know it must be difficult for you to come up with so much money. I'll lend you as much as you can. Don't let it affect your life. 1,200,000? Chen Mingho was also shocked when he heard the amount. He has been doing quite well in the past few years, earning 300,000 to 400,000 or even 400,000 to 500,000 yuan every year. However, the more you earn, the more you spend. Especially when he bought an Audi car in full, he almost used up all his savings. Now, it is already very good for him to come up with 200,000 or 300,000. 1,200,000 is something that is impossible for him to come up with. Under normal circumstances, even if it was only 200,000 or 300,000, Chen Mingho would not take out all of it. At most, it would be a gift of 100,000 or 80,000. But Song Lijing directly grasped him, and with just a few words, Chen Mingho had to give it even if he didn't want to. Jingjing, how can it affect my life? I can earn 30,000 to 40,000 yuan every month. Even if I give you all the money, it will not affect my life. But you know I've bought a car before, so I don't have much money. How about this, I'll give you 280,000 first, and I'll keep 10,000 for my own expenses this month. How's your driving? 280,000 was indeed all of Chen Mingho's savings. After taking out this money, he only had more than 10,000 yuan left. Excluding rent, water and electricity, there is less than 10,000 yuan left. However, for the goddess, it doesn't matter if I spend this money. 280,000? Song Lijing on the other end of the phone was a little disappointed. 280,000 is not a small amount. Ordinary people would be grateful if someone could give out so much money to help you at once. But unfortunately, Song Lijing is not an ordinary person. She will just feel that the money is too little. As for gratitude? That's for the next life. However, although Song Lijing is materialistic, she is not stupid. At a time like this, it would be great if I could lend her money. Quiet, isn't that enough? Chen Mingho asked tentatively. That's enough, Mingho, thank you so much. Your money can already help me a lot. Don't worry, I will return it to you as soon as possible. Song Lijing said quickly. She must not let the victim feel that such a small amount of money is not worth it. After all, it is rare to find a bootlicker who can borrow 280,000 yuan at one time. No, Lijing, spend it first. If you don't have enough after next month's salary, I'll transfer it to you. I don't need the money anyway, so there's no rush to pay it back. Chen Mingho quickly waved his hand to refuse. It is his honor that the goddess can use his money. How could he urge the goddess to pay back the money? Well, thank you, Mingho. What are we two saying thank you for? Just send me the card number and I'll transfer it to you right now. Good. Soon, Chen Mingho transferred 280,000 yuan to Song Lijing. In order to show his sincerity, he didn't even write a note and just forwarded it directly. In his opinion, if he is so open-hearted, he will surely win the heart of the beauty, right? After Song Lijing got the money, she immediately transferred 20,000 yuan to Su Chenqi, and then quickly blocked all his contact information. This person is no longer of any use to Song Lijing, so she naturally has to break up with him as soon as possible. After spending all the money, Song Lijing still had 260,000 yuan left. This money needs to be planned carefully. Chapter 50, The Car of the Chairman of Ali Group. These days, Song Lijing didn't dare go home, for fear that her parents and younger siblings would ask her about her investment. She knew very well that if her parents knew that she had failed in her investment and lost all her money, they would break her legs. So, let us postpone it for as long as possible. Maybe there will be a turning point? After experiencing the before and after, Song Lijing was obviously much more confident. She first returned the money to several friends who were most anxious to collect debts. After that, there was still about 100,000 yuan left. This money is enough for her to find a suitable and high-paying job. Song Lijing is still very confident in herself. She was able to get a high-paying job at Ali Finance right after graduation. Now that she has 2 or 3 years of work experience, is she still worried that no one will hire her? Ali Finance's financial talents are particularly popular. As long as you come from Ali Finance, your annual salary starts at 500,000 yuan when you go to any financial investment company. As for the company background check, she doesn't need to worry either. Illegal stock trading is not a big problem, and both she and Lu Zhanping resigned voluntarily, they were not fired. Companies generally don't make things too difficult for them. So, just be prepared for the interview at the new company. Of course, I'll take advantage of this class reunion to see if there are any opportunities. Maybe you can meet a classmate who has become a senior executive in a financial investment company. If there really is such an opportunity, it should be easy to ask the other party to arrange a position to take care of me, right? Just like that, time quickly came to Saturday. Lao Su, what time do you plan to leave today? Is it time to take your Rolls-Royce out for a spin? Su Yang received a message from Luo Haiyang early in the morning. Luo Haiyang has officially joined Yangsu Group. After drinking with Su Yang that day and going home, he resigned the next day. General Manager Li Kaiwei did not try to persuade him to stay. It wasn't that he was eager for Luo Haiyang to leave early. In fact, Li Kaiwei was very reluctant to part with Luo Haiyang. He is the sales champion and has the best performance every month. This kind of talent is a treasure to any general manager. After all, Li Kaiwei's salary is closely related to sales. Once Luo Haiyang leaves, it will have some impact on his income. However, Li Kaiwei didn't dare to keep him. He was poached by the big boss behind the Yangsu Group. Even if Li Kaiwei was not tactful, he would not dare to compete with Su Yang for the person. After all, even if he is the boss behind their real estate developer, he still has to look at the face of Boss Su. Therefore, Li Kaiwei immediately approved his resignation application. At the same time, all commissions were settled to Luo Haiyang in advance. It's not just the commission from Su Yang's purchase of a house this time, but also the commission from Luo Haiyang's own house sales before. These commissions were originally supposed to remain in the company for several months. However, Li Kaiwei made a special approval and sent the commission directly to Luo Haiyang. This was also thanks to Su Yang paying the full price of the entire building in one go. Otherwise, the company would not be able to pay millions in sales commissions. Luo Haiyang has been at Yangsu Group for 2 or 3 days and has a strong ability to adapt. When he met Su Yang in the company, he naturally called him Mr. Su with great respect. But privately, he and Su Yang are still good friends. This is also what Su Yang meant. Forget about the Rolls Royce. How about you drive it? Let's change cars. I'll drive your Mercedes-Benz C. Otherwise it would be too ostentatious. Everyone knows that Su Yang is rich again and has tens of millions. Tens of millions are considered a small wealthy person in any city. It should be considered normal for a small wealthy man to drive a Mercedes-Benz C. Really? Is it just a Rolls-Royce? Do you have a sports car or something for me to play with? When he heard that he could change the car, Luo Haiyang's eyes suddenly lit up. Of course I do. How about you come over to my house first? I'll take you to the garage and you can choose? Su Yang said with a smile. He has always been very generous to his friends. It is said that only wives and cars cannot be lent out, but Su Yang doesn't care. He wouldn't care even if Luo Haiyang crashed the car and wrote it off. No, forget it. I've never driven a sports car before. If you scratch it, I can't afford to pay for it. Luo Haiyang smiled and shook his head. He was just joking. Although his brother is rich, that is just his brother's wealth and has little to do with him. As a human being, we must have the most basic sense of propriety. Go away, how can I ask you to pay for it? Come over here now and pick a car. I'll send you the address. Su Yang laughed and cursed, then sent the address to Luo Haiyang. Fuck, Lao Su, you actually live in Lakeview Villa? When Luo Haiyang saw the location sent by Su Yang, he exclaimed. Wanhu Villa is the most luxurious and expensive villa area in Linen. Even the smallest apartment can cost hundreds of millions. All the high-end high-rise residential communities are nothing compared to this villa area. Why do you look so ignorant? Have you forgotten what I do? Come on, tell me the license plate number and I'll ask the guard to register it. Su Yang said unhappily. This kid is making so much noise. Everyone knows that he is the hidden richest man in Linen. The richest man in Linen lives in the most luxurious villa area in Linen. Isn't that basic? Okay, I'll come and visit your mansion right now. Luo Haiyang nodded repeatedly. At this moment, he seemed very excited. Lakeview Villa, this place is not something a real estate salesman like him can enter. He never expected that one day he would become friends with a client who lived in a place like this. As a salesperson, he is considered to have some face. Luo Haiyang drove quickly and arrived at the east gate of Wanhu Villa district. Su Yang had already registered Luo Haiyang's license plate in advance, so when he arrived at the access control station, the bar was lifted up directly without any obstruction. After entering the community, Luo Haiyang was stunned by the scene before him. The greenery in the community is really great. Moreover, you can see many tropical plants. Linen's climate is relatively livable, but if these tropical plants want to survive in Linen, they need a lot of energy, manpower and material resources. It is definitely impossible to support these plants in ordinary communities. I'm afraid only top-notch communities like Wanhu Villa can produce these things. Luo Haiyang drove very slowly, following the road signs as he drove. He was afraid that something unexpected might happen here. Soon, Luo Haiyang arrived at the gate of Villa number 2. At the same time, the door at the gate slowly opened and a Maybach drove out. 8A868. This is Lao Ma's car. Isn't this the home of Lao Ma, the chairman of the Ali Group? Luo Haiyang stared in amazement as the Maybach drove out of the villa gate and then drove away in another direction. He was very familiar with the license plate number of this car. It was definitely the exclusive car of Alibaba Group chairman Jack Ma. Unexpectedly, this old classmate of mine is actually a neighbor of Lao Ma. Sure enough, a strong person's circle is full of strong people. Chapter 51 Su Yang's debut. At this moment, Luo Haiyang truly felt the class gap between himself and his old classmate Su Yang. If they didn't have this classmate relationship, he would probably never meet someone of this level in his life. Just as Luo Haiyang was daydreaming, there was a knock on the car window. When he turned around, he saw Su Yang lying on his window. Lao Su. Luo Haiyang was a little surprised to see Su Yang. He didn't understand why Su Yang was not at home but came out instead. Haiyang, what are you doing? You're almost at the doorstep, why don't you come in? I've been waiting for you at the door for a long time, just waiting to open the door for you. I've been waiting for you for so long, but you still haven't come. Su Yang's tone was somewhat complaining, but it also gave people a very friendly feeling. It was as if the person standing in front of Luo Haiyang was not a billionaire boss, but just an ordinary old classmate without any airs. Ah. Sorry, Lao Su, I just saw car 8A868 driving out of villa number 2. Isn't that Mr. Ma's car? Is villa number 2 his home? After being in a trance for a moment, Luo Haiyang started gossiping. Yes, this is his home. Why? You want to come in and sit down? If you want to go, I'll go in with you. Su Yang leaned on the car window and said with a smile. He is the major shareholder of the Ali Group and can be said to be Lao Ma's boss. It's reasonable for the boss to visit his employee's home. No, that's not necessary. I just saw the car drive away. Mr. Ma should have gone out. Luo Haiyang quickly waved his hand to refuse. Who is he? How can he be worthy of Su Yang's personal accompaniment to Lao Ma's house? You know, not everyone can go to the old Ma family. Letting Su Yang go with him would also mean losing favor for Su Yang. Ha, you don't have to think too much about it, it's just a neighbor visiting. If I go, he will be happier than anyone else. But since he's out today, forget it. I'll tell you when he's here one day, and you can come directly over. You will be my right-hand man in the future, so it would be good for you to get to know these people in advance. Su Yang chuckled. He trained Luo Haiyang as a core member. As a core member, even if Luo Haiyang is just a worker, he is qualified to be on equal footing with big figures like Lao Ma. Thank you, Lao Su. Luo Haiyang was really touched this time. In the past, even if he made money, he could only be considered a lower middle-class person in society. But today, he seemed to see the turning point of his fate. As long as he steps on it, he can cross the class line and become an upper middle-class person. And all this was given by this old classmate. Thanks. Will I be unhappy if you say that again? Everyone thought I was bankrupt and ridiculed me. You were the only one who lent a helping hand at the critical moment. Just for this reason alone, you deserve to be my good friend. Su Yang patted Luo Haiyang on the shoulder and continued. Okay, let's stop talking nonsense. You, an employee, are sitting in the car, and you want me, the boss, to stand outside the car. Isn't that a bit too much? Hurry, drive forward, my home is right in front. Okay. Half a minute later, Luo Haiyang's car finally drove into Su Yang's Daby Desert. Oh my god. Lao Su, is this the king of the buildings in Wanghu Villa district? Isn't this too luxurious? Looking at the huge villa, even Luo Haiyang, who came from real estate, couldn't help but exclaim. Swimming pool, mini golf course, garden, outdoor parking lot, rockery lakeside. I can't believe that there is such a paradise in the heart of Linen, where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. Moreover, there are more than a dozen luxury cars parked in the outdoor parking lot. Bentley and Rolls-Royce account for more than half. The rest, the worst ones, are Mercedes-Benz and Maybach. Moreover, Luo Haiyang saw a maid getting into the Maybach. This car seems to be usually driven by servants. The cars the servants drive are all luxury cars worth 2 or 3 million. Isn't this too exaggerated? Luo Haiyang also saw an indoor parking entrance and exit on the west side of the house. If the outdoor cars are so luxurious, then wouldn't the indoor cars be extremely extravagant? It's okay, come in and sit for a while. Su Yang smiled slightly and led Luo Haiyang into his home. After entering the main villa, Luo Haiyang was even more shocked. The room can be described as magnificent. Various celebrity paintings and calligraphy, as well as antique vases, can be seen everywhere. It's like there is a small museum here. Luo Haiyang had no doubt about the authenticity of these things. How could a fake appear in the home of a top billionaire? In the center of the living room is a painting of water lilies. This picture alone is worth hundreds of millions. In addition, Luo Haiyang also saw several ancient calligraphy and paintings of Daxia. One of the calligraphy works seems to have Wang Shiji's name written on it. The value of this is self-evident. Lao Su, your house is too luxurious. The money spent by all the residents in our community on decorating their homes combined is not as valuable as one of your paintings. Luo Haiyang couldn't help but sigh. The gap between any person is really bigger than the gap between humans and pigs. I'm afraid ordinary people will never be able to experience the kind of life that Su Yan lives. Not to mention experiencing it, you may not even be able to hear it. Is that okay? Let's go to the underground garage and pick out a car first? Alright. I won't be polite to you, you rich guy. It's natural. Then, the two of them took the elevator to the second underground floor. It is not uncommon to have an elevator in a villa, and Luo Haiyang is not surprised by this. However, when the lights on the second underground floor came on, Luo Haiyang was completely stunned. The underground garage was filled with super sports cars. Moreover, many of them are limited edition supercars. Koenigsegg, Lamborghini Veneno, Pagani Zonda, and many more. Cars of all shapes and sizes can be seen here. Old Sue, you didn't dig through the entire underground to make your underground parking lot, did you? If it were just the main villa, with only one floor, it would definitely not be able to park so many supercars. Only if the ground under the garden and so on is completely dug out can there be such a large area. Yes, the second and third underground floors are parking lots. The villa is still too small. There is no other solution except to build a basement. Su Yang sighed. In fact, he has a private estate. But a manor is too big. The land area is calculated in mu. Such a large private estate is destined not to appear in the city center. It is not in the city center, so it is not convenient to go out. It would be better to find a bigger villa in the city to live in. The basement can be dug several levels higher. As long as you have money and it doesn't affect others, it doesn't matter if you dig through the basement. Chapter 52, What a Waste of Resources. Oh my god, Lao Su, you are too Versailles, aren't you? One floor is fine, but you tell me you have 2 floors for a luxury car parking lot like this? Are you planning to hold a luxury car show here? Luo Haiyang complained unhappily. There are so many luxury cars. Looking at the whole of Dacia, there are not many people who can own them, right? A certain young master once said that if there was only one limited edition supercar in Dacia, then that supercar would definitely be in his hands. Luo Haiyang used to agree with this statement. After all, his father was the richest man in Dacia. As the son of the richest man, he has absolute strength and capital to say this. But now Luo Haiyang suddenly realized that this young master might have exaggerated a bit. If there really is a supercar like this, it would probably only be here with Su Yang. Huh, just pick whichever one you like. You can drive whatever you want today. Don't worry, these cars are maintained on a daily basis and can be started and driven away at any time. The car in Su Yang's garage is not there to collect dust. All cars are constantly being maintained. Each car has its own exclusive parking space, and the space is extremely wide, so any problems can be discovered immediately. Su Yang is still a young man, so he naturally likes sports cars. It is normal to have such behavior. Forget it, these cars are too expensive. Just give me a Porsche 718 to drive around in. Luo Haiyang quickly refused. What level is he? How can he drive these supercars worth tens of millions? Even if Su Yang allowed him to open it at will, he wouldn't dare to open it. If it gets scratched, I won't be able to afford the compensation even if I sell it. Porsche 718? There really isn't one. You can see that the cheapest car in my house is a Maybach, and that's for buying groceries for the nanny. Oh, don't count the Mazda. That's used to hide my identity. Su Yang smiled and shook his head. The Porsche 718 is naturally something that ordinary people can hardly achieve in their lifetime. But in Su Yang's house, you really can't find such a cheap car. Hey! What's that? Is it also a Porsche? Luo Haiyang suddenly saw an orange Porsche parked in the corner and walked over immediately. Oh, this is this year's new Porsche 911. The Porsche manager came to my house to do marketing, so I bought him a car to complete a task. But after I bought it, I parked it in the garage and never drove it. A big shot like Su Yang is naturally a big customer of the 4S stores of major luxury car brands. The Porsche 911 is considered an entry-level supercar in the eyes of the wealthy. In the eyes of those salesmen, Su Yang is also considered a sports car enthusiast. Now that a new car has been released, sales will definitely involve door-to-door marketing. It's human nature. For Su Yang, a 911 only costs 3 million, which is just pocket money and is nothing at all. Oh my god. Lao Su, you are simply wasting nature's gifts. How about I just drive this one? A $3 million car, I can buy it if I grit my teeth. You're willing to give me your car's virginity to drive? Luo Haiyang thought about it and finally chose this Porsche 911. The lowest configuration of this car actually costs only about 2 million. Although Luo Haiyang doesn't have much money, he can make money. Even if you still work for a real estate developer, you can earn at least hundreds of thousands a year, and even $1 million yuan a year. If you live frugally and save some money, the money you save in 3 to 5 years can buy you a Porsche. However, Su Yang said that he had never driven the car since he bought it. The first time you drive a car on the road is very important. If it were another car owner, he might not be willing to do so. Nonsense. What the hell is a virgin opening? Just open it if you want. This is it, right? Let me find the car keys for you. Su Yang rolled his eyes at Luo Haiyang and then walked to the elevator door. There was a chest of drawers there. When it was opened, car keys of various sizes and shapes were placed inside. Wow! This scene is really spectacular. Luo Haiyang couldn't help but sigh. Even if these car keys were sold individually, they would cost hundreds of thousands or even millions. You know, many supercar keys cost thousands of dollars each. All in all, it does cost tens of thousands of dollars. Some global limited editions are even more expensive. Therefore, it is normal to spend millions on this drawer of car keys. Okay, I found it. Here you go. Su Yang rummaged around and finally found the car key of the Porsche 911, and then handed it to Luo Haiyang. Hey, Lao Su, you sit in the passenger seat and teach me how to drive. After taking the car keys, Luo Haiyang suddenly became excited. This was the first time this Porsche 911 was driven, and it was also his first time driving a supercar. You can imagine the excitement here. Okay, no problem. Su Yang nodded and did not refuse. The happiness between men is actually very simple. It is very happy to drive with brothers. Then, the two of them got into the Porsche together. After Su Yang briefly explained the basic functions, Luo Haiyang started the vehicle. Boom! Cool! The moment the engine roared, Luo Haiyang couldn't help but shout. A sports car is worthy of being a sports car. No man can resist the roar of a sports car. Don't think that this is the era of electric cars and everyone looks down on gasoline cars. Anyone who can drive this kind of supercar will drive it in silence. The excitement and satisfaction brought by a gasoline supercar cannot be satisfied by any electric car. Unless this tram can fly. Drive slowly, the sports car has plenty of power. Don't destroy the car in my garage. Su Yang gave a warning. He said he was worried about his car, but in fact he was mainly worried about his own and Luo Haiyang's safety. If there is a car crash, it will be dangerous. However, it is just normal mode now, so it won't be a big problem. Don't worry, I'm an experienced driver. Luo Haiyang nodded seriously. Then, he put the car in gear, stepped on the accelerator lightly, and slowly drove out of the garage. A minute later, Luo Haiyang drove the car to the ground. Go out for a stroll? Good. Under Su Yang's command, the car quickly arrived outside the community and then went up the overpass. There are a lot of cars in Linen, especially today as it is Saturday. There are even more cars on the road. It is impossible to run fast on the elevated road. 60 mph is considered fast. This is a sports car, and a speed of 60 miles per hour does not reflect its performance at all. After getting Su Yang's consent, Luo Haiyang drove directly onto the highway. Once on the highway, the performance of the sports car came into play. Oh my god! This feels so good. Lao Su, is this a sports car? It has great handling. It feels so good to be able to hit whatever you point at. Chapter 53. Which old classmate has become rich? Luo Haiyang drove on the highway for half an hour before returning to Wanghu Villa district. After this round, he was really happy. How is it? Is it driving okay? After getting off the car, Su Yang asked Luo Haiyang with a smile. It's more than just okay, it's amazing. It's worthy of being a sports car. Driving it is more exciting than my little Mercedes. Luo Haiyang nodded repeatedly. Only those who have driven a sports car know what it feels like. The feeling of the car moving as you please is really great. As long as you like it. Sister, bye. As Su Yang spoke, he waved at a young woman who was about 30 years old. Luo Haiyang looked in the direction Su Yang was heading and saw the young woman wearing a proper professional suit. The pair of long legs and black stockings under the skirt are particularly charming. She walked towards them wearing a pair of low-heeled shoes and holding a green notebook in her hands. This sister Bai is the housekeeper of Su Yang's villa, Bai Jia. Bai Jia had followed Su Yang when he first started his business. He has worked diligently over the years and has taken very good care of Su Yang. She is also one of the people Su Yang trusts the most. Mr. Luo, this is the driving license that our Mr. Su gave you. The transfer procedures have just been completed. This Porsche 911 is now yours. And this envelope is for you, too. Inside is a gas card with a top-up of 200,000 yuan and a lifetime free maintenance card from a 4S shop. From now on, if you need gas or maintenance, just swipe these two cards. As Bai Jie spoke, she handed the green book and envelope to Luo Haiyang. Ah. Lao Su, you want to give me this car? And it has been transferred? When did you go to transfer the ownership? Isn't this too fast? Luo Haiyang was a little at a loss. Just gave him a luxury car worth 3 million like that? Moreover, the car has been running outside just now, and no transfer procedures have been carried out. It can be solved with a phone call. It's just a small matter. When you joined the company, you left a copy of your ID card. With this document, the car can be transferred to you. This is also a new car, just think of it as the car the company has assigned to you. Don't refuse. These are just trifles. Su Yang said with a smile. The car was not too expensive for him. The reason why I gave it to Luo Haiyang was to win his heart. This car is placed in Su Yang's garage just as a decoration, and it is not a limited edition, so it has no collection value. It would be better to just give it away. The car has only been in the market for about a month and has never been driven. At most, it can be opened from the ground level of the villa to the basement. So, there is nothing wrong with saying that this is a new car. Old Su, aren't you too generous? I don't even know what to say. Luo Haiyang was moved again. A car worth 2 or 3 million was just given to him. Isn't this boss too nice? Although this is not a new car, it has never been driven, so it is no different from a new one. The most important thing is that when other companies provide cars to middle and senior management, the cars are registered in the name of the company. Nominally, the cars are given to employees, but in reality, the employees only have the right to use them. But Su Yang really gave the cars to his employees. Moreover, it's a luxury car worth 3 million. Who doesn't like a boss like this? Is there anything else we need to say? Just drive this car to the party tonight. It's a must. The class reunion starts at 6:30 in the evening. Although today is Saturday, many students still have to go to work. Su Yang and his classmates are from the finance department. For financial practitioners, 996 and 007 are not uncommon. Some people, like Luo Haiyang, work in sales, so they have no holidays at all. However, even if you have to go to work, you will get off work earlier on weekends. By 6:30, most people can get off work. Su Yang and Luo Haiyang went separately. Luo Haiyang drove out first in his Porsche. As for Su Yang, he drove Luo Haiyang's Mercedes-Benz C. Everyone already knows that he made money by speculating in futures. In this case, there is no point in driving a Mazda and pretending to be poor. Of course, the Mercedes-Benz C is at most an entry-level luxury car. For people who don't know much about cars, this is a Mercedes-Benz, which is already very impressive. But for people who know cars, this car is really nothing. Most of Su Yang's classmates have good jobs, and many of them can afford a car worth 300,000 yuan. So, there's nothing strange about it. After Su Yang packed up, he drove out in Luo Haiyang's car. He and Luo Haiyang went out one after the other and arrived at the hotel parking lot at about the same time. After parking the car, the two got out together. Tianshu Hotel. We students are really rich. We can even come to this hotel to eat. Luo Haiyang couldn't help but sigh. The cost of staying at Tianshu Hotel is not cheap. Although it is not as good as Luoxian, the average consumption per person is more than 1,000. In other words, their class reunion today costs at least 10,000 yuan per table. This had been made clear before the party. Each person's share is 1,000 yuan. This directly prevents a small number of students who are doing poorly from attending the party. When it comes to class reunions, the purpose is not just to rekindle friendships, but to expand one's network. See if there are any classmates who are doing well and can ask for their help and support. If a student cannot even come up with a share of 1,000 yuan, or is reluctant to do so, then it is obvious that he is doing very poorly. No one wants to associate with classmates who are not doing well. It doesn't matter whether the other party comes or not. I guess the people who organized the party also wanted to show off. If someone rushes to pay the bill later, don't refuse. Su Yang immediately saw the trick. Someone must have set this up. Moreover, he must be a small boss who makes some money. If it was a party organized by the squad leader, he would definitely not choose this hotel for dinner. After all, the monitor certainly hopes that everyone can come, and the hotel he chooses must be acceptable to most people. If each person gets 3 or 400 yuan as a share, it might already be very high. Fuck, Lao Su, you are awesome. Someone really is setting this up. Luo Haiyang exclaimed. The richest man is worthy of being the richest man. Even if he is not in the chat group, he can guess why this reunion happened at once. Stop flattering me and tell me what's going on. Which of our old classmates who didn't do well in school has become successful? Su Yang asked with a smile. If you don't return home when you are rich and powerful, it is like walking in fine clothes at night. The person who can hold a class reunion with such great fanfare must be someone who was not valued or liked during his school years. Only such a person, after becoming rich, would try every possible means to show others how well he is doing. Chapter 54 Lumbar Protrusion. Most importantly, isn't this a common way of showing off at class reunions? Su Yang is also a reader of online novels, so he naturally understands these routines. Ah, Lao Su, you are worthy of being me. I really can't hide anything from you. Do you still remember Yu Longjie from our class? Yu Longjie? Hearing this name, Su Yang held his chin with one hand and recalled. Although it has only been 3 years since graduation, Su Yang has already forgotten many people. It's not that Su Yang has a bad memory. In fact, his physical fitness has been systematically enhanced and is far stronger than that of ordinary people. The physical fitness here is not just physical strength, but also intelligence. Su Yang has a very strong memory, and he can basically remember everything he sees. The main reason why he didn't remember this name was selective amnesia. If he kept all the boring things or unimportant people in his mind, it would be a waste of his CPU. However, after listening to Luo Haiyang's recollections, Su Yang still remembered this person. Yu Longjie, an ordinary person. His academic performance is average, his looks are average, his figure is average, and his family situation is also average. The only protrusion is the lumbar disc. When this kid was in college, one night he was unable to get out of bed due to the pain of lumbar disc herniation and was taken away by an ambulance overnight. Therefore, this kid is also known as the guy with lumbar herniation. Besides that, this guy is pretty famous in their department. There are 6 classes in Su Yang's finance major. There are still a lot of girls majoring in finance. The male to female ratio in their finance major is about 2 to 3. That is to say, among 50 people, there are 20 boys and 30 girls. Class 1 and Class 2 where Zhao Muxue was often in large classes together, so the students in the 2 classes were familiar with each other and could even be considered half-classmates. What makes Yu Longjie famous is that nearly 60 female students in the 2 classes were all his former pursuers. That's right, it's not that he dated 60 female classmates, but that he pursued 60 female classmates. Of course, I can't say that I have pursued them all. The only person he had never pursued was Zhao Muxue. It's not that Yu Longjie doesn't dare to pursue Zhao Muxue, it's just that Zhao Muxue has too many suitors. Among them are some young masters with good backgrounds. If a scumbag like him really dared to pursue Zhao Muxue, he would probably have his legs broken. However, even without Zhao Muxue, there are 59 girls in the 2 classes. 59 girls, each one of them was someone he had pursued. With this courage, perseverance, and the ability to not be picky about food, Yu Longjie is indeed worthy of being called the dragon among men and the red hair among horses. You know, not all of the 59 girls are as beautiful as Zhao Muxue. There are beautiful ones, and naturally there are also ugly ones. Among them, some even reached Feng Jie's level. In this way, Yu Longjie has delivered breakfast to others. He is so hungry that he will eat anything. Because of this, Yu Longjie was a common joke among the boys during his 4 years in college. However, do not despise the young and poor. Things change over time. The ancients were really not deceiving me. Although this guy was not very reliable when he was in school, he had extremely good luck after graduating from university. When Su Yang and his classmates graduated from university, they happened to catch up with the booming development of short videos. Yu Longjie seized the business opportunity and immediately went to the small commodity city next to Linen to start the first batch of live streaming sales. His main focus is various industrial accessories. Industrial accessories have low costs and high profits. A small piece of jewelry costs only a few cents, but can be sold for 7 or 8 yuan or even more than 10 yuan. After deducting various costs such as logistics, labor, rent, etc., you can still make 5 or 6 yuan for a small piece of jewelry. Originally, these things were monopolized by major e-commerce companies. However, after live streaming starts, consumers can see the true appearance of each piece of jewelry more intuitively. In addition, live streaming is indeed an inevitable trend in the development of the internet. So, this kid became successful. The annual operating turnover is as high as 400 to 500 million. The annual net profit is also tens of millions. In just 3 years, this kid's assets have exceeded 100 million. It is no exaggeration to say that he is now the richest person present except Su Yang. Now that he has money, Yu Longjie naturally wants to prove himself to his classmates who once looked down on him. Especially those female classmates who are hard to get. He wants to tell these female classmates that you ignored him in the past. You can't afford him now. Haha, this kid is quite inspiring. But it's okay, it's not bad to save a meal. Su Yang said with a smile. Ha? Lao Su, how could you save a meal? We agreed to split the bill for this meal. Luo Haiyang asked with some confusion. When Yu Longjie organized the party, he did say he wanted to treat everyone, but everyone declined. We are all old classmates. Since we are getting together, we must pay for everything. There is no need for those who are doing well to pay. You are still too young. This kid will definitely take the initiative to treat us and secretly pay the bill. Then when you guys are about to pay, he'll come out and pretend. We only have 3 or 4 tables in total, and the meal will cost at most 50,000 yuan. It's really nothing to him. As long as it can satisfy his vanity and change everyone's opinion of him, the 50,000 yuan is well worth it. Su Yang simply revealed Yu Longjie's little thoughts to Luo Haiyang. Young people who have just graduated for a few years may not be able to see this kind of small operation. But who is Su Yang? How could he not understand these things? This, Lao Su, you are really amazing. However, if your identity is exposed, then Yu Longjie's pretense will seem ridiculous. Luo Haiyang sighed. Making a net profit of tens of millions a year is indeed impressive. This is already half a step into the upper class. But compared with those who are already at the top of the upper class, there is still a big gap. Even if Luo Haiyang has stepped into the threshold with both feet, the gap between him and Su Yang is as far as the distance from Daxia to Rome. Forget it. I'm not interested. If my identity is exposed, won't I have to pay for this meal? I won't do this kind of loss-making business. Su Yang shook his head repeatedly. He is not like some of the protagonists who like to treat and show off. They are all drinking buddies, he would not be stupid enough to treat them to a meal worth tens of thousands of dollars just for the sake of face. Even though these tens of thousands of dollars to him are just like a few cents to ordinary people. Losing business? Lao Su, what does this mean? Luo Haiyang asked curiously. Although treating people to a meal costs some money, how is it related to business? Ha? Didn't I tell you? I invested in Tianshu Electronic Technology, the company behind this hotel. I'm the sole owner. Chapter 55 Dream Car. Tianshu Electronic Technology, whose main business is artificial intelligence. Tianshu Hotel is actually a hotel where artificial intelligence can be seen everywhere. Waiters and the like are basically made up of the most intelligent artificial robots in the world. Of course, there are employees inside. Their existence is mainly to assist artificial intelligence. When artificial intelligence cannot solve a problem, real people are needed. My goodness, Lao Su, your business is really all over the country. Luo Haiyang smacked his lips and said with some envy. He was actually very curious about how Su Yang could achieve this level at such a young age. He even suspected whether Su Yang was the master of the system like the male protagonist in the novel. However, this thought only flashed through his mind and was quickly dismissed. How is that possible? It's okay. Since Yu Longjie is eager to give me money, I won't be polite. Su Yang grinned. This identity must not be exposed. He is sure to make tens of thousands of dollars. Ha, there is no business without fraud. Old Su, you are worthy of being called that. Same here. After chatting for a while in the parking lot, the two prepared to enter the hotel. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded. Su Yang. You're here too? As soon as he finished speaking, Song Lijing got out of the Audi A4. Chen Mingho followed closely and climbed down from the driver's seat. When she saw Su Yang, Song Lijing's face immediately showed surprise. She didn't expect that Su Yang would also come to attend this class reunion. She originally thought that Su Yang would not come. After all, she had even quit the class group. How can a person who has quit the class group attend a class reunion? Song Lijing naturally thought that Su Yang came to the class reunion just for her. Su Yang must still have feelings for her. Those words I said before must have been spoken in anger. Song Lijing recalled how good Su Yang had been to her, and suddenly felt that her guess was very likely. So, at this moment, a flower-like smile appeared on her face again. Being able to reconcile with Su Yang, a billionaire, is much happier than following Chen Mingho, a bootlicker. Su Yang nodded indifferently. The main reason why he was unwilling to attend the class reunion was that he hated seeing Song Lijing. This woman is so snobbish. The power made Su Yang sick. Su Yang, are you still angry with me? Song Lijing came to Su Yang and reached out to hold Su Yang's big hand. However, the latter took a step back and dodged it directly. Song Lijing, we've broken up. Besides, your boyfriend is right behind you. Su Yang showed a disdainful smile on his face. This woman is really a promiscuous woman. After knowing that the Su family went bankrupt, she found a new boyfriend so quickly. However, the standards have been lowered a lot. After all, Su Qinshi also has a million-level Porsche. After being replaced by Chen Mingho, the only thing left was an Audi A4 worth about 300,000 yuan. This level has declined more than just a little. As soon as Su Yang finished speaking, he saw Chen Mingho walking towards him with a cold face. Mr. Su, Li Jing has broken up with you. I hope you can be more sensible and stop pestering Li Jing. A person like you is not worthy of a good girl like Li Jing. Su Yang? 3 question marks appeared directly above Su Yang's head. He is pestering Song Lijing? When did it happen? Is Chen Mingho blind or selectively blind? It was obviously Song Lijing who was pestering him, okay? Is this a veteran bootlicker? You can turn what you see into what you want to see. I admire you. I really admire you. When it comes to dog-licking ability, Su Yang would call him the best. Chen Mingho, are you blind? It's your goddess who's pestering Lao Su, not Lao Su pestering her. Our old Su has Zhao, the school beauty, now, so he doesn't like your goddess. Luo Haiyang, who was standing by, couldn't stand it and directly carried Zhao Muxue out. If it were in the past, he might not have been optimistic about Su Yan and Zhao Muxue. Even though Su Yang is very outstanding, Zhao Muxue is the daughter of the Zhao Group and the only successor of the Zhao Group. Su Yang is at most a second-generation factory worker. How could he possibly be worthy of being the successor of the Zhao Group? But after knowing that Su Yang was the big boss of Yangsu Group, this thought was instantly cleared from Luo Haiyang's mind. He even felt that Zhao Muxue was not worthy of Su Yang. After all, Su Yang's wealth now is much greater than that of the Zhao Group. He is definitely worthy of Zhao Muxue. Luo Haiyang's words were actually a bit harsh, but Song Lijing and Chen Mingho didn't seem to hear them. Instead, they stared at him. This made Luo Haiyang a little nervous, and he couldn't help asking. What are you two looking at me like that for? Is there money on my face? You are, Luo Haiyang? Why did you become like this? Chen Mingho looked at Luo Haiyang in disbelief. After not seeing each other for 3 years, the changes in Luo Haiyang were so eye-catching that they were blinded. Is the man in front of him really Luo Haiyang, the once timid and rustically dressed person in their class? When a man has been away for 3 days, he should be looked at with new eyes. Didn't you learn this in high school? Luo Haiyang said unhappily. What's all the fuss about? His changes are nothing compared to Su Yang beside him, aren't they? Luo Haiyang, are you driving a Porsche? This Porsche 911 is not yours, is it? Chen Mingho was drooling as he looked at the Porsche 911. This is his dream car. Chen Mingho dreams of buying a Porsche 911. But he could only dream. With his income, it is definitely no problem for him to buy a car worth 400,000 or 500,000. But you can only buy cars of this level. The lowest-end Porsche 911 costs millions. $1 million luxury cars are no longer something that ordinary workers can afford. You need to have an annual salary of at least 1 million to be eligible to consider such a car. Buying a car actually mainly depends on the price of the car and your annual income. The price of a car should not be higher than twice your annual income. With an annual income of 70,000 yuan, it would be good enough to buy a car worth 140,000 or 150,000 yuan. With an annual income of 500,000, buying a car worth 1 million is already the limit. You earn $500,000 a year, but you insist on buying a 3 million car. Doesn't that mean you don't plan to live well? Yes, it's mine. Chen Mingho glanced at Su Yang and nodded seriously. Old Su, since you are not going to pretend to be cool, then I will start pretending to be cool. Thinking of this, Chen Mingho's chest straightened up. Oh my god, Lao Luo, you've really made great progress. I'm impressed by you. Chen Mingho exclaimed. If someone had told Luo Haiyang 3 years ago that he would be able to drive a Porsche 911 in 3 years, he would never have believed it. But facts speak louder than words. This kid can actually afford a luxury car worth millions. This speed of progress is amazing. Chapter 56. You're talking like the boss. It's just so. The company gave it to me. I didn't buy it myself. Luo Haiyang smiled. The car was given to him by Su Yang, who is also the chairman of Yangsu Group. Luo Haiyang is an employee of Yangsu Group. Well, there is nothing wrong with the car that was assigned to him by the company. Oh my god, Ocean, what company do you work for? They actually gave their employees a Porsche 911? That's a $3 million supercar. Chen Mingho couldn't help but ask. For ordinary companies, even if they provide cars to their executives, the best they can get is a Mercedes-Benz E-Class. No matter how good it is, it can only be equipped with a Mercedes-Benz S-Class. It's just an ordinary S-Class, not a Maybach. It is really unheard of for a company like Luo Haiyang to directly equip a Porsche 911. Yeah, Haiyang, you're doing really well now, aren't you? You must be a senior manager of a large group, right? You are so amazing, aren't you? Song Lijing also started to praise him. She didn't know what kind of car Luo Haiyang was driving or what model it was. She knows nothing about cars. However, Song Lijing knew the brand Porsche. Many of her younger sister's boyfriends drive Porsches. In the eyes of these girls, Porsche is a luxury car that is one level higher than BDV. Compared with Porsche, even top models like G-Class and Maybach are just paupers' cars. Song Lijing never expected that a classmate who once relied on school financial support would be doing so well. It would be nice to be with this one. For a time, Song Lijing developed a strong interest in Luo Haiyang. If I can't reconcile with Su Yang, then being with Luo Haiyang would also be a good choice. Song Lijing only cares about whether her partner has money and can give her a decent life. As for how the other party makes money, whether through work or business, Song Lijing doesn't care. As long as a cat can catch mice, it is a good cat. No. Luo Haiyang glanced at Su Yang beside him casually, and seeing that he did not object to his bragging, he continued. I work at Yangsu Group. I'm just an employee, but the boss of Yangsu Group thinks highly of me. Yangsu Group. When they heard the name, Song Lijing and Chen Mingho's eyes widened at the same time, with disbelief written all over their faces. The Yangsu Group is the most mysterious and the strongest group in Linen. In other places, perhaps few people know this company, but in Linen, it is almost a household name. In Linen, you may not know the Ali Group, but you must know the Yangsu Group. That is the real top capital. In front of the Yangsu Group, the Ali Group can only be regarded as a younger brother. Oh my god, Haiyang, you actually joined the Yangsu Group to work? You're so awesome, aren't you? How did you get in? Doesn't Yangsu Group claim that it doesn't want graduates from non-key universities? Chen Mingho exclaimed and asked the doubts in his mind at the same time. At the same time, they also realized what Luo Haiyang had just said. Does the boss of Yangsu Group value him? How could this guy be related to the boss of Yangsu Group? Everyone in Linen knows that the big boss behind the Yangsu Group is very mysterious, and only a few people know of his existence. But everyone knows that this person is stronger than Lao Ma of the Ali Group. Even when Lao Ma met this big boss, he had to be polite. They may never see such a big boss in their lifetime. But the old classmate whom they once looked down upon was actually valued by such a big boss. What an honor it is. No, I was just lucky. Luo Haiyang chuckled. It was indeed good luck. If he hadn't been lucky enough to see the news of Su Yang's bankruptcy in the group chat, he would not have taken the initiative to help Su Yang. If he hadn't taken the initiative to help Su Yang wouldn't have been able to be honest with him. They would not even know that Su Yang was the big boss behind the Yangsu Group. You can't say it's just luck. Hi Yang, you're a real person. The boss of Yang Su Group will definitely appreciate you. Su Yang on the side said with a smile. He really is someone who appreciates reality. A person's ability is not the most important thing. The most important thing is whether you do things down to earth. Only those who keep their feet on the ground and take one step at a time can go further. Su Yang also doesn't like those who like to be sneaky and cunning. Ha, Su Yang, you sound like you're the boss of Yang Su Group. Luo Haiyang must be very capable to be appreciated by the boss of Yang Su Group. What's real or not real is all bullshit. Chen Mingho sneered. He simply looked down on Su Yang. In the past, in school, Su Yang was a rich second generation, and Chen Mingho would give him some face when he saw him. But everyone is doing well now. Even though Su Yang is rich, Chen Mingho is not poor either. Moreover, Chen Mingho believed that he earned his money $1 at a time. Unlike Su Yang, who makes money from futures. Such people may make money in a short period of time, but they will definitely lose money in the long run. There will be times when you make money and times when you lose money, no one can escape it. Even though Su Yang is doing well now, if his investment fails, he will be a pauper who will be looked down upon by everyone. Just like Su Yang went bankrupt some time ago, isn't that the case? Moreover, Chen Mingho also saw the car driven by Su Yang. It's just a Mercedes-Benz C, nothing special. You know, Chen Mingho himself also drives an Audi A4. Audi A4 is a car of the same level as Mercedes-Benz C. So, what's the big deal? Su Yang didn't care about Chen Mingho's ridicule. He is the boss of Yang Su Group. Does anyone need to question this? Moreover, Su Yang really looked down upon a clown like Chen Mingho. There's no need to waste time talking to people you look down upon. Luo Haiyang wanted to say a few words for Su Yang. In any case, Su Yang can be considered his benefactor. If his benefactor is slandered, he will definitely stand up and say a few words. However, before Luo Haiyang could speak, he was interrupted by Song Lijing. Okay Mingho, Haiyang, let's stop standing outside and go into the hotel. Classmates, we haven't seen each other for a long time. I'm sure you have a lot to talk about. Let's go inside and talk slowly. Song Lijing had already planned to give up on Su Yang, so she only called Chen Mingho and Luo Haiyang. She also figured it out. Su Yang could go bankrupt at any time, and it seemed that he had made up his mind not to get back together with him. You can't hang yourself on a tree. Since Su Yang is ruthless, why doesn't she find someone to take over as soon as possible? Both Chen Mingho and Luo Haiyang are good choices. Especially Luo Haiyang. She should be a favorite of the big boss behind the Yang Su Group. The future is limitless. Chapter 57. Maybe you can help me. If Luo Haiyang's annual salary can reach tens of millions in the future, then following him would be a good choice. Thinking of this, Song Lijing looked at Luo Haiyang with a more ambiguous look. However, Luo Haiyang had no intention of paying attention to Song Lijing. A friend's wife should not be cheated on. He still understands this simple truth. Even though Song Lijing is as beautiful as a fairy, Luo Haiyang will never have any improper thoughts about her. Okay, Lao Su, let's go inside first. Good. Su Yang nodded. Then, a group of 4 people walked into the hotel. After entering the hotel, a waiter immediately came to greet us. Although this is a high-tech hotel, robots can be seen everywhere in the hotel. But jobs like welcoming guests are still done by real people. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Are you looking for accommodation or food? The waiter asked respectfully. We're here for a class reunion, it should be in the Rose Hall. Chen Mingho spoke first. Rose Hall? Is this the hotel that Mr. Yu Longjie booked? Are you all graduates of the finance department of Linen University of Finance and Economics in 2021? The waiter and Chen Mingho confirmed the information. That's right. Chen Mingho nodded. Okay, 4 of you, please follow me. Accompanied by the waiters, the 4 of them arrived at the Rose Hall one after another. The Rose Hall is a large private room that can accommodate 40 people for dining at the same time. Of course, it is impossible for 40 people to sit at the same table. There are 4 round tables in the box. Each round table can seat 10 people. Although this class reunion was organized by students from 2 classes, in the end only about 30 people could come. Therefore, this box must be sufficient. Sir or madam, please come in. The waiter pushed open the door of the box and gestured for the 4 people to come in. Mingho. Li Jing, Su Yang, Ocean. After the four people walked in, familiar classmates immediately called out their names. Su Yang took a quick glance and saw that the person who had just called him was none other than Lu Zhanpeng. The boy came to the hotel early in the morning just to see if he could meet one or two successful classmates who could help him. But unfortunately, the students who arrived early didn't do very well. It cannot be said that I am doing badly, I can only say that I am doing averagely well. However, Lu Zhanpeng is still patient. With so many classmates, there must be one or two who are doing well, right? What he hopes most now is that Su Yang can come over. If Su Yang came, he would take this opportunity to apologize sincerely and drink a few glasses of wine as punishment. Maybe Su Yang would forgive him. As long as Su Yang forgives him, it should be no problem for him to borrow some money from Su Yang to get by for a while. You can even get it for free from Su Yang. Lu Zhanpeng knew Su Yang too well. As long as he asked, this guy would definitely help him without hesitation. It has been like this for years. Therefore, when Lu Zhanpeng saw Su Yang walk in, he was very excited and greeted him immediately. But Su Yang obviously had no intention of greeting him and took the initiative to walk towards a slightly bald man. Squad leader, long time no see. Oh, Lao Su, it's really you. It's been a long time since we last met. It's great that you're here. Squad leader Jean Bo took the initiative to come forward and shook Su Yang's hand with a smile. Jean Bo's people are pretty good. Su Yang was not very familiar with him, but he had a general idea of this person's character. Jean Bo was not a flatterer when he was in school, and of course, he was not one who flattered the powerful and looked down on the weak. After knowing that Su Yang went bankrupt, Jean Bo also sent his concerned greetings. They even had to arrange a finance-related job for Su Yang. Of course, he didn't say anything about borrowing money. Su Yang didn't borrow money from him either. The two of them could only be described as ordinary classmates, and the total number of times they spoke to each other during school was no more than 20 times. The two people were not very familiar with each other, and apart from attending classes, they had no other interactions. In this situation, Su Yang would definitely not mention borrowing money. However, Su Yang was still very grateful that others could arrange a job for him. Although this favor did not help in the right way, if Jean Bo encounters any trouble in the future and asks Su Yang for help, he will be obliged to do his best. Squad leader, since you are here, wouldn't it be too disrespectful for you if I didn't come? Su Yang chuckled. He is quite adept at handling the ways of the world. Since the squad leader was polite to him, he would naturally respect him as well. Ah, Lao Su, I love to hear that. Let's have a drink together later. We won't leave until we're drunk. Jean Bo laughed. He is from Northeast China and stayed in Linen to work after graduation. The biggest characteristic of people from Northeast China is that they are cheerful, and it is very comfortable to get along with them. Okay, no problem. Su Yang smiled and agreed. A gathering with old classmates would be meaningless if we didn't drink some wine. On the other side, Lu Zhanpeng looked unhappy when he saw that Su Yang ignored him. Although he wanted to continue to approach Su Yang and get close to him, the other person had no intention of paying any attention to him, so he had to give up. Okay, Da Peng, don't be angry. Didn't Su Yang just make a little fortune? Do you really need to rush to be his lickspittle? Chen Mingho also came to Lu Zhanpeng at this time. They had a good relationship when they were in college and often went to the cafeteria to eat together. After graduating from college, we got together several times. Birds of a feather flock together. Two people who get along well with each other must have similar personality traits. It is very appropriate to describe it as birds of a feather flock together. Alas, Lao Chun, I can't help it. There are some problems at work recently. Su Yang is a capable person after all, maybe he can help me with something. Lu Zhanpeng sighed. After leaving Ali Finance, he really felt like he couldn't survive. He has been looking for a job these days. The people in those financial investment companies knew that he came from Ali Finance and had been a department manager before leaving. They all expressed interest and gave him the opportunity to interview. However, there was no news after the interview. There is not even a reason for not recruiting. This puzzled Lu Zhanpeng. He was so outstanding when he was in Ali Finance, and he was promoted to a manager position in just a few years. How come I can't even find a job after leaving Ali Finance? Little did he know that Lu Zhanpeng's rapid rise in Ali Finance was entirely due to Su Yang's backdoor treatment. With his own abilities, he couldn't even get into Ali Finance, let alone become a manager. The same goes for Song Lijing. Therefore, after the two of them left Ali Finance, without Su Yang's protection and support, they were directly reduced to dust and became ordinary workers in non-key universities. Chapter 58. This kid is lucky. Of course, it's not that Song Lijing and Lu Jianping really can't find a job. It's just that it's neither high nor low. With their education and work experience, it would be absolutely no problem for them to work as tellers in any bank. But how could two people who have enjoyed an annual salary of 4 or 500,000 be willing to do a job that pays 100,000 a year? Especially Song Lijing, who had high expectations but poor skills, and was burdened with a debt of over 1 million yuan. It would be better for her to die than to let her work from 7 to 6, earn $100,000 a year, and have to put on a smile every day. Among all our classmates, Su Yang is not the only one who is doing well. You can go ask others. Su Yang only made tens of millions by speculating in futures, and he doesn't have any social status. Do you still expect him to help you? I think you might as well go and ask Luo Haiyang for help. We knew it when we came in just now. Luo Haiyang is now a popular figure in front of the big boss behind the Yangsu Group. You know Yangsu Group, right? Even the Ali Group where you worked before was backed by this company. As long as you have a good relationship with Luo Haiyang, you won't have to worry about not finding a good job. Maybe he can even let you take the position of manager of Ali's financial department again. Chen Mingho knew how well Luo Haiyang was doing now. Being able to become a celebrity around the chairman of Yangsu Group is definitely not something that ordinary people can compare to. Luo Haiyang? Lu Jianping was stunned for a moment and quickly brainstormed, trying to recall who this person was. Luo Haiyang's presence in the class is indeed not strong, and it is normal that everyone forgets him after a long time. Can't remember? Yes, it's the one sitting next to Su Yang. Chen Mingho pointed at Luo Haiyang not far away. In fact, Chen Mingho didn't have any good feelings towards Luo Haiyang. Especially seeing Song Lijing sitting next to Luo Haiyang at this moment, being very attentive to him. This made Chen Mingho even more dissatisfied. At this time, Chen Mingho had already regarded Song Lijing as his own personal property. As a private product, how can we allow others to touch it? But Chen Mingho is not stupid. He knows that Luo Haiyang's current identity and status are different from theirs. Even if he dislikes her, he has to curry favor with her. At least, don't offend them. Maybe there will be a time in the future when you will need each other. What, it's actually him. How lucky is this kid? I remember he couldn't even afford the tuition when he was in school, right? After seeing Luo Haiyang, Lu Jianping was completely stunned. He never imagined that the former rustic Luo Haiyang has now turned into a famous figure beside the big boss behind the Yangsu Group. The Yangsu Group is an entity that all of them have to look up to. The big boss behind the scenes is also one of the most powerful figures in Daxia. Moreover, this big boss is very mysterious, and they don't even know what he looks like. However, Luo Haiyang is a popular figure around the big boss. How could the gap be so big? Yes, and I heard that their annual salary is now 5 million, not including various benefits. When he came today, he was still driving a Porsche 911. That car cost 3 million. When Chen Mingho talked about Porsche 911, an expression of envy appeared in his eyes. If you can't afford a luxury car worth 3 million when you are born, you may never be able to drive one in your lifetime. But Luo Haiyang was able to make a comeback and fall in love with this kind of luxury car. It is obviously impossible not to be envious. Oh my god. Then I have to go and fawn on them. Maybe they can arrange a job for me. Lu Jianping nodded repeatedly. Face and other things are all false, only real benefits are the most important. Lu Jianping is now at the end of his rope. How could anything be more miserable than him? As adults who have been in society for several years, we all understand that face is the least valuable thing. As long as I can make money, I don't care about the face. Ha, I'm glad you think so. I also want to flatter the boss. If I can work in Ali Finance or other departments of Yangsu Group, today's trip will be worthwhile. That's right. As they were talking, two people came to Luo Haiyang's side. At this time, quite a few people had gathered around Luo Haiyang. Most of these people came up to say hello after knowing that Luo Haiyang worked in Yangsu Group. It was Su Yang who was pushed aside by everyone. This made Luo Haiyang speechless. It is obvious that Su Yang next to him is the real boss, but everyone only sees him as the boss's younger brother and ignores the existence of the boss. As expected, opportunities are something that you may not be able to seize even if they are right in front of you. If these guys were polite to Su Yang, they would all reach the peak of their lives like himself. Everyone surrounded Luo Haiyang and started chatting with him about family matters, reminiscing about the good times they had in college. Luo Haiyang did not refuse either. When the school organized a donation that year, every student helped him. Even if he was only given 10 or 8 yuan, Luo Haiyang would remember it in his heart. So, at this time he would speak to others politely. Su Yang didn't like this kind of scene very much, so he simply stood up from his seat and sat on the other side. As soon as he sat down, Zhao Mushua's message came. Su Yang, have you arrived at the hotel? I'll be there soon. There's only one more traffic light. Already here. In the box. Okay, I'll be right there after I park the car. 5 minutes later, the door of the box opened, and then Zhao Mushue walked in. Zhao Mushue is dressed very cutely and energetic today. She wore a pink belly-bearing tank top and a pair of blue flared jeans. She was wearing a pair of white canvas shoes. She wears 2 small earrings on her ears, which makes her look very charming. There is also a royal blue diamond necklace hanging on her chest, which adds a touch of luxury to her cuteness and sexiness. Zhao Mushue is very beautiful, and everyone originally thought of her as a cold and aloof type. But the way she dressed today directly broke everyone's impression of her. It turns out that Zhao Mushue can be cute and sexy too. Oh my god. Zhao, the school beauty. You're here too. When Jin Bo saw Zhao Mushue coming, he was the first to react and couldn't help but exclaimed. Zhao Mushue is from class 2 next door, but because of her outstanding appearance, everyone is very familiar with her. Jin Bo's exclamation also attracted the attention of others, and everyone looked sideways. When they saw Zhao Mushue, all the boys rushed over. As for the girls, they were somewhat helpless. Even after entering society, everyone's dressing style has become more fashionable and their appearance seems to have improved a lot. However, standing in front of Zhao Mushue, he still felt ashamed. This one, even with simple clothes, can still look like a goddess. No, she is a goddess. Chapter 59, The hatred of stealing my wife is irreconcilable. Hello, everyone. Zhao Mushue walked into the box and greeted everyone with a smile. Zhao Mushue used to give people the impression of an icy beauty, and basically few people could see her smile. Today he suddenly laughed at everyone, and the group of people were stunned. Why is this campus beauty Zhao different from what I remembered? Could this be a fake campus beauty Zhao? Fortunately, the girls in Zhao Mushue's class reacted quickly. Oh, Mushue, you really came. We thought you might not come. Mushue, you are becoming more and more beautiful. Our skin is a little loose, but your skin is still so tight. As expected, time has been especially kind to you, Mushue. Several girls surrounded Zhao Mushue and chattered non-stop. Zhao Mushue also started chatting with them enthusiastically. They are all my classmates, and even though we haven't seen each other for a long time, we still have a lot to talk about. Moreover, these girls had a good relationship with Zhao Mushue during their school years. When other students saw that Zhao Mushue seemed different from before and became particularly easy to talk to, they came up to greet her one by one. They might have some messy thoughts about Zhao Mushue, but it was more of respect for Zhao Mushue, even flattery. If they can establish a good relationship with this person, it might be of great help to their careers. You know, Zhao Mushue is the only daughter of the chairman of the Zhao Group, a real rich lady. Apart from anything else, just other people's bank deposits are enough to make all the bank practitioners present look forward to it. If they could get Zhao Mushue to go to their branch to apply for a card, they could complete the deposit task of tens of millions at the same time. Then, they can all lie down and rest for the whole year. However, there were also people who did not go up to say hello. For example, Song Lijing, she just sat far away and didn't go up to say hello. There's no way, after all, Zhao Mushue is now nominally Su Yang's girlfriend. Although Song Lijing also wanted to obtain some resources from Zhao Mushue, the prerequisite was that this woman had no relationship with Su Yang. She is Su Yang's girlfriend now, and Song Lijing is his ex-girlfriend. How embarrassing is it for an ex-girlfriend to ask her current girlfriend to do something for her? It cannot be said that they broke up peacefully. Song Lijing dumped Su Yan without hesitation. In this situation, Song Lijing didn't even have the face to ask Su Yang's current girlfriend for help. Mushue, why did you come here suddenly? You didn't tell us beforehand. The girl in Zhao Mushue's class who had the best relationship with her held her hand and looked at her with a puzzled look on her face. In her opinion, if Zhao Mushue really planned to come, she would definitely tell her. Who would have thought that Zhao Muxue came here secretly without telling anyone? I originally didn't have time to come. I just founded a company and I have a lot of things to do. I heard that my boyfriend and his ex-girlfriend were here, so I couldn't sit still, so I came here secretly. Boyfriend? Ex-girlfriend? Zhao Mushua's words immediately made the whole audience boil. The male compatriots were even more excited. Zhao Muxue has a boyfriend? Oh my god? What kind of man is so lucky? He can actually be Zhao Mushue's boyfriend? Isn't this too lucky? However, people soon began to speculate who this man was. Just now, Zhao Muxue mentioned that her boyfriend was here to attend the class reunion, and her boyfriend's ex-girlfriend was also here to attend the class reunion. In other words, Zhao Mushue's boyfriend and ex-girlfriend are both in their class? All of a sudden, everyone started looking for clues. There are not many students from the two classes who are in a relationship, and even fewer who attend the class reunion. The only possibility is... Everyone's eyes fell on Su Yang and Song Lijing. Muxue, your boyfriend could be Su. Zhao Mushue's good friend couldn't help but ask. Stop guessing. Zhao Mushue's boyfriend is Su Yang. Besides Su Yang, who else in our two classes can be worthy of Zhao University's campus beauty? Luo Haiyang answered everyone's questions before Zhao Muxue. Hiss. It's actually Su Yang. Old Su, are you dying of envy of us? You're actually with the campus beauty Zhao? Old Su, the hatred of having your wife stolen from you is irreconcilable. Damn it, Su Yang, are you trying to piss me off to death? First you tricked away the class beauty Song, and now you've tricked away the campus beauty Zhao as well. Aren't you too infuriating? The group of boys were so angry that if their eyes could spit out fire, Su Yang would have been burned to death long ago. Ahem, sorry, it was just an accident. Su Yang cleared his throat awkwardly. This Zhao Muxue, isn't this causing him trouble? If he was really with Zhao Muxue, then he would have to take care of this trouble. But the problem is, there is nothing going on between him and Zhao Muxue. The two have never been together. The reason they were together was because when they met Song Lijing before, Zhao Muxue found her to support Su Yang. What if it's a relationship between two people? That really has nothing to do with it. However, Su Yang knew that now was not the time to explain. It was impossible to explain it clearly, not in this lifetime. Even if he says in the future that he has nothing to do with Zhao Muxue, people will still think that he and Zhao Muxue have broken up. By that time, I'm afraid he will be labeled as a scumbag. So, Zhao Muxue really did more harm than good. Ah Yang, what's the accident? Have you been wronged by being with me, Zhao Muxue? Zhao Muxue rolled her eyes at Su Yang and said unhappily. However, her cute call of Ah Yang once again made all the men present lose control. Ah! Su Yang, I advise you not to be ungrateful. This is the campus beauty of Zhao University. Su Yang, if you feel wronged, just give Zhaoda's campus beauty to me. I am not afraid of being wronged. That's right. If the campus beauty Zhao was my girlfriend, I would be fine with being castrated, not to mention being wronged. I've never seen such a sweet beauty from Zhao University. I'm so envious. Me too. No, it's an honor to be with you. Looking at the crazy looks of the crowd, Su Yang could only admit it helplessly. However, it must be said that for most men, it is indeed an honor to be with Zhao Muxue. If I can finally walk into the wedding hall, it will be a great honor. Su Yang's words once again caused the crowd to cheer wildly. Only Song Lijing's face became increasingly gloomy. If she hadn't thought about seeing if any of her old classmates could help her, she would have probably turned against him and left long ago. This feeling of watching people show affection is really bad. Li Jing, it's okay, don't bother with them. People like Su Yang are not worthy of your love. You still have me. When Chen Mingho saw Song Lijing's look, he immediately realized that the opportunity had come. Song Lijing is probably at her most vulnerable right now, and also the easiest to take down. Chapter 60 We Are All Ones. As Chen Mingho spoke, he reached out and held Song Lijing's small hand. As long as I succeed in shaking hands this time, he will be successful. Looking at Song Lijing's slender, white, and boneless hands, Chen Mingho became a little excited and couldn't help swallowing. This little hand looks easy to grasp. Just like that, Chen Mingho's hand moved towards Song Lijing's little hand little by little. Because of his high concentration, the small hand that he could have caught in just 1 or 2 seconds seemed to take a century in Chen Mingho's eyes. Just as she was about to catch the little hand, Song Lijing suddenly stood up from her position. Sorry Mingho, I have to go to the bathroom. After Song Lijing finished speaking, she turned around and left the box regardless of Chen Mingho's ugly expression. Damn it! Just a little bit. Chen Mingho cursed inwardly. Just now he felt his fingers had touched Song Lijing's skin. He was just a little bit away from holding Song Lijing's little hand. Unfortunately, the effort failed. On the other side, after Song Lijing left the box, she immediately rushed into the bathroom. There were not many people in the bathroom, so she opened a toilet door and immediately hid inside. Then, a line of tears of grievance finally couldn't be held back and flowed down. Song Lijing felt really aggrieved, watching her ex-boyfriend chatting and laughing with a girl who was better than her. And what about her? After leaving her boyfriend, not only did her situation go from bad to worse, but she even lost her job. This strong contrast made her really uncomfortable. Does Song Lijing regret it? Of course I regret it. But she had no choice. Born in such a family, she had no chance of choice and no chance of a desperate battle. Su Yang went bankrupt, and it was not wrong for her to choose to leave. If she doesn't leave, she herself might even be implicated. Leaving is the best choice. Even though Su Yang has become rich again now, Song Lijing still feels that her original choice was not wrong. She had no chance to gamble, so she could only go ahead. For her family and for herself. After a long time, Song Lijing finally adjusted her state. She didn't cry for long because if she cried too long, her eyes would become swollen. After opening the bathroom door and walking out, Song Lijing went to the sink and looked in the mirror. Even though she only cried for a while, her eyes were slightly red. But fortunately it's not a big problem. She took out the cosmetics she carried with her and immediately put on some makeup. Since Su Yang and Jia Muxue are here, she must face these two people with her best attitude. At least, I can't let them see that I'm not doing well. After putting on makeup, Song Lijing adjusted her expression and a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth again. Then, he returned to the box. There are more people in the box than before, almost all the classmates are there. Only a few students are missing and everyone will be here. Jingjing, are you okay? Seeing Song Lijing coming back, Chen Mingho immediately came over and asked her with concern. Yeah, I'm fine, I just feel a little upset in my stomach. Thank you Mingho. Song Lijing smiled at Chen Mingho. Just a word of thank you made Chen Mingho fall in love with it. You're welcome, Jingjing. We are all family. There's no need to be so polite. Chen Mingho waved his hands repeatedly. He would not hesitate to go through fire and water for Song Lijing. Aha! Song Lijing nodded, then lowered her head and no longer paid attention to anyone else. It was as if everything had nothing to do with her anymore. Su Yang and Jia Muxue did not sit at the same table. Su Yang sat at the table of Class 1, while Jia Muxue was pulled to her own table by her female classmates. Although the two classes often have large classes together, it's like they are one class. But in the final analysis, two classes are just two classes, and the relationship between them will definitely be better among students in the same class. There are 4 tables in total today, and students from the two classes sit in their own seats without disturbing each other. Of course, everyone already knows that Su Yang and Jia Muxue are together, so it doesn't matter if they sit separately. Soon, the time came to 6:30, and everyone except Yu Longjie, the organizer of the reunion, had arrived. What's going on with Longjie? He's the organizer of this class reunion, why hasn't he arrived yet? Someone couldn't help but say. Yeah, it's already 6:30, why hasn't he come yet? Is there a traffic jam? I saw him say he was out at 5 o'clock. Even if there's a traffic jam, he should be here by now, right? Tag him in the group chat to see where he is. I'm hungry. Yes, he is the organizer. We can't have the dinner if he doesn't come. Everyone began to complain. It's almost 6:30 and everyone is hungry. The original time the classmates had agreed to meet was 6:30. This was the time Yu Longjie said himself, but everyone else had arrived but he hadn't. Some people would definitely be dissatisfied with this. Everyone please be patient, it should be here soon. Jean Bo stood up and said. The monitor of Class 2 did not stay in Linen to work, but returned to his hometown after graduating from university. So, the monitor of Class 2 did not attend the reunion this time. Therefore, Jean Bo can take on the role of monitor of 2 classes. Okay, since our squad leader has said so, let's wait a little longer. Let's chat for a while. We haven't seen each other for a long time. We still have a lot to talk about. That's right, don't worry. Everyone responded. Just then, someone in the group suddenly tagged everyone. Excuse me, students. I still have 2 more traffic lights to go. I'll be there soon. Everyone, please start eating. You don't have to wait for me. Everyone opened the chat group and saw that Yulongjia had sent a message and tagged everyone. At the same time, he also posted an apologetic expression and a photo of him driving on the road. The photo doesn't show where Yulongjia is now, only the steering wheel of a Land Rover can be seen. This guy came here on purpose to show off his luxury car. We are all adults, so we can naturally understand what Yulongjia meant at a glance. However, no one said much. Yulongjia is doing well because of his ability. If someone wants to show off, he has the capital to do so. Even if they have opinions, they won't say them in front of others. You even have to praise others a little. Mr. Yu, don't be anxious, take your time. Yes, Mr. Yu, we are all having a great time chatting, take your time. Mr. Yu, you are the protagonist today. If you don't come, how can we have dinner? Mr. Yu, Mr. Yu. Many people left messages in the group, telling Yulongjia not to worry. Okay everyone, we'll be there soon, don't worry. Yulongjia smiled knowingly when he saw the message in the group that mentioned him. It seems that the goal has been achieved.